I invite the Minister of Mental Health and Addiction to lead the House in prayer or reflection.
With thanks to Snuneymuxw First Nation and in particular Chief Mike Wise, who offered this prayer to me to read in this chamber today, I read this Snuneymuxw prayer for the Legislature. Haichka Siam, we give you thanks and praise for this beautiful day. We give you thanks and praise for the sun that warms our faces and for the rain that nourishes the earth. We humbly ask you to join us here in this sacred circle and give us the strength and courage to work together with one heart and one mind. As the ancestors before us, we are here to honor a sacred trust, a commitment that was made on these lands at the beginning of time to protect and care for the natural world, its people, and all that is sacred. Thank you.
Introductions by members. Minister of Energy and Mines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two introductions this morning. I wish first to share some very special news from my friend, our friend, and former colleague, the former member for Burnaby Lougheed, Jane J. Kyung Shin. She and her partner, Stephen Cheng Sung Soo, announced the birth of their son, River Lee Soo. His Korean name is So Ha, and his Chinese name is Ruri Ha. Together they mean Lucky River. River Lee Soo was born at 8:19 a.m. Monday, November the 14th, 2022 at Royal Columbian Hospital in New Westminster. I ask the House to please join Jane and Stephen and their joyful families to celebrate the birth of their son. Mr. Speaker, also joining us in the House today is a group of students from Kwantlen Park Secondary in my riding of Surrey-Whalley. They are joined by their teachers Stephen Mackey and Sarah Thompson. Sarah is a former neighbor of the member for Vancouver Hastings. This semester, these grade 11 and 12 students are taking a political studies class. This is the first year that political studies is offered at Kwantlen Park. Perhaps this may spark an interest in politics, and we may see some of them down on the House floor one day. I understand the class is very excited to be on their first field trip since COVID began. Today they will tour this place, our legislature, followed by a visit to the Royal BC Museum. Could the House please join me in making the students of Kwantlen Park Secondary School very welcome here today.
Member for Delta South.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I'm happy today to be joined by good friends from Tawasin, BC, Brad Semke and his lovely wife, Anne-Marie. And Brad Semke has been an integral part of reshaping Tawasin along with his boss, Sean Hodgins, and they're doing some great things to make Tawasin such a great place to live. And with them today is Anne-Marie's mom and dad, John Cullingford, and his wife, Corinne Cullingford. So thank you so much. They are from Chilliwack, and Brad and Anne-Marie are from Tawasin. Will you please make them feel welcome?
Minister of Social Development and Poverty Reduction.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to welcome to the House my two constituency assistants, one from Powell River, one from Davis Bay. Rob Hill and Amy Clark are joining us in the House. One took 2 ferries to get here, one took 1 ferry to get here. And I just want to say how nice it is to see you in the House. I hope you enjoy the day, and may the House join me in welcoming them.
Member for Abbotsford West.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. For more than 3 decades, George Ferguson reigned as the supreme leader of Abbotsford as mayor. Sadly, we lost George a few years ago, but today in the gallery we're joined by the former First Lady, Rhea Ferguson, who is here visiting in the precincts. She's squired by Darren Kish, a friend of the Ferguson family, and her great-nephew Philip Michel, who originally from Cologne, Germany, now a resident of Ireland and en route eventually to Tanzania on new adventures. But they are here in Victoria today. I've had a tour of the buildings, and I know all members would want to make Rhea and her friends welcome here in the precincts.
Member for Maple Ridge Mission.
Well, thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Today we had the pleasure of joining BC Notaries for lunch, and they will be joining us in the gallery today. Notaries have been working in British Columbia for over 100 years, providing legal services alongside lawyers, things like conveyances and wills and estates and affidavits, and so many more services in our province. Today we have Daniel Boisverd, he's the president from Delta, Maury Bailey from Victoria, Jackie Tate from Chilliwack, Kate Room from Duncan, Brendan Rothwell from Kelowna, Raminder Sadra from Vancouver, Cam Shirk from Squamish, Chad Rintol from Sydney, and would the House please make all these notaries welcome.
Minister of Mental Health and Addictions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today in the gallery is the communications team, part of the communications team for my Minister of Mental Health and Addictions. Will the House please thank Leah Holiday, Igor Kalela, Blake Vilmer, and Alessandra Vinhas for their hard work. I'm so glad that they're here to see the House in action together with health authorities. They're making announcements almost every week on new mental health and addiction services, and I'm grateful for their professionalism and time.
Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, Bobby Sadler was appointed Deputy Minister of the BC Public Service Agency almost 2 years to the day in November 26, 2020. And now she is retiring from public service. Before her role as Deputy Minister, Bobby was the Assistant Deputy Minister of Citizen Services, Procurement and Supply Division. And she's been in the public service, Mr. Speaker, for more than 35 years. She successfully managed several large information management and information technology projects and business transformation initiatives across the justice and social sectors. Bobby was the Ministry Chief Information Officer for Citizen Services in 2011, and prior to her appointment as ADM of Procurement and Supply, she was the Assistant Deputy Minister and Ministry Chief Information Officer responsible for the IMIT portfolio in the justice sector. I would ask that the House acknowledge her retirement and thank her for more than 35 years of serving British Columbia.
Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have some absolutely fabulous people joining us in the chamber today. My Deputy Minister is down with the flu, so all his staff are over here playing with me. So I have Shauna Little, Shar Evers, Magdalena Golaka, Hemant Joshi, and Chris Norton. They are visiting from just across the street out back of the building, and we're here to make them welcome, and I want to just thank you for everything that you do. We depend on you so much.
Member for Abbotsford Mission.
It's my turn. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I don't get visitors from home very often, but before I go any further, for the record, I want you to know that my guests today were not responsible for the mysterious howling last night that was reported in the media this morning. Would the House welcome my constituency assistants, my left hand and my right hand, Janessa Dirksen and Joanne Chadwick. I don't know what I'd do without them. Welcome. Thank you so much for coming.
Member for Surrey White Rock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Joining us in the House today is a little bit of White Rock royalty. I would like to introduce my friend, and I think one time maybe babysitter for one of my kids once when we were in a jam, but Tammy Evans. Tammy does a lot of work in our community. Right now she's doing a blanket drive, and so proud to have Tammy here today. So Tammy, thank you for joining us.
Member for Vancouver Falls Creek.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tomorrow my daughter Esme graduates from UBC with her undergraduate degree, and I just want to say a couple of words to those young people who've overcome great challenges in getting their undergraduate's degree. Sometimes you skate through and it's 4 years and you work hard and you pop out the other side. Other times it takes tremendous grit and determination and you overcome huge hurdles, which was the case for my daughter. I'm so proud. Congratulations.
Member for Kelowna Mission.
Thank you so much, Honourable Speaker. I just want to take a turn and echo the welcome that my MLA colleague from Maple Ridge Mission had just made to the BC notaries. As noted, we had the opportunity to meet with them as well and hear about some of their concerns and some of their advocacy issues. But also I wanted to welcome in particular Brendan Rothwell, who is a constituent of mine, but also a next door neighbor in business. So in addition to helping serve our community and Kelownaites, we also get to share coffee in the local Starbucks. So welcome, Brendan.
Member for Victoria Beacon Hill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm honored to stand today and introduce some guests to the House. Luca Costi, Astrid Nielsen Miller, and Ro Campbell. Astrid, Luca, and Ro are part of Gender Generations. The Gender Generations project was formerly known as the Trans Tipping Point Project. It's a not-for-profit organization that provides space and mentoring for trans, non-binary, two-spirit, and gender-diverse youth. Besides mentoring, there are other programs such as workshops, retreats, and performances and art that connects people of all ages. Luca, Astrid, and Ro, and everyone at Gender Generations that isn't here with us, I just want to say keep doing this amazing and important and inspiring work. And will the members please join me in welcoming these guests.
Member for North Island.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Joining us in the visitors gallery today are two friendly and familiar faces to Vancouver Island MLAs, Mr. Brody Guy, the CEO of Island Coastal Economic Trust, and the Vice Chair of ICE-T, Mr. John Jack, who is also a councillor for the Hawaiian Nation and the Chair of the Alberni-Clayoquot Regional District. Along with their dedicated team of locally elected leaders and appointed directors, they are working to build a sustainable and resilient coastal economy across Vancouver Island, the Sunshine Coast, and coastal islands and inlets, from the Salish Sea to Cape Caution. Would the House please join me in making Brody and John feel welcome?
Minister of Public Safety and Solicitor General.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. It's my pleasure today to introduce two distinguished individuals who are here in the gallery. Ron Tremblay, the Chair of the Automotive Retailers Association, and Adrian Scoville, President of the Automotive Retailers Association, an organization that was formed in 1951. They represent the automotive industry, and they currently have over 1,000 members and employ 10,000 people, and I'd ask the House to make them most welcome.
Minister of Children and Family Development.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Today in the gallery we have Ryan Painter. He's a resident from View Royal in Esquimalt, Metchosin. He's very active in his neighbourhood. Would everybody please make him very welcome?
Member for Delta South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity a second time. Today, as the lead of the BC notaries that have been with us here today, is a good friend of mine, also from Tawasin, a gentleman by the name of Daniel Boisvert. And would you welcome Daniel and also congratulate Daniel on his recent election to Delta City Council.
Member for Vancouver Kensington.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. I'm very pleased to welcome some friends here in the Legislature for the first time. Sharif Turgan was born in Afghanistan. He was trained as a civil engineer from Azerbaijan, and he trained in drafting design from Brighton College in Burnaby. He's a businessman, and he has his company Mega One Car Limited. He's joined by his partner, Cobra Rezai, and she is a former spokesperson of the Ministry of Women's Affairs in Afghanistan. She graduated from Nagoya University in Japan. Her thesis, should be of interest to some of us here, was on women's political empowerment through the quota system in the case of women parliamentarians in Afghanistan. Cobra ran as a candidate in Afghanistan, and she may run in BC someday here as well. She's joined by Mohammed Fazeli, lives in Burnaby with his wife and 3-year-old and 1.5-year-old children. He was trained as a Bachelor's of International Law from Azerbaijan, and he's also has an Accounting and Consultation Services, MA Accounting and Consultation Services, and a bookkeeping service here, very accomplished, and joined by Abdulraza Karimi. He has a master's in religious studies. He's a scholar. He volunteers with the Canadian Hosani Association, and he's also a businessman. His company is AK Towing Limited. So I ask you all to please give them a very warm welcome. Thank you very much.
Member for Vernon Monashi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also want to welcome Ryan Painter. He's a great friend of mine. I know he lives in, he's a constituent of a Minister for Children and Families, but he was born and grew up in Vernon, so he's a proud Vernonite. Ryan used to advocate, he was a very strong advocate for poverty, rights, food security, democracy, youth, and even performed as a guitar player and a singer in many local concerts. And he was also a concert promoter. So Ryan contributed to the richness of our community, and I'm proud to call him my friend and always been grateful for his friendship and support for me over many years, which meant the world to me. So I look forward to catching up with you, Ryan, later today. Please join me once again to make Ryan Painter very welcome in the House. Thank you.
Members, I would like to take this opportunity to let you know that the first night of Hanukkah will be celebrated on December 18th with the lighting of the menorah. Rabbi Meir Kaplan of the Shabbat of Vancouver Island will be on the front steps of the Parliament building at 4 p.m. For this celebration. Rabbi Kaplan will also light a menorah in the members' lobby at 4 p.m. on December 19. I realize some members will not be here and they'll be in their constituencies on those dates, but if those members who are in Victoria, I would strongly encourage them to come and join him. Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Introduction of bills.
Member for Kamloops North Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that a bill entitled Miscellaneous Statutes Gas Price Relief Amendment Act 2022, of which notice has been given in my name on the order paper, be introduced and now read for a first time.
Continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Recognizing it is late in the legislative calendar, however, with the new willingness by this government to introduce and pass legislation within the last week, I felt it important, given that our province is in the middle of a severe affordability crisis, to bring forward this gas price relief bill. As British Columbians struggle to make ends meet with prices for daily necessities skyrocketing, leaders must take action and provide people with real relief. We know that the cost of fuel in particular is taking a toll on people, both in terms of its direct effect on commuters and vehicle owners, but also as a result of its impact on rising grocery and housing costs. Our entire supply chain is affected when gas reaches record-breaking prices. It is clear that action to address the cost of gas is long overdue. This bill, the Miscellaneous Statutes Gas Price Relief Amendment Act, would enable government to suspend provincial gas taxes as well as those applied to gas being brought to BC from Alberta, relieving pressure on both consumers and the supply chain. It's a straightforward measure that could immediately provide relief to those who desperately need it, and it's time to get serious about making life more affordable for British Columbians.
Members, the question is the first reading of the bill. All those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Member.
I move that the bill be placed on the orders of the day for second reading at the next sitting after today.
You heard the question. All those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Madam Clerk.
Statements by members.
Member for Vancouver Kensington.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. On September 30th, 2022, a suicide bomber killed over 60 young people who were taking a university entrance exam at the Kaj Educational Centre in Kabul. This was a targeted attack on the Hazara community. The Hazara have a diverse racial and religious ancestry, which has led to them being the most persecuted ethnic group in Afghanistan. They've endured centuries of racism and discrimination, combined with systemic attacks on the basis of race and religion. The first incidence of genocide was in the 1890s, and the first genocidal war against the Hazara, where over half of the community were massacred, forced to flee to India, Iran, and now Canada. They were put into slavery, had their lands taken. And since that first genocide war against the Hazara, the Afghan state has systemically excluded Hazara from government and economic opportunities. The Hazara are the #1 victim of terrorism in Afghanistan. They are not safe in mosques, in the marketplace, on public buses, and violence is increasing. Attacks on hospitals, schools, maternity wards, universities, targeted killings, land grabbing. And there have been multiple instances of genocidal violence. I was honored to attend an international rally against the genocide of the Hazara people, where over 120 countries and cities joined together to say an end to the genocide. The diaspora community is asking for us, all levels of government, to stand against genocide, to raise awareness, to raise our voice, and to spread the message about what's happening in Afghanistan against the Hazara people. We can do more, we need to do more, and I ask everyone here in the legislature to please join me to saying no to genocide of the Hazara people and stop Hazara genocide. Thank you very much.
Member for Prince George Valemount.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. They are called the Forever Young Chorus, and they are a group of singers that make you believe that maybe, just maybe, you can be young forever. The Prince George Choir, led by the fantastic Janice Taylor, calls the Elder Citizens Recreation Centre home, where they practice and then perform their community concerts. The Forever Young Chorus, originally known as the Rainbow Singers, was formed in 1992 when a group of 8 ladies, with Elaine Clark as the accompanist and Janice Taylor as the director, started rehearsing at the Elder Citizens Recreation Centre, and from there the group went out into the community to entertain other seniors. Since that time, the choir has grown significantly and now includes men and women. Janice Taylor is still the director, and the very talented and dedicated Vic Steblin is the accompanist. The Forever Young Chorus is a volunteer seniors choir, and they regularly present weekend concerts in Prince George. Many of the choir members have no professional experience, and some have no experience at all, but they love to sing for the sheer joy of it. And under Janice's excellent leadership, they sound amazing too. One of my friends, Kathy Naudeline, told me that the Forever Young Chorus strives to present a positive image of aging, and that while they are older, they don't feel old inside. I know that firsthand, since both my mom and dad loved their time singing with the chorus and cherished the friendships that they made. This last weekend, the Forever Young Chorus hosted their fall concert. It was full of toe-tapping music and even included a couple of sing-along songs, a visit from Victor Borga, also known as Odelia Krantz, and a recitation of The Train by Ingrid Gohl. Special thanks to MC Sandy Coubert and Joe Anderson for doing the lights and sound. The Forever Young Chorus is so much more than a choir. It is a family. Thank you for sharing your love of music with all of us, and may you indeed be forever young.
Member for Boundaries Milkameen.
Thank you, Speaker. I had the privilege this morning to meet with BC's Youth Council and as well as the Premier Special Advisor for Youth, and I certainly love listening to those bright and open minds. But I hear concern too. Last year, a large study published in The Lancet, for example, identified that 84% of respondents, 16 to 25, were worried about climate change. Perhaps even more concerning, a full 45% of participants said that their feelings about climate change impacted their daily lives. We're all familiar with the smoky skies, the swollen rivers, burnt communities, and the wildfires of recent years. I'm in this house because of the floods of 2018. The burden of responsibility for these climate disasters is heavy, and we're asking or making our youth to carry this with us and for us. And yet the majority often feel ignored or dismissed. As Carolyn Hickman put it, there is a general othering of children and youth in society. That same Lancet paper noted that, quote, these psychological stressors threaten the health and well-being and could be construed as morally injurious and unjust. Concurrent with globally distributed passionate demonstrations around climate action, we see others, such as the uprising in support of justice in Iran for Mahsa Amini. These actions provide voice to the empathetic. These choices made with self-awareness and a fight against hopelessness are Hope Punk in action. Similarly, my discussion this morning revolved around giving youth a voice to be proper advisors for us legislators here. Different scales, parallel challenges. We have tools in this place to support this hope for better and provide more agency to these. But when we spin this place into the friction of partisanship like yesterday, when we amplify the strength, not when we do that, but when we amplify the strength of collectivism, optimism, and hope. I end with a quote from the writer Alexander Rowland, quote, "Hope Punk says that genuinely and sincerely caring about something, anything, requires bravery and strength. Hope Punk isn't ever about submission or acceptance. It's about standing up and fighting for what you believe in. It's about standing up for other people. It's about demanding a better, kinder world and truly believing that we can get there if we care about each other as hard as we possibly can, with every drop of power in our little hearts, and that in this world of brutal cynicism and nihilism, being kind is a political act." End quote. Our job is to help.
Member for Vancouver-Langara.
Today I rise to recognize the incredible contributions and work of Serge Haber as an extraordinary community leader and volunteer. Serge was born in Romania in 1928 and is a Holocaust witness and survivor. He arrived in Montreal in 1950 as a refugee from Cuba. His life experiences shaped him into a relentless and outspoken advocate for inclusivity, compassion, and change. Serge has held leadership positions with the United Synagogue of Conservative Judaism, Congregation Beth Israel, and Hallel BC at UBC, where he helped to secure the new facility. He has served for more than 20 years as a director on the boards of Louis Breyer Home and Hospital in Vancouver-Langara and the Jewish National Fund. For more than 35 years, Serge has been a speaker for the Vancouver Holocaust Education Center, also located in Vancouver-Langara, connecting with students in secondary schools and universities throughout the Lower Mainland. He continually gives his time and energy to discuss his experiences and combat racial discrimination and religious intolerance. One of Serge's greatest legacies is being the founder in 2003, when he was just 75 years young, of the Jewish Seniors Alliance of Greater Vancouver, the JSA. There is no stronger advocate for the well-being of older adults than Serge. The JSA serves seniors throughout the Greater Vancouver area. He is dedicated to enhancing the quality of life of all seniors and believes the key to this is the JSA's peer support services, which are designed to reduce feelings of isolation and to promote connection to community. At the age of 94, Serge remains passionate, energetic, and a fighter with a healthy appetite. He positively affects and impacts lives of thousands, and is inspiration and mentor to so many, including myself. Serge, we thank you for your vision, your actions, and your impact. You are truly amazing and one of a kind.
Member for Parksville-Qualicum.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Late in the afternoon on December 12th, 2020, it was just above freezing outside. There was a light breeze in the air, and Aerosmith Search and Rescue got a call. 11 minutes later, they were on scene at Little Qualicum Falls Provincial Park. They had trained for exactly this moment. For those who haven't visited the falls, the turbulent waters from Cameron Lake just upstream have carved their way deep into a canyon. These particular falls are at least 3 stories high, and a couple meters from the crest of the waterfall was a young man attached to a log, hanging on for his life. Nick Rivers was fitted out, he was lowered into position, and he quickly realized a few things. First was that the water was so loud that he couldn't communicate with his team. Quickly, they adapted, setting up spotters on the opposite cliff to relay commands to the rope team. Second, that the frigid waters were so ferocious that they were nearly impossible to navigate. And third, that the subject had just lost hold of the log and Nick had to act quickly. I intended to talk about Nick's accomplishments, but he insisted that he was just but one of the many members of that team, and that each member of the team was integral to that successful rescue. At the edge of the cliff, leading the rope team, was Ken Needon. He has been an active volunteer for over 48 years. Jennifer Horde and Bruce Wall this year have each contributed over 500 hours of training and call-out service. Jeff Bertison and Denise Collins and so many others that Nick wanted to recognize, all committed to serving our community and are integral to this team. So far this year, the 42 active members have contributed over 8,650 hours of service. It is the hardworking people that keep this team going. Would the House please join with me in recognizing Aerosmith Search and Rescue?
Member for Caribou North.
Mr. Speaker, multiple myeloma is the second most common form of blood cancer. It affects a type of immune cell called the plasma cell found in bone marrow, and every day 10 Canadians are diagnosed with this life-altering disease. While there is no cure, people are living longer and better lives thanks to recent breakthroughs in treatment. However, to find a cure, more funding and research are required. Cindy Logan, a constituent in my riding, is a fearless cancer warrior, music teacher, wife, mother, sister, and friend to so many, including myself. She is also someone living with this form of cancer. One of the current treatments is a stem cell transplant, and it involves a procedure to collect the cells and then freeze them until transplant time. The patient is then given a high dose of chemotherapy in the form of a drug called melphalan. This will destroy the bone marrow and hopefully the cancer with it. The rescue is when the stem cells are then infused back into the patient to start the regrowth of the bone marrow and the immune system. This treatment has many risks, as it leaves the patient very vulnerable until the engraftment of the cells produces immune competence. For patients in British Columbia, the only place to receive this life-preserving treatment is the Vancouver General Hospital. And for patients in the north, it means a cost of travel accommodation and supportive medications. More than $10,000 out of pocket for the month-long stay in Vancouver to receive the transplant and recover enough to be considered immune competent. Patients from rural areas deserve this treatment as much as anyone else. And their location should not be a hindrance to obtaining this treatment. We need a better solution than patients trying to raise funds themselves or put their families further into debt. We need to help patients in northern BC who must travel for these life-saving treatments only available in Vancouver.
Madam Clerk.
Oral questions by members.
Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yesterday we raised serious concerns in this House about the stunning mismanagement of taxpayer dollars at BC Housing and the total lack of accountability by this Premier when he was the Housing Minister responsible for that Crown Corporation. Now, while the Premier didn't answer a single question here in this House, he did tell one media outlet yesterday, and I quote, "I haven't seen the report that the Leader of the Opposition is talking about. To the best of my knowledge, I don't know." End of quote. So, despite having been the Housing Minister responsible for housing, the Premier claims to be unaware of this damning 2018 BDO review of Atira, BC Housing's largest non-profit housing provider. Now, this is very hard to believe, Mr. Speaker, because after all, BC Housing issued a statement on that very BDO draft report back in March while he was the minister responsible. And furthermore, when pressed yesterday, the CEO of Atira said that the report was common knowledge during the time the Premier was the housing minister. Something doesn't add up. There are two different stories here, and the public deserves to know the truth. So my question to the Premier, was he negligent as a housing minister and unaware of such a damning report on his largest housing provider, or will he admit he was aware of the report and chose instead to bury it?
Premier.
Thank you, Honourable Chair.
The pre-cabinet shuffle clap.
Please continue. Members. Premier.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. This is indeed a very serious issue. The response to a media question I had yesterday, I didn't recognize the report that the reporter was describing to me, but I am familiar with that report. It was described to me as a report into what had happened under our government at BC Housing. In fact, it's a report into what happened at BC Housing under the BC Liberal government, which is an important detail that was missing. But regardless, this is a very serious issue, and I'll endeavour to do my best to provide the House with an accounting of what happened and when, and I'll ask the Chair's leave and the Opposition's leave. It's a longer answer than usual, but if necessary, I'll break it up into multiple answers. I was appointed as Housing Minister in October 2020, a great honour, Honourable Chair. By March 2021, about 6 months later, it was apparent to me that a review needed to be done of business practices inside BC Housing for a number of reasons. One of them I've spoken about publicly on a number of occasions, which was the Little Mountain deal, where public property was sold off, low-income community leveled, and it remains an empty field today. I didn't want us to be in that situation again. There was also other information that caused me concern. At that 6-month mark, I asked the Crown Agency Secretariat through the Public Service to initiate a review. That review was done by Ernst & Young. The work started in October of 2021. It's called the Financial Systems and Operational Review, and that report was in fact released publicly. During that work, during that time of that work, Ernst & Young identified that additional questions were raised in the scope of work they'd been asked to do, that they had more concerns. We asked them to continue that work, and they provided details to us in June of 2022. The information they provided to us led to us in July of 2022, and I say us, I'm referring to the Public Service, to whom I'm very grateful for facilitating this process. We requested the Comptroller General to initiate a forensic engagement at BC Housing. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Leader of the Official Opposition, supplemental.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the word salad, but I think the reality is I asked a very specific question. Now, a couple of points that he made. First of all, he tried to say, well, actually, it wasn't their report. But actually, if the member would look at page 6 of that BDO report, it specifically says very clearly it's referring to the 2018 financial statements of Atira. Now, he then references the Ernst & Young report. Well, the Ernst & Young report, just to remind this House, was the report that he quietly released on the long weekend, Canada Day long weekend in July. That's consistent with the kind of transparency and accountability that we've seen out of this member. But my question to the member is, why is it that the problems that were identified in that BDO report not being addressed? The Tyee reported just today that BC Housing documents that were obtained through Freedom of Information show that the same problems identified in the BDO report continue at Atira. The same problems continue. We also know, according to FOI documents, that funding to Atira under that minister in this government has more than tripled to almost $52 million a year. No other housing provider has experienced such a massive increase in funding. Record high spending coupled with record financial mismanagement. But apparently, when the Premier was the minister responsible for housing, he initially suggested he had never seen the report. Now he's suggesting he didn't realize which report it was. Perhaps fair enough, confusing all the different reports floating out there. But the fact of the matter, the mismanagement was happening right under his nose as the minister responsible. So I have a simple question for the Premier. Very straightforward. And it goes right to public transparency. Will the Premier at least confirm what is the salary for the CEO of Atira, please?
Premier.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. What I'm going to do is continue to explain to the member the steps that I took starting almost immediately on my appointment as Minister of Housing, that have been continuing and escalating in seriousness and to a level of a forensic audit of BC Housing. In early July 2022, we took the recommendations of Ernst & Young around the terms of reference for a forensic audit of BC Housing, and we asked the Office of the Comptroller General to take over responsibility for that audit. The Comptroller General agreed to do so and retained Ernst & Young to do that work. Now, this forensic audit is still in progress. I can provide the members of this House with some of the terms of reference for the forensic engagement of BC Housing. To ensure specific internal controls of BC Housing are in place and operating as described, including record retention.
I just want to know the salary.
Record retention and decision-making processes and procedures for funding service providers. We're expecting the results of that forensic review early next year, Honourable Speaker.
Members.
And I can assure all members of this House on receiving that we will release all of the documents that we can to the extent the law allows to the opposition and the public.
House Leader of the Official Opposition.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. There was no answer there to the very straightforward question. Atira, the largest nonprofit housing provider for BC Housing, is an absolute complete mess. That has been confirmed in not one, but numerous independent audits that have been done or reviews that have been done by third-party accounting agencies. And so the public, we believe, and I think British Columbians would agree with us, the public has a right to know how much the CEO at Atira makes. That was the simple question. So let the record show that the Premier skated right past that, which is alarming in and of itself. BC Housing and Atira are both in dire straits at the moment, and those are both organizations that require accountability. They didn't have it back a number of years. Clearly the accountability is still not there today. But let's talk about BC Housing for a moment as well. Yesterday, when asked why the board of BC Housing was fired, the Housing Minister responded that it was because, and I quote, issues were identified, end quote. But for months, this Premier has denied that there were any issues. He wants everyone to believe that firing the NDP-appointed board on a Friday evening in July, that was completely normal, that there's nothing to see here. Here's the Premier's words, and I quote, the changes in the board are not related to any sort of wrongdoing, end quote. Mr. Speaker, frankly, this is the kind of devious behavior that is so typical of this Premier, to claim that there are no issues, that this is all totally normal, rather than to just fess up to what it really is, and that's an attempt to hide the mess that he created. So another very simple question to the Premier is this: why did the Premier fire the board of BC Housing?
Premier.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. We received extensive recommendations from Ernst & Young requiring a significant overhaul of the governance of BC Housing. We put a new board in place. I put a new board in place to bring extensive experience and skill sets to ensure effective and efficient oversight. And I will say, Honourable Chair, there are a lot of members on the other side of the House. It is a bit strange that that's the member that would ask a question about managing Crown corporations.
Members, Opposition House Leader.
Well, you know, the Premier's barely into his first week and he's completely out of material. I mean, give me a break. Completely out of material. The question was, why did the Premier fire the board of BC Housing? He didn't answer it. The question before that, the board that was appointed by the finance minister, who sits right beside him, she appoints this board. He comes in and fires the board. The public has a right to know why. Public has a right to know why, how much Atira, the Atira CEO gets paid. No answer on that either. Mr. Speaker, the Premier tried to bury a damning Ernst & Young report by quietly releasing it on the Canada Day long weekend. 1 week later, he fired the board on a Friday night. That's not normal. But that's not all. 17 senior executives from BC Housing departed the corporation within 2 years, all without any explanation. That's not normal either. So just think about this for a moment. How bad must it be in an organization with a multi-billion-dollar budget to have 17 senior executives leave the corporation within 2 years with no explanation? Clearly, BC Housing is an organization that is in complete and total chaos, and it's all under this Premier's watch. So the question is, can the Premier explain why 17 senior executives left BC Housing while he was the minister responsible for BC Housing, and will he order a full, transparent and independent audit of the mess that he created at BC Housing and at Atira?
Premier.
Honourable Speaker, it's strange, because I swear I just went through and explained the dates and exactly when I ordered a full forensic audit of BC. I can provide the dates again. Listen, it was an incredibly...
Members, please.
It was an incredibly stressful time at BC Housing through the pandemic. And I think a lot of employers saw senior employees making decisions about where they want to work, what kind of work they want to do, and so on. I can't explain all the backgrounds of each individual employee, but I can tell you it was incredibly stressful, a huge amount of work. During the pandemic, Honourable Speaker, decamping encampments, making sure that shelters were safe during the pandemic, people were working crazy hours. I am so grateful to every employee at BC Housing that put in that kind of time. The exact same message for our nonprofit housing service providers when I was speaking to them. These people put in unbelievable hours to ensure that people in our province were kept safe during the pandemic. And we have challenges retaining people in the whole social services sector coming out of the pandemic. I know the members on the other side know that. And it's not just BC Housing. It's all kinds of companies, public and private.
Members.
It's work for us to do. Absolutely. I accept that, Honourable Speaker. More work to do.
House Leader of Third Party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through you to the Premier, does his vision for British Columbia include returning to individualized funding for parents and caregivers of children with autism?
Minister of Children and Family Development.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. And we know that all children need to have access to the supports and services that are going to help them develop and help them thrive, and they need access to them as early as possible. That's why we're moving towards a needs-based system for children and youth with support needs, because far too many children and youth are being left behind. I have been listening to families, I've been listening to advocates, to service providers.
Members. Let the Minister answer, please. Minister will continue.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I've been listening to organisations, Indigenous communities, Indigenous leadership, and I have been hearing some concerns, Honourable Speaker, and where I'm hearing concerns, I take those concerns very seriously. I will continue to listen to families, to listen to advocacy groups, to organisations, and we will be working.
Members.
We will be working together, Honourable Speaker, to make sure that we build a system that is more accessible to more children and, crucially, earlier in their development, so that more children and youth across our province will thrive.
House Leader of Third Party Supplemental.
I'm sure the parents and caregivers of children with autism are going to be disappointed that the Premier, that our new Premier, doesn't have a different vision than the previous Premier and the Minister. For kids receiving individual support, Mr. Speaker, they have bonded with their service providers. These changes rip them away from their care team. It's cruel, actually, Mr. Speaker. It takes years for parents to find the right service providers for their children, and when they do, those children develop close, personal relationships with their caregivers. Parents have actually described them to us as part of the family. The new hub model doesn't guarantee that those same providers will be available to families. The Ministry of Children and Family Development is once again separating children from their loved ones. These children don't understand government bureaucracy. All they know is that the people that they trust are no longer around them. And it's confusing, it's distressing, and it's traumatizing. It's not difficult to imagine a child in this situation to not internalize this. Autism BC released the results of a survey of 1,500 parents earlier this week. They found 4% of parents. The minister says that she's listening to the parents. 96% of them want rid of this hub model that she's brought in. More than half want to continue the model that they know works, and that's the individualized funding. Mr. Speaker, through you to the Premier, does his new vision for British Columbia include listening to parents and caregivers with children of autism and committing to returning to the individualized funding?
Members, please. Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. It is really important to listen to families. And I have been listening to families and I will continue to listen to families. And where I'm hearing concerns, Honourable Speaker, I'm taking them very seriously. I hear from a range of families, Honourable Speaker. I hear from parents who say to me, this change cannot come soon enough. There are far too many... There are far too many children and youth who are left behind. We've heard from the representative for children and youth. She has made numerous recommendations that we need to move towards a needs-based system. In fact, there was a select standing committee of this very legislative assembly that made the recommendation that we need to move towards a needs-based system in order...
Members. Let the Minister finish her answer, please. That's fine. People can ask another question later. Let her continue.
It is widely recognised that many children and youth with neurodiversity and disabilities are not properly served and are left behind. Indeed, Autism BC, when they came to visit me on Monday this week, agreed with us that we need to change the system in order to meet the needs of more children. And for many children who have a diagnosis of autism or who are waiting for a diagnosis of autism are also not able to receive the services that they need. Children and youth with support needs need to be matched up with services that are going to meet their unique needs of them as children as early as possible to help them on their developmental pathway so that they will be able to thrive. Working in a needs-based system means that services will no longer be locked behind a diagnosis. More children will have an access to better access to services earlier in their development, and more children will thrive.
Member for Prince George Valemount.
Thank you. Yesterday we asked the Premier about the comments of Stephanie Allen, who is a senior executive for BC Housing. She makes $245,000 a year and is responsible for performance at the Crown Corporation. The current housing minister, at least to his credit, denounced the comments of the senior executive yesterday. Comments like this one, and I quote, "I'm not sure how we get out of the housing crisis without limiting capitalism." End quote. The very person tasked with leading this Premier's agenda on housing which requires partnership with the private sector, actually believes the private sector is the enemy. So will the Premier stand up today and denounce these statements?
Premier.
Well, Honourable Speaker, it's a remarkable thing to hear the opposition today supporting private sector home builders when just yesterday they voted against housing supply. The opposition.
Members. Members. Members, please. Premier will continue.
The opposition say a lot of words about housing, but if people want action on housing, they know where it is.
Member of Prince George Valemount, supplemental. Members, please. Member has the floor, please.
Thank you very much. What we know in this House is that this Premier has been an absolutely abysmal failure at every file he had his hands on. And I can assure...
Members. Members, please.
I can assure the member opposite what we voted against yesterday was this Premier's absolute lack of leadership, unwillingness to allow proper debate to take place in this chamber, and we're going to continue to be against that every single day. What a shameful beginning for a Premier, where he actually shuts down democracy in this legislature, and that's what we're going to keep going. Something else.
Members, let's get the question, please.
Here's something else, Mr. Speaker, that is shameful. Making wild, inflammatory statements about those people you need to partner with to deliver a housing agenda should have consequences. So, we have an executive, Stephanie Allen, being paid $245,000 a year by taxpayers, and she is responsible for performance. She says, and I quote, "God bless everyone trying to find a home on these stolen lands as capitalism collapses under the weight of its greed and selfishness," end quote. Wow. She is the second in command at a multi-billion-dollar Crown corporation that is responsible for delivering this Premier's housing agenda. And it requires working with partners. So the Premier failed to denounce her comments. Will he get up, do the right thing, and denounce those comments?
Here, here.
Premier.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I haven't been around as long as the Minister for Public Safety, but he leaned over and reminded me that in 2008, 6 bills were passed in 30 minutes by the BC Liberal government. Now,
Members.
Ramming through, thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Please continue.
Ramming through 6 bills in 30 minutes, Honourable Speaker, it must have been a crisis. It must have been a crisis. We are in a housing crisis. British Columbians want us to act, and I will not apologize for acting.
Member for Abbotsford West. Member for Abbotsford West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So less than a week into his premiership, here's what we've learned about this premier's record on housing. One, he actively sought to bury a report that revealed serious problems and mismanagement at a housing agency that was receiving and is receiving hundreds of millions of public tax dollars at his direction. Two, apparently on a dark and stormy night, he decided to fire the entire board at BC Housing without a word of explanation for why that was so and what prompted it. Three, 17 senior executives fled BC Housing during the 2 years on his watch. Four, they left behind a 2IC who is issuing statements that would make Che Guevara blush, denouncing those evil, dirty capitalists who are responsible for partnering with government to build the houses that British Columbians need, Mr. Speaker. It's, quite frankly, it's a mess. And no wonder, actually, no wonder the Premier did something that's never been done, and that is impose closure on housing legislation 24 hours after it was tabled in this legislature, Mr. Speaker.
24. Members, let the member finish his question.
God forbid those pesky opposition MLAs should have an opportunity to ask questions to determine what exactly is taking place within BC Housing, what exactly is taking place within these agencies that, like Atira, that apparently are making a mess of things. Mr. Speaker, if the Premier won't let MLAs do their job and ask the questions that are necessary by imposing closure on legislation, will he at least release the terms of reference to the audit he claims to have initiated but didn't manage to tell anyone about until this very time?
Premier.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I commit to the member, every member of this place will release everything that the law allows us to release once the forensic audit is complete. We expect that early next year, unless the audit uncovers matters that require them to expand their scope of work. Now, it is important, I think, to be measured by results. Okay? In the whole 16 years that the BC Liberals were in government, they built...
Members, Premier has the floor, please. Please continue.
They built 130 units of student housing. Our government has built 5,860 units. The champion.
Members.
I think I've hit on something, Honourable Speaker. I think I've hit on something.
Members.
Honourable Speaker, when the Leader of the Opposition was the Finance Minister, 27,588 homes built, 1,948 rental homes built. In the most recent year we have data for, 53,000 new homes built, 13,127 rental homes built. Honourable Speaker, 6 times.
Members.
6 times.
Let the Premier finish his answer, please. Let the Premier finish his answer.
And double the number of homes in the private market. And better than that, Honourable Speaker, this side of the House voting for housing supply, while that side voted against it.
bell ends the question period. Member for West Vancouver Capilano.
Honourable Chair, I reserve my right on a point of personal privilege.
Thank you. Minister for Children and Family Development.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I rise to present a petition from local resident Ryan Painter, signed by View Royal Mayor Sid Tobias and 180 residents. This petition urges the Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure to meet with the Mayor and Council for the town of View Royal and residents to discuss possible solutions to mitigate the effect of increased noise that's having on the neighbouring communities and their residents. Thank you.
Minister of Municipal Affairs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour of presenting the 2021-2022 annual report of the Islands Trust. It's quite a hefty and good-looking document. The report underlines the wide range of activities and hard work of the Islands Trust and the Islands Trust Conservancy Board in managing development, sustaining communities, and protecting ecosystems in this very unique part of British Columbia. I greatly appreciate the dedication of the Trust's elected officials and staffing to fulfill this legislated purpose of preserving the Islands Trust. The Islands Trust is continuing its review of their policy statement, which I look forward to. This is the foundational document that guides their planning and advocacy. I'd also like to recognize the Trust's ongoing commitment to reconciliation and relationship building with the many First Nations with interests in the islands and the waters of the Trust area. In 2019, the Trust adopted the Islands Trust Reconciliation Plan, which is purported here, which continues to guide the Islands Trust Council in applying the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples articles. The Truth and Reconciliation Commission calls to action, the Islands Trust First Nations Agreement, Engagement Policy, and the Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to the Financial Administration Act, I'm pleased to present reports for the fiscal year end March 31st, 2022 on all amounts borrowed by government and all amounts loaned to government bodies. These reports provide an overview of the province's borrowing activity in fiscal 2021-22.
Minister of Jobs and Economic Recovery.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to table the NBC 2021-2022 annual report.
Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present the annual report on multiculturalism for 2021-2022.
Minister of Citizen Services and Tourism.
Thank you, Chair. Speaker, I have the honour to present the report on the administration of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, as well as the annual report on the Chief Records Officer 2021-2022.
Minister of Environment.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I have the honour to present two reports. The first one is the 2022 Climate Change Accountability Report as required by the Climate Change Accountability Act, and the second is the Environmental Emergency Programs 2021-2022 report to the Legislature as required by the Environmental Management Act.
Madam Clerk.
Orders of the day.
Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. In this chamber, I call Committee of the Whole Bill 43, Housing Supply Act. In the Douglas Fur Room, Section A, I call Committee Stage on Bill 38, Indigenous Self-Government and Children and Family Services Amendment Act. And in Section C, the Birch Room, I call Committee Stage on Bill 41, the Workers' Compensation Amendment Act.
Committee chairs.
Morning. Afternoon, members. Minister of Housing.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We are about to begin Committee of the Whole for Bill 43, the Housing Supply Act, and if you wouldn't mind, I'd like to introduce the talented public servants that I have with me to assist. Firstly, Terry Collins, to my left, who is the Acting Associate Deputy Minister. Bonnie Rajinski, the Acting Assistant Deputy Minister, and Cimarron Corpe, who is the Director of Housing Policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. On Clause 1, member for Peace River South.
Thank you, Chair. And welcome to the Minister and to the Minister's staff. Thank you for being here. We'll be here for a little while anyway as we move through this bill. And of course, the Minister will have to allow me some latitude here because, of course, this bill was just presented 48 hours ago. Was no initial briefing. I want to thank staff for the briefing I got just yesterday, the day before, after the bill was introduced, though. I do want to acknowledge and thank them for that. But we've had very limited time to get into this. So if some of my questions get repetitive to the chair, it's only due to the fact of the lack of time that this government has actually given the opposition to research, digest, and look at the bill wholeheartedly. It's also important to acknowledge and appreciate the fact that we are now only a day and a half left before this government sounds like they're going to invoke closure and we're leaving this place. Yet to be seen. We can only hope that they will see the light and allow more time. But that time could have been given through the chair to the minister during second reading when we had numerous opposition members who wanted to highlight local stories, what they've been hearing from constituents, from local governments that pertains to this bill that really are not relevant to bring forward in committee stage, unless, of course, the minister thinks it's a good use of his time to welcome in 20 people to speak for half an hour on the importance of this bill for their community, which I don't think, not only will he not allow, he doesn't have the authority to do that. But I'm going to give some real snappers, I guess, just to try to get things rolling here. And first things I want to talk about here is really when we're in section 1. Don't need to dive into, I guess, explanations and a lot of the definitions, but I will jump to the last one. When it talks about specified municipalities, can the minister give a little bit more information to this House about what he means by a specified municipality?
Minister.
Thank you very much, and I thank my colleague for his questions and look forward to engaging in this clause-by-clause analysis. To his first question, the technical answer is that a municipality is prescribed by regulation, and once that regulation is enacted, that will become a specified municipality. Usually the term used is prescribed. That by regulation, the specific municipalities to which this bill will apply will be done by regulation, and the government has indicated that there will be something in the order of 8 to 10 next year if this legislation is enacted that would be specified at the outset.
Member.
Is there any chance tomorrow this legislation won't be enacted?
On Clause 1, Minister.
You, Mr. Chair, I'm here to answer questions on the specifics of this bill.
Member.
Thank you. I'm not trying to be creative in any way to put the minister in an awkward spot. He just said that this will only happen if it's enacted. I'm just asking him if this bill will be enacted or not.
Oh, sorry, member for Caribou-Chilcotin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to draw your attention to a potential shortage on quorum.
Oh, okay.
Point of order.
Point of order.
Thank you.
I'm undertaking a quorum call. It's not a vote, but just so everyone understands, this is for quorum to make sure we have 10 in the chamber. We ring the bell 3 times, even though it's not a vote. It's just a quorum call, so thank you. Just so everyone understands, I know we don't do this that often, so. All right, quorum has been met. Now we are back into questions. Sorry, member for Peace River South on clause 1.
Yeah, my apologies. I'm not sure if I got an answer from the minister. I think I did, and I know where he was going, but we'll also watch to see if people come running in, because some people will think there's a vote, and we'll deal with that accordingly. And I'll leave that up to the chair. So to the, I guess to the point that the minister was trying to make, he was saying, you know, if this passes, we know the intent of government, obviously, so I'm not trying to trip up the minister in any way. But I think it's important to talk about what this means for local governments, and obviously when we talk about, we said specified municipalities, minister referred to as prescribed municipalities. I understand the nuance there and the importance of the wording, because of course he's a lawyer, I'm not, and I know how the legal team looks at a lot of this when they put it forward. But the minister, under his own admission, has said that it's estimated to 8 to 10 communities will be involved, prescribed, if we want to use that word, under the definition. Have the 8 or 10 been chosen? Have they been contacted yet?
Minister.
Thank my friend for the question. The decision has not been made on the specification of the municipalities. This will be done after a review of the housing reports, which are being prepared by the municipalities. We'll look at demographic information and other economic factors and make a decision based on that. But I can tell the member that there has been no decision to this point.
Member.
So listening to the commentary then from the minister, no decision's been made at this point on the 8 to 10. And nobody's locking the minister down, because I don't think it says anywhere in the legislation, and the minister will correct me if I'm wrong, and nowhere here does it say 8 or 10. That's been a government announcement, I believe, and the minister's nodding his head, so I'm not going to ask him to get up and clarify that, but just wanted to get that on the record, that was I guess, an assumption or a target that government is assuming that they will be looking at 8 or 10, and again, the minister is acknowledging that. So, assuming, I know the intent of government, obviously, that this will be, whether we complete or not, it'll be, we'll see closure tomorrow and this bill will pass. Not putting words in the minister's mouth, but know how the process works around this place and the intent of government. And if the work has not been done yet, and the communication and consultation, and I'll get to that later on in other sections, I'm sure, has not been done yet, what's the time that we're looking at before municipalities will be notified, the consultation will take place, and those prescribed municipalities will at least be identified?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We have We hope that the legislation will come into force in the spring, perhaps April of 2023. All this is subject to vicissitudes of so many things, but the first of which is the assumption that the bill will be enacted and the regulations will be in place, etc., in the normal course. But our goal would be to have the legislation come into force in April of next year. And then as for the first cohort, the 8 to 10 municipalities that would be specified, how would we do that? Well, first we would analyze the housing needs reports and statistics up to, let's say, March of 2023. Then we would begin the consultation process with the municipalities to which the honourable member referred, and that would occur between May and June of 2023. They'd be notified, and of course we'd consult with them during that period. Then the targets would be set for the first cohort, the housing targets, in June of 2023. And the reporting for that first cohort would start toward the end of the year, December of 2023. All other things being equal, that's our general game plan.
Member.
Appreciate that. That kind of covered off probably where I would have gone with some further questions, so I appreciate the information that the minister just put forward. Not that I want to jump, and I'm not asking the chair to allow me to jump to section 21, which is the commencement, but it does say in section 21 comes into force through an OIC. If that's the case and it's not coming into force unless it's through an OIC, and it's not going to be, as the minister just said, and I know we're on section 1 and the minister just talked about that it might not be until sometime next year, why did it have to come in as it did just now, with very limited notice, none, very limited debate allowed in this House, when we're finding out right now that it's actually not even going to be contemplated, brought into force through OIC sometime next year? Why was this not put forward as an exposure bill then on government's intent, which they have the full right to do, and actually give the public, the municipalities, time to digest this and look at this before the government is ramming it through without that consultation? Why was it not maybe brought forward as an exposure bill for consideration in the spring then, given the information that we just heard from the minister?
Minister.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. On the first point that the member raised, the enactment date in section 21, I think the member would agree with me that that sort of approach to bring a law into a force by OIC, ordering council at some future point in time is typical, if not constant. Some bills do commit, of course, on assent, but the majority of them come into force through a date set by the OIC. So I don't consider that anything unusual. As to why this bill is being enacted, it's been the subject of enormous consultation with municipalities, the Union of BC Municipalities, home builders, so many other sector-specific groups in the economy, and that work has been underway. It also needs to be said that this is an enormous amount of drafting and other work that got us to this point in time so that we could be in a position to enact the bill and then to take the steps that I described in my last answer.
Member, and of course we are in section 1, and questions around clause 21 would probably be best put at clause 21, but I know the member referenced that, so thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Interesting comments from the minister just now. So with what the minister just said, that so much work took place, so much consultation took place, but yet this was brought in with 2-3 days left in the legislative session. When did this government consider putting a bill like this forward and start the legislative review process? Because I know how this system works internally within government. It doesn't happen overnight. So when did this bill start getting drafted? When was the direction given to the legislative bill committee there to start looking at this?
Minister.
And I appreciate the question and just had to confer with my colleagues because quite frankly I don't remember. But to the best of our knowledge that cabinet direction was received in June of 2022. And then after that, the drafting process began. As the member will know, it's often an iterative process. There are a lot of changes back and forth based on consultation with municipalities and others. And here we are in November. That's the time frame, to the best of my knowledge, that was followed.
Member.
Appreciate that. Minister's got his staff here that we're working on this, and I do want to acknowledge that the minister was not the minister at the time, so I appreciate that it's not in his memory bank per se. But if it started in June, when was it completed?
Minister.
The member's indulgence as I try to remember these dates. The member will know that there's an elaborate process in all executive councils. I'm sure the one followed by the previous government would be no different. There's a committee that studied it. It went to cabinet for approval in principle. And then it went to something we call the Legislative Review Committee. And then there were some changes made as a consequence of that back and forth that I described. And I think the final bill would have been ready in early November.
Member.
Thank you for that acknowledgement. It's on the process, aware of it as well, and it's one of those not only requirements, due diligence on government, that it goes through that process, because again, politicians come up with ideas, but the smart people actually try to put it on to paper to try to enact it, and I know how that works. But I'm going to put the minister in a very awkward position here, and this won't require staff consultation, I'm sure, though he might choose to do so. If it was ready 3 weeks ago, why did it take until this week, in the last week of session, for it to be presented in the House?
Minister.
Sure, I can properly answer that. There are a number of bills that are in the system at any given time, and it's always the job of the House Leader to determine the best timing for enactment and when bills are ready to proceed. I'm not really beyond that as Minister responsible for housing to do much more than acknowledge the role that a House Leader plays in any Parliament.
Member.
Thanks, Chair. And again, acknowledge the nuances on that, and the relationship between a minister and a House Leader, but more importantly, the direction and relationship between a House Leader and a new Premier. And I think it goes without saying that regardless of this minister's intentions, obviously the public, through opposition as well, timing is very convenient for government to sit on a bill and then enact it and rush it through closure in the last week of session, conveniently right after the new Premier is appointed, when he talked about this as being something that he wanted to see enacted. Again, I think it's important to get on the record, and this wasn't an avenue that I was going to canvass until the minister kind of allowed me that opportunity through his answers, to again just express the disappointment through the democratic process of how this House is being treated, when we could have had those extra couple of weeks to really
If members have phones or electronic devices, please ensure they are turned off. Thank you.
And you know, since it wasn't a member of my caucus, I'll leave it to members of the NDP to rat out their colleague to the whip. I'm not sure what the fine is in there. I know it would be in my caucus, and I probably couldn't afford that fine, but I'll leave that to them to determine how that works out. But I appreciate the quick interruption. But again, I think the minister has heard and frankly probably acknowledged our frustration with this. And that doesn't take away from the importance of the bill. I'm not trying to diminish that at all. The intention of increasing housing supply is an important one. It's one that this side of the House supports. Contrary to commentary we heard in the House today that we were opposed to the bill, that is 100% not factual. We're opposed to the process that this government has enacted in order to rush through a bill, regardless, again, of its importance, regardless of the fact that if it was done properly, would have probably seen full support of this House right from the get-go, because that due diligence would have been afforded, the democratic process would have been respected. So I think it's just, again, important to acknowledge for the minister, and we'll get through this as we canvass more questions in other sections as well. I'm not finished with section 1 yet, but when we get to those other sections, again, canvass some of those concerns, but also talk about the importance of this. As not only the housing critic, but as a former mayor, I understand the intent, I would say, of this bill. The fact that we all collectively need to figure out a path forward to increase housing supply in the province of British Columbia. But that doesn't take away from the role and responsibility of government to historically was to present bills in a timely way, to allow opposition the respect that they should be deserving of to do their job as well. I love the fact, Honourable Chair, that we get 15 minutes before I even have to ask the question. But I think it's important that that commentary is brought forward. And as we go through the day today and other questions, the minister will probably smile and nod as I repeat some of that frustration in different sections, dependent on the kind of answers that I receive. So we were talking about prescribed municipalities. The minister has acknowledged that, I guess, that those municipalities haven't been contacted or notified yet, but I guess it'll be in when the minister was talking about the timelines, that will take place, that they will start looking at reports, and I'm not putting words in the minister's mouth so he can correct me if I say anything that he did not say, looking at reports and concepts, bringing this into effect sometime next April, then going through the process, then the municipalities that will be, I'll use the word chosen, prescribed, that this bill will basically be enacted upon, or it will affect them. So I'm trying to just look at a timeline here, realistic timeline, between what the minister said on government's intentions for information gathering, for communities being chosen, for them to do their due diligence, to then come back with a report. Other sections will cover the details of that, Mr. Speaker, so I won't get into too much detail in this section on it. But once a municipality is prescribed, and we go through the process as the minister is saying, is it fair to say that it might actually be a year, 2 years, possibly, before the province actually will be looking at outcomes, I guess? And I say that because I know that the intent is to get shovels in the ground. Nobody's arguing that. But I also understand, again, as somebody who's been in this field for a while, somebody's built affordable housing, and as a former mayor and now the critic too, that this doesn't happen overnight. But it's also fair to say that from a municipality, they can't do things overnight either, and the public wants to see results. So I guess I'm just looking for that, to what the minister said from a timeline perspective, When the minister will be finally looking at, I guess, and reviewing outcomes of actual numbers, is it fair to say, and this isn't I'm not intending this as a trick question, is it fair to say it could be a year or 2 years, I guess, the way this policy is laid out before that would take place?
Minister.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you to the member for the question, and I suspect the commentary. And I also want to acknowledge his recognition, his statement that he recognizes the importance of the bill, and if I heard him correctly, that despite voting against the bill in second reading, he is supportive, if I'm not putting words in his mouth, of that, and if so, I acknowledge that personal support. To the specific question that was asked, the consultation will occur, as I said, with the municipalities after May. But I need to say that there has been an enormous amount of conversation by government with municipalities for months and months and months. I can't remember how many municipalities I met at UBCM. I confess it's a total blur. But to suggest that we didn't have endless dialogue about this bill, to suggest that it was somehow a surprise to municipality is categorically wrong. And I'm not putting words in the member's mouth, but there has been enormous dialogue about this, and proof is in the pudding. We had many, many municipalities lined up a couple of days ago to say how much they value this, how much they appreciate and want us to get on with it. So those are the facts. How long? When will we see outcomes? Well, we will begin with the reports, and we expect by the end of next year that, well, first of all, I should start by saying annual targets are what will be set. But by the end of next year, as I outlined in that process earlier, we will be getting into the nitty-gritty of the qualitative commitments that will be required. What are the pre-zoning processes? What about the approval processes? Can we show progress on housing? And I know for a fact, to the member, that many of the municipalities that in the Lower Mainland in particular that anticipate they're going to be engaging with us in this process have rolled up their sleeves long ago and are getting ready. So work is underway now, and we hope we have stuff to roll out very quickly.
Member.
Thank you, and I'll give the minister a chance when we get to section 2 and 3 to probably go into greater detail on some of the commentary that he had when it comes to target setting and the requirements of those targets, which are in other sections. But just sticking then to the prescribed municipality, staying in section 1 for a few more questions to the indulgence of the chair as I work through this. I think it's important to acknowledge as well, to the minister's point, his commentary around UBCM, how it works. I'm not sure how many UBCMs the minister's had the privilege of being at. Probably, I'm going to say just a few. I've been to almost 20 of them with different hats. I've sat on numerous different sides of the table. So I understand to his respectful commentary about how it can be a blur because it truly can be when there is a lot going on, a lot of municipalities that want to meet with ministers on a multitude of issues and trying to digest all that, and they're all important. As a former mayor, I'll say they're all important, and I think that is a step that needs to go through. Do want to not clarify the minister's comments, and appreciate, though, that he acknowledged the frustration on the vote yesterday was against process. The determination that I've set around support is, as we get through this, we'll decide, based on how this works, on the support holistically of this bill, depending on some of the answers that the minister puts forward, because that determination, I think, is made, but not 100% sure, depending on some of the concerns that might be raised. But the definite support that this side of the House has is the fact that we're in a crisis situation and we need to do better for building housing. And that sometimes will be collaboration in this House, collaboration with the private sector, the not-for-profit sector, and municipalities. I believe that's the intention with this bill, is to try to make up some lost ground in some ways. But I think it's also important to highlight, I'll ask a few questions around this, of the work that municipalities have already been doing. But I'm sure the minister has heard the frustration that some of them face as well. Now, I don't necessarily need the minister to stand up and answer this unless I can get a visual. The minister acknowledged that they've been in conversations for quite some time. But if I understood the minister's, and when I say conversation, that's with municipalities, for quite some time on a conceptual design of a legislative agenda that would, like we see in front of us today. But I believe the minister said that those 8 or 10 municipalities have not been chosen yet, and he's acknowledging that I'm correct with that. And if I heard, and I'm sorry if I'm sounding repetitive here, if I heard correctly, the timeline for those to be chosen will be sometime after next April, May, after further consultation. Maybe the minister might want to answer that one.
Minister.
I would just like to thank the member for using the same term I've been using frequently in the last while, and that is the word crisis. I think the fact that we share that perspective, Mr. Speaker, is really encouraging, and collaboration with everyone, the expertise the member has as a former mayor, working with the opposition, working with municipalities. That is what we hope. The Premier has said very clearly that the last resort compliance measures that are there, the so-called stick that the people have referred to, we hope it never gets to be used, because we think we have a pretty good story to tell about working together to do what people of British Columbia are asking us to, and I appreciate the member's commentary on that. I just reiterate that the objective is to bring the bill in April by order in council. I reiterate that I can't commit to that timeline. Things may happen, but that would be that is clearly our goal. And then, of course, municipalities, the 8 to 10 municipalities would be informed. And we begin, as I said, to consult immediately thereafter. Sometime between May and June, we begin that process.
Member.
Yeah, thank you again to the minister for that. I'm just asking again, just mostly because, as we acknowledge, we are in this crisis situation. Nobody's sitting and waiting. Work is still going on where it's able to. Later on in, can't remember which section it is, I'll turn to it afterwards, we'll talk about the sticks and what the intention is of government, as the minister says, hopefully never having to use it, but we'll canvass that in a little while. I'm curious, though, when we're talking about the prescribed municipalities, with what the minister just said, trying to figure out how to phrase this, what if a municipality doesn't agree? Or what if they aren't chosen and they want to be? I'm curious how that process is going to play out in the minister's thought process, because he's saying 8 to 10 municipalities. If I was the mayor of community X and this government has now walked in and said, you are one of the municipalities we've chosen, what if I don't want to be on that list? Will I have a say to opt out, or is this government, through the wording that they have here in the definitions and then later on in the bill, do they have a choice or not? And I guess that will be canvassed later on the sticks approach if they don't have a choice.
Minister.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. If a municipality is not chosen and wants to be, we would welcome them with open arms. We would work with them because that would be an acknowledgement on their part that they share our concern that there may be process changes that would allow us to build houses in their community more rapidly, and the kind of houses that we are expecting, not it's the mix of housing and so forth that's at issue. We have told municipalities that this is a collaborative process in terms of how we would specify the first cohort of municipalities. But at the end of the day, if there is an unwillingness to accept the need to address the housing crisis, as the member aptly put it, then we have the authority under the Act to bring them into this process. But again, our entire objective is to avoid having to take those steps all through the process, up to and including the powers that are vested in the Cabinet at the end of the day later in the bill.
Member.
Thanks to the Minister for that, and thanks to the Chair for the flexibility. As he might notice through questions and answers, we are jumping around very vaguely in the bill, and we'll canvass some of the commentary a little bit more detailed when we get to those specific sections. But I think it's also important to acknowledge that the Minister's answers and commentary does reflect the questions that I'm asking in Section 1, and those are relevant as well, which I appreciate. So that is interesting because there are maybe multitude of reasons of why a municipality may or may not want to be part of this, because I'll get into some of the specific questions that I've read from mayors out there already and through the UBCM, some of the unintended consequences out of this, or some of the information that's not being forthcoming at this point. And I don't use that as a criticism. I use that more as because of the way this bill is put forward, that a lot of that detail is not in here for obvious reasons, I would assume from the government's intents. But the Minister has said that the 8 or 10 have not been chosen yet, and that will be done through a consultation process, as he's acknowledged, later on sometime next year. I'm curious, though, the Minister has said publicly that Victoria, Kamloops, North Vancouver City, and Langley are great examples of communities that are already getting things done. I'm curious on examples then, if those are the cities that he's highlighted publicly that are already doing a good job in getting things done, is the assumption then that they won't be on the list? And maybe he can give some examples of why he's picked those communities as doing a great job in comparison to other communities.
Minister.
Thank you, and I appreciate the member's question on the reference to the municipalities. I think the reason why those were selected by way of illustration, the ones that were mentioned, is because they have made some significant process changes to facilitate creating more housing and different kinds of housing. So, for example, the Victoria one, there was a number of pre-zoning measures that they brought in. And they have innovative programs to try to enhance the diversity of their housing stock. And these sorts of things are very welcome to meet the needs, because, as a member would acknowledge, it's not just about building houses, it's about ensuring that we have the diversity to meet the needs of the workforce in those communities, of different variety of homes. And Victoria took some really bold steps to diversify, which we think is consistent with our common goal of finding more housing for people in British Columbia. I should also say that the legislation is going to apply to those municipalities where the demand is the highest and where there's a gap between supply and demand. Some places that's not the case. The demand has been met in spades by certain municipalities I can think of. Others, that's simply not the case. And so that'll be a key factor in our determination.
Member.
It will be interesting as this unfolds, I guess, through this process. The minister has highlighted some municipalities that have done some great work, and I want to acknowledge there are some municipalities out there that are being creative and trying. And I say trying because, as we've both acknowledged, and all acknowledge, that we're in a crisis and have been frustratingly challenged with, I think, keeping up in some areas. But I think it's also fair to acknowledge and give the minister an opportunity to explain, because he actually has said, here's some municipalities that are doing a great job. I'm curious, though, on the other side, the minister of this government has publicly actually gone after some cities who say they're doing a bad job. In fact, the mayor of Port Coquitlam, Brad West, has publicly come out quite I would say upset, because they know that they're doing what they can. And he said that the government and the minister labeling them as a bad city is completely unfair and erroneous. So I'm curious if the, acknowledging those statements, and as a former mayor, I'd be upset as well if government was saying that we've been doing a bad job, especially when we know the good work that Mr. West has been trying to do for his community. So can the minister give examples then of what they've been doing wrong and why they would say that they're a bad city?
Minister.
Welcome, Madam Chair, to the table. This bill is being debated, as I understand it, in a committee of the whole stage to deal with the section-by-section analysis. And I don't see any utility, with great respect, in talking about municipalities who may or may not be taking this or that step. I don't see the benefit in the work that is before this place today. I can tell you that the issues that we're dealing with in housing supply don't just involve quantity, but they involve the diversity of housing stock that people need. To take a trite example, if everybody in a municipality, not everyone can afford to live in expensive condominiums or single-family housing on large lots. If that's what a particular municipality is doing to meet the housing crisis that the member and I seem to agree exists, then that would not be consistent with the goals of this bill, or the housing needs reports, more importantly, set by the municipalities across the province.
Member.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and welcome. And I'm saying this respectfully to the minister. Actually, in committee stage, the way this bill is presented is exactly the time that I'm entitled and asked and have the ability to ask these questions. It is up to the minister whether, I guess, he chooses to answer them or not, which we hope he would. And it's very important to highlight at this point, because we're talking about prescribed municipalities, and the minister and this government have come out and said these are good ones, and they have also publicly said these are bad ones. I just acknowledged one of them, Mayor Brad West, who was singled out as a bad municipality according to this government. And all I'm asking the minister is then to acknowledge if they are a bad municipality. I'm using his words, not mine or the government's words, depending on how the minister wants to correct me on that. All I'm asking for, I guess, is if the government is saying that they're not doing a good job, is there an expectation? Can I phone Mr. West after this and say that government has acknowledged or refused to acknowledge that you are a bad municipality and they didn't want to correct that on the record? Are they now going to be one of the 8 or 10? Well, the minister can criticize all she wants. She has a chance to answer if she wants instead of the minister. Sorry, I thought this was my time, Madam Speaker. Is it still my time to speak?
It is your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. So the minister can allow me that time as well. And I'm not referring to the Minister of Housing. I'm referring to the Minister of Community Services that wants to somehow be involved in this debate, even though it's not hers. I'm not saying anything that's not these are not my words here. I'm just asking for just an explanation. And I'm not trying to put the minister in an awkward spot here, and I'm sorry if he feels maybe it is. I'm just asking from a public perspective, municipalities want to know. If this government has already started picking and choosing which are good ones and which are bad ones through public commentary, Mr. West wants to know, is he on the list of the 8 or 10? And if so, why? Because this government has already publicly said that they're not doing a good job, and they want to know why they're not doing a good job.
Minister.
I would say that there is no good or bad. There is simply a question of room for improvement across our province. We wouldn't have this problem we have faced together without that. How will we determine it? Once again, as I said earlier, we will look initially at that community's self-identified housing needs through their housing needs report. We will do our own demographic and evidence-based analysis of the economy, the growth patterns, who's coming in, what kind of person is moving in there. Do they need apartments? Do they need large housing? Would towers be appropriate? Would some kind of modular housing be appropriate? Are there shelters to deal with people who are at that end of the housing continuum? Those are all the things that we're hoping to do in cooperation and collaboration with municipalities. That is entirely the goal of this bill, and we work with whoever will work with us.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So when we're looking at these prescribed municipalities then, and to the minister's acknowledgement of the work that needs to be done, is he expecting all this work to be done? And I guess I'm asking more from the carrots perspective for these prescribed municipalities. And I'll get into detail in other sections on some of the questions I have, but I'm curious from and we're using the carrots and sticks analogy in the House here. Nowhere in this bill, though, when we're talking about municipalities who need to do a better job, nowhere with this bill, in this bill, or with the announcement of the bill, and the minister can correct me if I'm wrong, because I wasn't privy to all of the discussion, as this for obvious reasons. Was there any new funding announced by this government to match this bill? Any new funding outside of government's already funding announcements for different housing projects that they want to see through BC Housing and others? So was there any new funding announced to go with this bill that will assist municipalities that once they are prescribed in order to assist them to achieve the goals?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The funding that has been made available, I think, is well known, but I will perhaps repeat it. The province provided $5 million that was very welcomed by the municipalities so they could undertake quality housing needs report. I certainly have spoken with the mayor in my community about that, and they were very grateful because they could do in-depth analysis just to identify what I talked about in my previous answer, namely the kind of housing that's needed in that community, how much, how can it be done, etc. So that work was funded, I think, substantially by the province. There was also a commitment in last year to $15 million to the Local Government Development Approvals Program to support implementing established best practices to test innovative approaches to improve development approvals processes while meeting local government planning and policy objectives. That was $15 million. And we're going to continue to be partners for municipalities. One of the key things, I think, Madam Chair, is the need for the government of British Columbia to step up where infrastructure is required. Does a sewer system have to be made larger? Will schools need to be constructed in new areas of growth? What kind of transit is going to be needed in certain communities given the growth that will be inevitable, the kind of housing that will take place near transit? These are the kind of things that the province will come to the table with as a willing partner with infrastructure, and with any luck, the federal government will join us to that end.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So what I heard in that answer is nothing new. Yes, there are funding programs. A lot of those have been continual programs. They've been on for through successive governments as well. Just want to acknowledge for helping of local governments. So if there's no new money, I can see some of the frustration that local government's going to have, and maybe that'll come out later when we get to other sections. But you know, we even have the NDP stronghold community of Burnaby. Mayor Mike Hurley has now come out on this bill and said, we can build, I'm quoting him here, the mayor, we could have built 1,200 units in 2 years, but we continually get turned down for funding from the government, the present NDP government, in order to build those 1,200 homes that we know we need. So if there's no new money, I know this is a commentary that I'm hearing already from some of the municipalities. Is the onus now going to be on every municipality to not only figure out these demands, which they're already struggling to do in some cases, but also figure out a funding mechanism to achieve them? And I say that because, and we'll talk again in later sections, the private sector can only do so much. The government is committed to doing part of that unless something's changed. So what would we say to the mayor of Burnaby, who said that he's got 1,200 units he can't build because this government has refused to fund them?
Minister.
Madam Chair. Well, I think I'd start by saying that funding commitments are rarely provided explicitly in legislation. We're here to talk about legislation, not for me to suggest that funding will or won't be available to certain municipalities going forward. We're going to continue to be there as partners for municipalities to do what we can to help them to meet the targets that they've set and to work closely with the 8 to 10 municipalities, the initial cohort, during the implementation phase.
Member.
When we're talking about legislation, especially legislation that's going to affect municipalities who are asking for money, it does kind of actually lend itself to asking those appropriate questions, because it's hard to support a piece of legislation without knowing, you know, we know intent of this government, but now they're saying they're putting forward a piece of legislation that may or may not have dollars attached to it, which means a municipality may or may not be able to achieve the goals that this government, as the minister acknowledged earlier in our debates in this section 1, that could be imposed. Whether they like it or not, this government could impose numbers. And again, I'm trying not to get too far ahead of myself, because we will get into the next section, I believe, which is targets. But the Premier said that he was going to be doubling grants in the Community Housing Fund. But yet when municipalities are applying right now, they're being told by this government there's no money left. And so I think it is an important distinction to bring forward when we're talking about this bill. Is the minister, and I know he can't tell this House specifically, but is there an expectation, since this will not come into effect until after the next budget, that government is actually going to be looking at mechanisms then in the next budget that he can publicly talk about to assist local governments for achieving their targets?
Minister.
Well, thank you. The member said, quote, "It's hard to support a piece of legislation without funding information." The member didn't support the legislation. The member voted in principle to oppose the legislation. They are in record as opposing. That's what second reading debate is. They oppose the legislation. So I don't know what he means in hypothetically hard to support. They have not supported. They voted against it. I rarely answer hypothetical questions about what funding may or may not be available, but I am very proud of the fact that our government has spent more money on housing than any government in the history of this province by a significant margin, $7 billion over 10 years. The next budget, as the member alluded to, may have other funding commitments. I can't speak to the future or what another minister might do. We have got to make a number of steps, take a number of bold steps, and you've heard the new Premier talk decisively about some of those. This, however, is only a bill that we're only focused on the housing supply bill at this moment, and we'll have more to say on further steps on housing and funding in the weeks to come.
Member.
Thanks, Chair. With all due respect to the Minister, it's unfortunate he digressed back to changing the commentary from what we just respectfully talked about at the very beginning of this debate, that we actually did not support, did not vote against the bill. That will come later. Not to get into a wordsmithing debate here, but that's not how this process works. Maybe I'll remind the member that wants to be speaking in the back, who's not part of this debate as well, that what second reading vote is we voted against sending it to committee stage because we weren't finished debating second reading. That's how, well, the member can keep beaking off behind me. He obviously doesn't understand the process of how this works. Where we voted against moving it to third reading because we were not finished debating second reading. The minister and I thought, had a respectful understanding on that beforehand, because that is how legislative process works, contrary to, I guess, some of the new members who don't understand, who can go back and read the standing orders later. Because we voted against bring it here today because we weren't done with our second reading debate. This government chose to ram through closure to not allow us the opportunity to talk about it in second reading debate, because they said, you don't have the right to talk as MLAs. You don't have the right to represent your constituents and talk about this bill at second reading debate, and we're going to invoke closure. That's what we voted against, was this government. I can sit down anytime, Madam Speaker, if the member from wherever the heck he is, because I can't remember because he's new in this House, if he wants to speak, I'm more than willing
I would remind the members that the member from Peace River South has the floor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do find it interesting, too, as the member behind me says, practice in this House for years and years has been respectful debate between the critic and the minister without heckling from backbenchers. But, you know, obviously, once again, they don't want to follow process of this House, as we've seen this government do.
I would also remind the member who has the floor that we are on Clause 1.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I will still have 12 and a half minutes on Clause 1 here to get to my question, but I do appreciate the guidance. Just over 12 minutes, actually, I have. I think it's important that I get that on the record, and I wasn't going to go back to that until the minister tried to falsely say that the intentions of what we did on this side of the House. It'll be up to the minister whether he wants to acknowledge that and correct the record with his commentary, but I'll leave that to him. The minister said that they haven't decided yet on these municipalities, that there's going to be consultation, that it's up in the air, you know, they're going to continue looking at this, which I find interesting. And I know the minister respectfully say this is new to this specific role, so can't really hold him necessarily individually accountable for the past minister's comments. But the past Minister of Housing, who is now the Premier, publicly said that he knows which municipalities. He had actually the quote-unquote words he used, "I have a hit list." So I'm curious how to square that circle in a respect, because the minister just finished saying, when I asked, about good and bad, he said there is no good or bad, we're going to look at this, but yet the now Premier says there is good and bad, and he's got a hit list. So is it fair to say then that the Premier already knows which 8 or 10 municipalities that he's targeting, and he just hasn't advised the now housing minister, and that's already been determined by the Premier?
Minister.
I can only reiterate what I said earlier, that there is no good or bad, but there are those where room for improvement exists, and we will make that determination when targets are set for those specified municipalities, looking at the evidence, looking at the municipalities' own acknowledgements through their housing needs report of what the housing needs are. And we will do initial internal analysis in government, and perhaps consult more widely with the building community and others to just see how we can work together to improve things in those specified municipalities initially, and then later the others.
Member for Nechako Lakes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I don't want to take long in terms of entering this debate, particularly on Clause 1. But a couple of things I think about, and I just wanted to put on record. I actually support this bill. I do have some concerns that I want to hopefully get to when we get through to Part 5 on this bill. But there's a couple of thoughts, and since we're kind of touching on this through the definition side, and it's outside of the definition, so I apologize for that, but there's a couple of thoughts I just wanted to ask the minister about. In particular, there's this focus obviously on the 6 or 10, and there's a huge need in the major municipalities, the larger municipalities in the province, but I, of course, represent many small municipalities that also have needs that are pretty significant for a small community. They don't necessarily rank, in terms of the list. And some of the larger challenges for these small communities that don't have housing, infrastructure, of course, is a big one, and I know you've covered that, and that's something that will have to be dealt with through budget processes down the road. But another big piece of it is land. For many of these small communities, there is land that's locked up. Communities are locked up because of agricultural land, the lack of, with Crown land, and there's an unwillingness to kind of release any of that because of issues with Indigenous relations and that side of things. And so these communities are stuck. They want to be able to attract housing. There's people that want to be able to build housing within those communities, but there's these challenges around this. So are issues like that going to bubble up to the surface in terms of a bill like this, or is that going to have to be dealt with, separately?
Minister.
Well, thank you, and through you, Madam Chair, I'd like to welcome the member for Nechako Lakes to the debate, and thank him not only for participating, but for his support of what we're trying to do, and I much appreciate that. I can tell the member that he's right. I've acknowledged this. Many municipalities I've met in smaller communities, that infrastructure is a critical problem. It's not just the fact that you can't. Getting people to, it's often more expensive given the winter conditions, for example, but getting people to do the work, the difficulty we're facing across the province in getting qualified people, I'm sure the member would agree with me, is exacerbated in some of the smaller communities. And it is a real problem. I don't know, the member is absolutely correct. I've been told by a number of municipalities, smaller ones, that the duty to consult and accommodate is something that this government takes very, very seriously, and therefore that has had an implication for the speed with which Crown land can be freed up. And I've heard the Premier say that we have to do better as a province in freeing up Crown land. and the permitting that goes along with it, the water permits, just all of the technical part of getting Crown land into the private sector for development. We can do better, and we will do better, because we can hardly ask our partners at the municipal level to step up if we haven't stepped up, and we get that message loud and clear. So that's one part of the answer: Crown land, consultation, and the Agricultural Land Commission can also, given the existence of the ALR, that can also be a problem. I can advise the member that last year on December the 31st, the sizing of permitted residences and additional dwellings on the agricultural land reserve have been subject to new rules that allow landowners in the ALR to have a secondary residence on their property without needing to apply to the Agricultural Land Commission. I know in some parts of the interior that's a significant issue as well, but I want to thank the member for those observations, and I accept entirely that they're valid and we have to do better on them.
Member.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, and I thank the Minister for the response. And I know particularly the addition of Secondary Home on agricultural land was very welcome by the agricultural community in my riding. And I agree with the Minister. The challenge of getting qualified and or just even getting people available to be able to do these things. I currently have a trailer park that is just outside of Fraser Lake that has been without water for almost 2 months. That's a responsibility of Minister of Lands, so it's not obviously part of this debate, but it's a real challenge in terms of that, and I know they're working through trying to get water to that development. The question around ALR, though, and once again, I'm not quite sure how this fits in terms of definition, but it's an important piece. There are small parcels of land for these small communities that are locked up in the LR that are not an issue of a second home, but may need to be able to put a neighborhood in. May need to be able to put the ability, whether it is small parcels, whether it's 5 acre, or whether it's actually putting in a more dense type of neighborhood, to allow a community like, for example, Vanderhoof, to be able to provide additional housing. Got a mining project that is going forward just south of Vanderhoof, and there's going to be a need for additional housing within that community. Apartments isn't really a viable option. In some cases it can be a little bit, but really a lot of people that live in those small areas want to be able to have a little bit of land, don't really want to be living in an apartment setting. And so this is a challenge for a community like Vanderhoof to be able to find that land, particularly the land that's locked up in the LR, because the priority of ALR, of course, is agriculture, and removing land for housing may not be welcomed by the Agricultural Land Commission. So I'm just wondering where you have that conflict in priorities between the agricultural land and the need for housing, particularly in a small community. Is there some way we can find a path that would allow for that kind of a development for a small community because it's not going to have a major impact in terms of agricultural land. I understand what that means in terms of the Lower Mainland, where there is huge challenges and huge pressures on the LR land, but when you're talking about these small communities, it's not quite the same issue. And so my hope was, in terms of the focus on housing and the need of housing and the reason for this bill coming forward, is a recognition that there's smaller issues as well that will have the same kind of urgency or priority by a government to allow for these communities to be able to provide housing.
Minister.
Well, thank you. And through you, Madam Chair, I know I can acknowledge the advocacy of the member for the folks living in the trailer park at Fraser Lake. I'm aware of the issue. I've heard about it, and I know we're making efforts to address it, and I thank him for his advocacy for his constituents. The housing in Vanderhoof piece and nearby, I had a chance at UBCM to speak to the mayor and speak to the regional district folks as well about that very problem, and it's with the new mine and so on, it's going to be an issue, and we're trying to get ahead of that, trying to get ahead of it. On the issue of agricultural land, though, the member will be well aware of the delicate balance over the years that we've tried to achieve in preserving agricultural land, and I know it's different in the north than it is in the south, but one uses the Canada soil classification and all the other factors to decide what is agricultural land. And with climate change, things that might have been agricultural, might not have been prime agricultural land in the past may well be agricultural land in the future. So the government has, I think, an ethical and a legal obligation to protect that. However, the member will also be aware that there is a policy, there's a possibility of seeking an exclusion from ALR. And I know that that's a matter that the Minister for Agriculture and Food is seized with, and I think that balance is what we're all trying to achieve, difficult though it is.
Member.
Thank you. That is all my questions I have on Section 1. I just want to thank the Minister for the latitude of asking those questions, and I look forward to an opportunity with other sections of this bill if I can get the chance.
Thank you. Shall Clause 1 pass? So ordered. Shall Clause 2 pass? Member for Peace River South.
Appreciate the Minister of Jobs trying to rush through such an important piece of legislation. We've never seen that happen this week. Section 2, Madam Chair, I guess to the Minister, we'll now get into some of the commentary on targets. I know we quickly, I guess when we were talking through the definition section of this bill, alluded to some of the targets and the, I guess, objective that we're trying to achieve, not only specifically with the wording within this bill, but obviously on the ground within municipalities. And so now, the targets is going to be an interesting one, somewhat a little bit nuanced. And so I'm just curious, maybe I'll start by asking a question to the Minister of, when we talk about setting targets, he's talked about needs assessments and, depending on how that's going to be used within the portfolio of putting targets together. Can the Minister just explain to this House then in his, I guess, words, his thought process of how they plan on determining the targets for each of the prescribed municipalities once those are chosen?
Minister.
Sorry, Madam Chair, I got ahead of myself. I would just thank the member for his question and point out that a lot of what I think the meat of the answer will be found in the next section, which has Section 3, which goes through and talks about the requirements for making the housing target order. So a lot of what I think we can address will be dealt with at that time. But I can say, Mr. Speaker, to the first point that he made, that the factors will be different for every municipality. I mean, that's the issue. Even among the 8 to 10, there'll be different factors depending on the nature of the people who live there and the kind of housing that will be needed. So I think at that, I'll leave it at that and perhaps anticipate further questions on this point.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. And, it will be a little, I'll use the word nuanced again as we go through this. This is a new piece of legislation that government has put forward. Clause 2 is about housing target orders, and then Clause 3 is about requirements for housing target orders. So you can hopefully have a little bit of indulgence as we maybe blend unintentionally, I know the process, but unintentionally blend some of the commentary, answers, and questions as we move through this. Maybe I'll go to this one then for the minister, which I think we can attribute to Clause 2. CMHC has come out and said that British Columbia is going to need 570,000 units of housing in British Columbia by 2030. Understanding the minister's point that each municipality that may or may not be chosen, that there's different needs and different requirements, which will also be different numbers, obviously, through that process. Is the CMHC report, CMHC goal and target saying that British Columbia needs 570,000 units? Is that number going to be encompassed into the plans for the municipalities?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The CMHC projections are indeed sobering. We all have to, as a province, determine how we're going to address what may be true. That's one piece of information. There's, as the legislation points out, a number of other things that will be taken into account, but certainly those rather sobering projections will be one factor.
Member.
Give the minister an opportunity. Has the government, outside of these agencies, has the government done any of their own studies that they're going to be bringing forward? And I have a binder here full of different ones, but give the minister an opportunity to talk about what studies have been done by government that have projections of what the requirements will be and the needs will be in the province of British Columbia between, let's just say now and the next 5 years or so.
Minister.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. The answer, of course, is yes. The province does have its own analysis. I can give a couple of examples to the member. The population growth forecast that takes into account immigration and in-migration, for example. And BC Statistics, along with the Ministry of Housing, does quarterly analysis. There may be a lot more. I can't talk to the independent consultants' reports that from time to time may have been sought. I can't say any more than that. But of course, as the legislation contemplates, there'll be a number of factors taken in, a number of forecasts of different kinds that will factor in.
Member.
Thank you. And just to acknowledge the minister's comments, there are a lot of reports, a lot of different analysis, a lot of I'll use the word experts in the housing field, which it's probably fair to say the minister and I are not. We have our political roles that we try to achieve to help the people of British Columbia. But I think one thing that we'll agree on, though, as we've said, is the crisis situation. So I've yet to find a report that says, don't worry, we're doing great. we have enough housing. Nothing to see here. Most things show that we're behind, that we need to do better. The costs have escalated. The frustration continues around municipalities trying to achieve the goals, which in turn translates to frustration around affordability, frustration for people who are trying to get into the market. And I think it's fair to say when we're talking about this, we'll say it's a variable market in the sense of, I believe, and the minister will correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure I'm not here, that the intention is not specifically high-end market housing. It's a multitude of rental units to affordable housing units to row housing to supportive housing. It's the gamut, the full spectrum of housing that's needed, as the minister's acknowledged, dependent on the needs in each community, which also vary. I'm curious, though, with that, the government, under their own announcements, have said that they want to achieve 114,000 housing units in 10 years. I'm curious where that fits in to the targets, because maybe I'll leave it there and let the minister answer, because I'm curious if the 114,000 that have already been previously announced that this government says need to be built, is that part, are they calculating that into the 570,000 that CMHC says we need? And is that going to be part of the targets that will now be laid upon the municipalities to achieve as well?
Minister.
Well, I found myself in violent agreement with my colleague on the issues he described so well. I couldn't do better. We need an entire spectrum depending on the varying needs of communities. That's exactly correct, Madam Speaker. That's exactly what we need. And I would say that we have a 10-year plan to achieve the 114,000 units that was described in partnership with the private sector, I stress, using the Housing Hub, using BC Housing, using the $7 billion that's out there in 10 years we're on track to spend, and who knows what future budgets will do to address this housing crisis. So yes, indeed, it's all part of the package that needs to be factored in.
Member.
Thank you. I'm just trying to understand with that answer then. So the government has previously come out and it's changed. I think it's fair to acknowledge, because originally this government said that they were going to be building 114,000 housing units of much needed housing units. The housing minister at the time, the now premier, has said that, but in recent months has acknowledged and publicly said to the media, I don't want to put words in his mouth saying he saw the light, but in essence he saw the light and has come out and said this year that he realizes that government will not be able to achieve the 114,000 units and will rely on the private sector to be part of the solution. The minister doesn't seem to want to necessarily categorically agree with the commentary I'm saying. I can definitely dig up the quotes from the now premier if he wishes me to do so afterwards, where he said that. But the point I'm trying to make, though, regardless of the political commentary I'll get from the minister in a moment, I'm sure, is around that 114,000 units. Is that going to be built into the targets, is what I'm kind of asking. And I'm just going to make up numbers here, if the minister will indulge me. We'll go to, I'll pick a city, I don't know, Delta. Delta, we'll say, needs to have 5,000 units built to keep up with the supply that they know they need right now. Is it fair to say then that the government could easily walk in and say, you know what, we promised 114,000 units. Your 5,000, don't worry, we're going to deduct them off our 114,000 and get the assistance there, and you're going to build them. Where I'm going with this to the minister is trying to understand, are we talking net new places in a target that's going to be set, or is the government now going to be encompassing their previously announced 114,000 needed units and building those in addition to the targets that municipalities will have to achieve?
Minister.
Trying to best understand how to apply to this question. We accept that CMHC has a projection of 570,000. We don't know, it's a projection. It may be true, it may not be true. It's one of many factors, as I indicated, including BC statistics, BC housing reports, outside consultant reports, and so on. That's the first thing. It's one factor. And frankly, Madam Chair, that's exactly why we hope we can pass this bill, to help the people of British Columbia to meet their needs in the future. Ever since I've been a minister, 114,000 has been what we said we would deliver, and that's clearly in contemplation of the private sector assisting us, nonprofits, housing providers, BC Housing, of course, with $7 billion in play. But the key point is the housing needs that are at issue will be identified first and foremost in the housing needs reports generated by the municipalities in question. Member.
So with that answer, is it fair to, am I hearing from the minister that they just don't know? I guess the work hasn't been done. The minister just said that the CMHC numbers of 570,000 may or may not be the right numbers. Do they have an idea then from a government perspective what the right number actually is?
Minister.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have a crystal ball. I have no idea what the needs are going to be in 10 years' time. I don't understand the utility of that line of inquiry, but I can say that we have spent $5 million to ensure that local governments can do the comprehensive housing needs reports that they have undertaken. It's their identified need that we're trying to meet, not ours.
Member.
With all due respect to what the minister just said, I think it's actually our collective need. It's not the municipalities, it's all of our need to achieve the housing goals. And I believe that's more in line of what he meant to say, not trying to wordsmith, because it is the minister's job as the housing minister to kind of deal with this, to understand the challenges and to have policy in place. I will acknowledge this is a piece of it, the legislation we have in front of us today. Where I was going, and I'm sorry if I didn't articulate it well enough substantively for the minister, but this government has previously announced for many, many years now that 114,000 affordable housing units, there's been different terminology that's been used over the years to describe the 114,000 units that this government says is needed, whether it's affordable, low income, supportive, there's been lots of different terminology that's been used. What I'm curious about is building on the expectations that this government has given the public that they were going to achieve these goals. I find it interesting through the minister's commentary that it could be part of the suite of, depending on the needs within municipalities, to add this in, if I heard the minister correctly, and again, he can challenge or correct me. The reason why I say that is in 5, almost 6 years, this government has achieved less than 10% of that 114,000 target. That's not political guessing. That's actually the former minister, now premier's numbers that he stood in this House and said. They like to say it's 30,000 some odd houses that are underway. But when we talk about results, it's how many actually have people living in them, families living in them. Their doors are open, the beds are in the bedrooms, and people are living in them. And the now Premier has acknowledged in questions in this House that it is under 10%. The reason why I say that is because the now Minister of Housing has said that they are on track, I believe it was just yesterday in this House, on track to achieve the 114,000 units of affordable housing that this province needs by, I'm going to say, around 2028, 2027, 4 or 5 years from now. So in the first 5-6 years of this government, they were able to do less than 10%, and the minister wants us to believe that in the last 4 years, or in the next 4 years, sorry, that they will open up more than 100,000 units, the other 90%. We can debate back and forth on the criticism that we have talked about when it comes to the achieving of that goal. But the point of my question is, because the government has failed to do it, what I see and what I've heard from some of the communities that have emailed me on this is the government just going to take that 100,000 plus units that aren't open yet and just build it in with the plans for this municipalities. So in 2 years from now, when they submit their reports of their goals, the government's 114,000 are now in their targets, and the government will just go, check, look what we did, how great we are, when in fact they didn't do anything. It was the local governments. The government failed to deliver on their 114,000. That was a long way of saying, that's why I'm trying to understand on the targets, on the order that's going to be put on the targets, where does that 114,000 fit in? Because a lot of municipalities are saying, we already know what we need, or we're trying to guess what we need. Affordability is part of that, affordable housing, but they're not necessarily counting that as their responsibility because they're saying government already committed to it. So how will that build in now? I think the minister maybe knows where I'm going with this now for when they're setting targets.
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for providing greater clarity on your question. And I don't like to start by saying I reject the premise of the member's question, but I think I must do so. I've never heard that 10% number. I don't know where he's getting his numbers. I said, as the member correctly said, that we are on track to achieve the 114,000 in the 10-year plan in partnership with our providers in the private and public sector, and I stand by that. I'm not sure that this is getting us closer to understanding the housing targets that Section 2 entails. It does give me an opportunity, though, to talk about the various things that the member seems to want to talk about today. The 36,071 homes are completed or underway with, as of June 30th. They have supportive housing funds. We have the deepening affordability of existing projects. We have the affordable rental housing piece, the rapid response to homelessness piece. But my favorite, Mr. Speaker, since the member wishes to engage in this, apparently, is the student housing, and I'm very proud of that work that we're doing. I suppose it's because I represent a university community, and I'm so proud that in the years when the former government was in power, compared to what we've done, it's staggering difference. And it's not me saying that, it's the president of the university, it's the people in my community who are so grateful when I go up to the university and see the new student housing there, that they're freeing up supply in the rest of the community, that students can no longer need to look there because thousands of them are now being housed In the time that the last government was in power, in 15 or 16 years, they build about 8 or 9 student housing units a year. Let me say that again, 8 or 9 a year, because the figures were that they built 130 student beds on campus. We have built, just at University of Victoria recently, 398, and we're building nearly 8,000 across the province. Madam Speaker, those are facts. I'm not sure why I'm engaging in this discussion. I don't see what it has to do with the point in question, but the member opened the door. I felt I had to answer. I reject the premise of what he's saying. I can repeat where I thought we were going, which was to talk about how those numbers were set, the housing targets, and sections 2 and 3 of the Act will elaborate on exactly those criteria.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Actually, my questions are very important and relevant to how we set targets. And the minister can flip to whatever page he wants, but he's factually and dead wrong on his numbers. Whoever's feeding him his numbers, either he's reading it incorrectly or somebody's deliberately not giving him the right numbers. On that. I didn't want to get into that until he opened up the door, and obviously we're talking about targets, and it's all types of housing, student housing being part of it. In fact, when we were in government, contrary to what the minister said, and so he can go back and do his research on this, it's actually a closer number to about 10,000 units, and he can shake his head all he wants. We've got the documentation, and you can talk to any university. In fact, in my riding alone, while the BC Liberals were in government, there was over 500 built at Northern Lights College. We have all of the supportive housing for students that was built at UNBC in Prince George during the BC Liberals' tenure. Now, it might be the way this minister and their government want to creatively look at how these houses for students are built and funded, but nevertheless, they were built, students are living in them, and the minister can shake his head all he wants, but those are factual numbers that he can find. I lived through it. I was part of it. So for him to mention numbers that don't make any sense at all to reality surprises me, but I'll give him credit in the sense that respectfully he's new to the role and is looking at the numbers that somebody's feeding him that aren't accurate. But I do want to go back to the point of my question, which the minister didn't cover, was how they're going to look at the targets in the 114,000 units of supportive and affordable housing. The minister said he didn't know where I got my numbers from. It's actually right off the government and BC Housing's website. And it's also on record right in this House when the former Minister of Housing, which is now the Premier, is on record in Hansard saying that the numbers that I'm saying right now are right and accurate. Yes, he liked to say, but don't worry, there's more coming and more underway. But the now Premier never, ever disputed and actually said I was right when we talked about less than 10% of the housing units are open with people living in them. It's right on the government and BC Housing's website. But I'll let the minister go look at that later because he's not accurate again on that. But my point, if the minister will indulge me, is around when we're looking at the targets in Section 2, Clause 2, my apologies, is how municipalities are going to be expected to look at those, how those targets are going to be counted, I guess. Because as I'm hearing from some municipalities already, as I mentioned earlier, and that's why I'm trying to get a clearer understanding from this minister on target accounting for municipalities, is there's an assumption from what the government already promised and what the government already announced and what the government said they were already going to fund, that is separate. Yes, the minister and I will both agree, I assume, yes, it's part of the suite of housing that's needed within a municipality. But where I'm going is where municipalities are confused around how it's going to be allotted within the targets that they're going to be asked to achieve. Are they now going to be asked to achieve part of the 114,000 that government has failed to get done? Is that now going to be counted in their targets, or is that going to be an addition? And maybe I'll just clarify or explain my point. Again, to the minister, CMHC's numbers, the minister is right to say nobody's got a crystal ball. We do analysis, best guessing on all of that. I understand what the minister's trying to say. For argument's sake, we'll use that number of over 500,000. I'm going to assume that when an organization like CMHC says we need over 500,000, that they're back to looking at that whole suite, which would encompass the 114,000, if we use that number, as part of what's needed in society. But for distinction, it's what we're talking about in this bill is the responsibility that this government is trying to impose on local government for achieving targets. The now Premier has said a stick and carrots approach. They must put a process together that's going to be approved. We'll talk about that in other sections. I'll get that into detail around target setting, target reporting, and targets that have to be achieved. But there is still some, I don't necessarily want to use the confusion, but there's an expectation that what government is committed to, although built into the suite of requirements, will not be part of the target expectation that they will now be penalized on, let's just say. Because if a community is told you have to build all of this stuff outside of the government's requirements, that's one thing. If they say now you have to build this because government didn't do it, and if you don't build it, then you're now penalized. I hope the minister understands where I'm going, because this is where some of the communities are concerned, is when we're setting the targets, is the 114,000 affordable units going to be melded in to the requirements that municipalities will now be built into their targets, which at the end means they have to report on it, which also means if they don't achieve it, the stick comes out, according to this government.
Minister.
Well, thanks for the clarification from the minister. I think I have a better understanding of where he's going. We are committed to meeting the needs that a community identifies through their housing needs reports. In setting a target, we will add our own information to it. Now, if the member is suggesting that there's 114, should I wait? So if the member is suggesting that, for example, the government has committed to build a certain number of housing for Indigenous people under one of the programs, or rental housing under another, we want to come and assist the municipality to do so. But what I can assure the member, that we're not divvying up somehow notionally or in practical terms the housing work that we've committed to do in our 10-year plan. We're not divvying it up. We're saying if there's certain kinds of housing that's part of that and it was earmarked for a particular community, that will certainly be helpful to that community. But in no way, shape, or form is, if I'm grasping the member's point, are we using that as some kind of lever or inappropriately with the municipality, if I'm grasping the point. The point of this section, the point of this act, is to set housing targets for municipalities starting on what they think they've identified as the kind of housing that they need. So if it might, let's say a community thought rental housing was important, and we have rental housing as some of the things that are in our plan, then of course we would hope to assist. But I don't see anything penal in that or somehow inappropriate in that, unless I don't grasp the question.
Member.
Welcome back, Chair. You can come and go. We're still here. I have a feeling that rotation might happen one or two more times before we're done here today. First of all, I want to acknowledge the minister, the appreciation I have for his ability to, I guess, quickly answer. We might not always get the answer right away that I'm looking for, and that could be sometimes the way I frame the question. But I've been in this place long enough to realize that it's not often that a minister in government is so eager and quick to stand up and answer a question. We've seen it play out over the last couple of weeks where it's 10, 15 minutes waiting for sometimes a simplistic answer. So I want to thank, and I mean that sincerely, thank the minister for that, because I think it's important when we're having this dialogue. Sometimes we agree, sometimes we disagree, and sometimes we can get into the political sparring, which can, I have to unfortunately say, which I enjoy. But I think as we move through this important bill, I just honestly wanted to acknowledge the minister for that. It doesn't happen often, and it's appreciated. The downside to that is it doesn't always give me ample time to frame up my next thought process, and maybe that's his intention, and good for him if that's the case. But I want to the answer the minister just gave, I believe, understanding the intent, and again, I acknowledge that at the very beginning in section 1, the intent of this bill to try to acknowledge the crisis we're in and try to move us to a place that we're all working together and collectively. The point I was trying to make, which I believe the minister answered for me, was the government made the announcement of 114,000 based on what they saw as a need. We've acknowledged, and we won't get into the debate of what is or isn't open yet. That's not going to be a productive use of time going forward. It's already been acknowledged. But again, the intent was, I guess, to just acknowledge that there's a multitude of different needs out there, as the minister and I have both, I think, acknowledged, and requirements depending on the municipality. The concern was, which I believe I've articulated and the minister has acknowledged, that the intention is, I guess, not to pass the buck by saying that government has failed to do it, so now we're just going to build it into the targets of municipalities, so when they achieve it, government can say we did. The need is still there. I don't think anybody's arguing that. The need is there. The requirement for government to try to achieve their outcomes and promises is there. It's important. And municipalities as well know that that's important. And I think it's important for all of us in this House to acknowledge from a local government perspective the last thing they want to be done, and we'll talk about that maybe in the section 3 on the requirements, on the orders of how that'll come out, but nobody wants to be set up for failure either. That's hopefully not the intent of this, which was kind of the questions around the 114,000. We don't want it to be where this government is passing the buck to local government, but then taking credit for when they do the hard work. It all has to get done. So I guess as we're going through that process, the minister has acknowledged that this is not going to be easy. I'm using those words, he didn't exactly use those words, but it's not going to be easy work in a lot of ways because things change, as we've said. Needs change, demographics change, populations can be fluid in and out of regions, municipalities, the province for that matter. So I'm curious, as we're going to be setting the targets, on the flexibility of that. And I know we have to have numbers. I know how targets work. I'm curious, as municipalities are going to put these targets forward, and when I'm looking at the bill, because it's, this section here is housing target order, and as we've acknowledged, they have to then bring those targets back to this minister to approve or agree to, we'll use that, and if not, that's where a further consultation process. So what's the minister's thoughts on this then? How how specific is this government and this minister hoping to see in this target objective? Is it going to be, you must give us a plan that's going to have 1,822 mixed units built? Is it going to be in that it's going to be divided into 5 categories or sections of the type of usage? Like, how specific is this? Is the minister and government expecting municipalities to be?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'd like to begin by thanking the honourable member for the very kind words he said, and I appreciate the respectful engagement on this bill we both agree to be so important. I just want to acknowledge that with gratitude. The member is absolutely right. No one intends to pass the buck, to use his term. We want to get to the right place together. And I think the word he said, he used, how specific would the targets be? They can be very specific and very, very, very granular. Yes, we need 1,485 rental units in municipality X. That could be in their own housing needs report. And as I said earlier, some municipalities have done an extraordinarily good job of getting to that level of detail. Others not so much. They've talked in general terms, but they haven't got into that level of what I'll call granularity. And those that have, they're way on their way, and we can probably, in some cases, simply accept their targets. We agree. We'll do our own due diligence, and we'll say, we appreciate they got to the same place we might have got to. Let's just work with those numbers and figure out how we can achieve them. But it'll vary. And as the member has himself indicated, every municipality will be very, very different because the needs will differ.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. And I know when we get to part 3, we talk about the target progress reporting, the review of the reporting. I know when we get to those sections, we can have maybe a little bit more in-depth discussion on that. And, again, just to acknowledge in this bill, that's where it gets a little interesting when we're trying to have questions specific to one section, because so many of them they're all crossing over each other when you're doing new legislation like this. I just want to go back for a second, just not to reiterate and get into the whole dialogue on the 114,000 again, but it's more of around the questions that have been coming to me from local government of their wanting to know where this government, the provincial government specifically, fits in when it comes to, we'll use the word partnering, because where the confusion comes in is the past housing minister, the now premier, for instance, beginning of June of this year, he said, and he's quoted as saying, we need to leverage the private sector to build the housing that we need for people to afford to buy in the province of British Columbia. But then just a few weeks after that, he came out and said, we can't rely on the private sector alone to build the housing. I have a feeling we're going to stop for a break in a moment, so the minister will have time to come back maybe and answer that afterwards, obviously with the guidance of the chair, not myself. But I put that out there because I want the minister just to acknowledge and maybe come back with his answer of where the provincial government is going to fit in with this, especially after the 2 quotes that I just read back to him of the premier's, first of all, saying it's the private sector, and then coming in and saying, actually, it's going to be government part of that. Just trying to understand on behalf of municipalities how they'll marry that up.
Minister of Housing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Where does the government fit in? We hope to be a partner, and there'll be some places where we are going to be relying on private sector considerably, but there are other places where I'm thinking complex care housing. The government may have expertise from BC Housing how to do that kind of housing. So we'll be there as a partner. And I've indicated our partnership on infrastructure. I won't need to repeat that, but there's various ways in which we'll be able to step up. This is going to be all hands on deck, this future. It's going to require robust engagement, as the member has indicated, with the private sector. But yes, BC Housing and other and local governments themselves, sometimes our housing providers, they're going to be needed as well. Now, Mr. Chair, if I may, I move that the committee rise, report progress, and ask leave to sit again.
Members have heard the question. All those in favour? Aye. Opposed? Carried. This committee is adjourned.
Committee Chair.
Committee on Bill 43 reports progress and seeks leave to sit again.
When shall the committee sit again, Government House Leader?
Next sitting, Honourable Speaker. Sorry.
So ordered. Committee Chair.
Mr. Speaker, Section C, reports Bill number 41 complete without amendment.
When shall the bill be read a third time, Government House Leader?
Now, Honourable Speaker.
Members, the question is the third reading of Bill number 41, Individual Workers' Compensation Amendment Act number 2, 2022. All those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Bill number 41, Workers' Compensation Amendment Act number 2, 2022 has been read a third time and has passed. Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I call continued debate on the Housing Supply Act, the Committee of the Whole, Bill 43 here, and continue the Committee of the Whole, Bill 36, and Health Professionals and Occupations Act in Section C in Bertram.
Committee chairs.
Thank you, members. With agreement, we'll take a short recess. Thank you. All right, members, I'd like to call the committee back to order. We're at Bill 43. We were on Clause 2, and I believe I will turn it over to the member for Peace River South.
Thank you. Right before we had a bit of the break there, we were talking about the targets. Appreciate the minister's answer to my question around the setting of targets and how the numbers will be, I guess, determined and reported and that. What made a thought I just had, though, as the minister was giving that, when a municipality submits their targets, because we were talking about commitments government has made around affordable housing units, et cetera, and we talked about the specifics of how the targets are going to be set and how they'll be labeled. Is there going to be this will be your responsibility line and this will be government's responsibility line? Because we've talked about what government's already committed to that might be built into the suites of requirements within that municipality. But I mentioned, the quote from the now Premier where he was originally said, private sector, and we acknowledge, I think it's fair to say we all know that the government can't be expected to do all of this, but the Premier has acknowledged that government will be doing part of it, part being we don't know. So back to my question, I guess, is when those targets are put forward, it's still within a municipality, regardless of whose responsibility it is, it'll still be a requirement in that municipality to meet the needs of the community citizens. So will there be you have to build this many and government commits to this many in the same target?
Minister.
Thanks very much. When the targets are set, initially with the local government, with its housing supply reports and housing needs reports rather, and then the province stepping in, it's not a function, as the member suggested, of this is your responsibility, this is the government's responsibility. But we are, of course, going to partner. So, for example, it may be that funding would be available through the Community Housing Fund for a particular suite of housing that is identified in the community's needs report for, I don't know, supportive housing comes to mind as an example. However, the government of British Columbia through BC Housing isn't the sole provider of that kind of housing. It may be a local government would, it may be the private sector can step up, as they've done in Victoria, by the way, on community housing to great effect. So we don't see it the way I think the member is suggesting. We see it as the primary housing needs identified by the community, the target set with the benefit of additional information the province and others might provide, and then how can we best achieve those targets together? That's how we see it, as distinct from, I think, what the member was alluding to, where you divide responsibilities from the outset. We think it's more if you like, iterative and dialogue between the various players in that community to best meet the needs identified for that community.
Member.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I guess the thought here is to acknowledge the minister's comments, is it will need to be a partnership in a lot of areas. I don't think anybody thinks any differently. Where I'm thinking though is around the target expectations and requirements, but then as we talked about even in section 1, very quickly on is around the funding mechanism maybe to achieve those targets. The minister just acknowledged CMHC and BC Housing. We know the turmoil that BC Housing is in right now. We've canvassed that in the House a fair bit lately about the billions of dollars, and I would say requirement that BC Housing get this money to, but what the point is to get achievements, to actually see places opened up for the needs for the people. Where my question is gravitating to, though, is around not only the reporting, but again, the responsibility and then the funding portion that comes with that. As the minister has rightfully acknowledged, it's going to be a partnership between provincial, municipal governments and then, of course, with the private sector, but there is a role within government. And so I'm just trying to understand here. So through the process of determining housing targets, regardless of the, I guess, building in the quantum of style that'll be needed for those communities, there is a component of that it will be the requirement or responsibility in some way for the provincial government to step in. And I'll give an example, one that I'm somewhat acutely aware of. For instance, a supportive housing project that was just fairly recently opened in Dawson Creek, where it was the provincial government has stepped in and said, this is what we think your community needs, and we're going to bring in some modular housing to support your community, which I will say in many areas is needed and more is needed. The municipality had to supply the land. But it's back to that partnership we talked about. But if we're going to build it into the targets, so to use the example of Dawson Creek, 30 doors, 30 units of supportive housing is brought in. But that was government funding it, not the municipality. If it was the municipality expected to fund it, it would have been a different situation maybe. So it's back to the targets, the target setting, and the responsibility. Because when we do the needs assessment reporting for housing, the supportive wraparound services that will be required in some housing units or affordable housing units will be built in, my assumption is that built into the targets and requirements for that community to try to achieve. So that's why I was saying to the minister, the description of responsibility of ours and theirs, ours being governments. Because there will still be, if I was still a mayor, I'd be saying, I agree with you. We need it. When are you building it and how are you funding it? So I can check it off the list as a requirement for my community. So that's where I was going. I'm trying to figure out where a municipality can then push back to this government and say, we agree, and when are you going to build it?
Minister.
Well, thank you, and I appreciate the member's thoughtful question. I'm trying to ensure I answer it properly. The Dawson Creek example was a good one. where the municipality had land and the province, as I understand the example, came in with supportive housing. In some cases, that's not going to be the case. In some cases, it will. There'll be times when the local government will be looking to other partners to address some components of the housing needs so that community identifies. I know in this community where I live, there have been some very innovative private sector partners, even in supportive housing, low-cost rental, which is something new and exciting because that hasn't been the case in recent years. So the community sets the targets, the province the community identifies the needs, we agree upon targets or set the targets if there is dissonance between what they think is needed and what we, through our analysis, think is needed. And then we work together as best we can to figure out how we can achieve them. The point I think where we differ is I don't want it to be seen that local government can somehow say, well, because we set the target together of X, you identified the need for X number of units, that somehow, therefore, it's on us as a province in every case to meet those targets, to provide, without going through the processes that BC Housing has or whatever, to somehow think that then all of a sudden it's on us. Sometimes it will be, because they'll have programs that, in the case of Dawson Creek, I assume the community applied for and received approval for supportive housing funding. I don't know in that particular case, it doesn't matter, but it'll differ in each and every case. The key part of this section of this bill is we need to have targets that are set, and it's not like we divvy up responsibility between the province and the municipality, certainly explicitly and not explicitly within this section. Sometimes the province will step up, of course. Other times, innovative requirements are going to need to be met in order to achieve our collective goal.
Minister, member. Good
Used to be and hope to be again.
Used to be, yes. No, I remember. Good to see you, member. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. I guess where I'm going with this, appreciate the minister's response, is depending on, I guess it depends on the situation, as the minister said too, but there's always that interesting debate that takes place differentiating responsibilities between local government, municipalities, provincial government, and even federal government. And the intent, I don't think for anybody, is for everybody to start doing this and pointing fingers. We need to achieve the goals. But there is going to be, throughout this, and that's why I'm asking about around the target setting of what the goals, responsibilities, and targets of the provincial government will be from their thought process and responsibility separately. And the reason why I say that is depending on the situation, again, the commentary out there, right or wrong, the commentary that we hear out there a lot of times from local government is, I'd love to see this, it's the provincial government's responsibility. If they ask us to do this, it's downloading, and we don't have the mechanisms or the resources or the capacity to do it. So I guess that's where my head was going as a former mayor, to say when we're putting these targets together, it sounds like that's not going to be the case, that we're going to set targets, and as the minister said, and I assume, we'll get to it in other sections of the bill, again, I referenced that, when we talk about the review, the reporting, and the expectations on that, where there'll be some maybe flexibility to put words in the minister's mouth around responsibility of achieving those goals and then whether they were met. But there's still going to be the thought from local government that this provincial government needs to step up and be part of the solution. That they've made commitments, that they have a responsibility to not only the communities, this, we're not talking about like a responsibility to local government, we're talking about a responsibility to the men and women and the families in the province of British Columbia, because we're in a housing crisis. And the minister rightfully has said that it's all hands on deck, really, we need to work together. What I'm trying to quantify, though, is where the provincial government will fit in their responsibility from a reporting perspective. Because I think that needs to be done. So maybe a question wrapped into that commentary. There's obviously some questions that I put through to that. I'm curious then, as part of the minister's answer, they've already identified and said we need 114,000 units. Is that the province's target? Is that the minister's target? Has the province done their own research that says that they know that there's more that needs to be done, that they're going to, I don't want to say impose because that's not fair, but collaborate with local governments to achieve the targets? Or is that 114 just going to be built into it? Like, there must be some kind of analysis that's been done already by government on targets that they would like to see achieved. I'm just curious if the minister can speak to that.
Minister.
Thanks very much. Again, back to the housing needs reports, which is sort of the origin story of all of this. How are we doing? What do we need, and how are we going to get there? I guess my hesitation in responding to the member's question and sort of directly is that I don't want him to create the impression that every time a municipality identifies X number of supportive housing units, that it is always going to be the province that comes in and provides that. We expect municipalities to do what they've done in many cases so well. Find partnerships with willing developers. Use the development approval process to achieve mutually beneficial agreements. Sometimes the province will, and BC Housing will be there, but I wouldn't want to create the impression through an answer to the member's question that somehow that's always going to be the case. Affordable housing has been and will continue to be developed and delivered by, in some cases, the municipality themselves, sometimes in partnership with nonprofits, and sometimes, of course, with the development community in the private sector. So that's my only hesitation. I don't want to inadvertently mislead the member in addressing that. It's always this is about setting targets that will be viable for the municipality, and in certain circumstances, as we'll discuss when we get to the sections coming, it won't be possible to meet those targets. We accept that. There may be circumstances change, funding, the ability to raise funds will change, the developer goes bankrupt. I mean, the world is full of uncertainties, and we're not going to be, therefore, to jump ahead to compliance being unreasonable here, because that would be ridiculous. But we do want to suggest we'll work together, and yes, the province will be there. I've indicated that provincial land is going to be a key component in many of the communities, and we have to do better, as the Premier has said, to make sure our permitting processes are robust and timely so we can deliver, and there'll be infrastructure that we need to provide. Those are ways in which the province will definitely be coming to the table.
Member.
So when we're setting these different targets, and my intention was not to have the minister stand up and say that for community X it will be this number that the province will be responsible for, and this much with an actual specific number. It's more the acknowledgement that the province has a role to play. And I think we can agree to that. Because, again, whether it's BC Housing through their components, I know the minister and I were just speaking. We both spoke at the amazing conference that's taking place right now in Vancouver. The Premier spoke there yesterday as well for the Not-for-Profit Housing Association and all the great work that those different agencies do, which we have to say, they're part of the solution as well. But in order to be part of the solution, they have to be at the table. They have to be part of the discussion in some way, or at least understand where the province will fit in with some kind of guarantees through, BC Housing and other groups to make sure that, there's some accountability there, but that the money's going out the door and that we're actually getting projects completed. I know it'll probably, again, I ask latitude from the chair when we're bouncing around a little bit, because it's hard to determine sometimes in these new bills where to actually put the questions. But when we talk about this target setting, and as the minister just acknowledged, things change all the time. Can the minister explain for myself, which will help people listening, when we're setting these targets, because things are fluid, and we want to review the targets, I understand the intent of what government's trying to put forward here, but is that going to be, I read in here some of the reviews of reporting out every year, but are we going to have the targets, are these going to be specifically annual targets, or is there going to be a 1, 3, 5, 10-year plan, and then we'll look at them on an annual basis to achieving certain goals, or are we going to be very prescriptive on just annual targets and then write another annual report and target goal after that one's done?
Minister.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. And I want to say thank you to the member for a little shout out to the nonprofit agencies that he, I think, accurately says are such important partners across the province, and acknowledging the incredibly important role that they play. On the specifics of the targets, it could be a 5-year target that we would review regularly. We're working with local governments as we set the regulation to figure out what makes sense for them. But there could be, a 5-year target, and then we break it down incrementally for maybe 1 year or 3 year, depending on the nature of the community that we're dealing with. The issue is what target should be set, and then what progress each year can we agree we have or haven't made, and what are the obstacles to achieving those targets. And that we'll do on a regular iterative basis with the province and the municipality in question.
Member.
Thank you. So, and my apologies if I didn't understand completely, is obviously we'll look at long-term goals because we know that things take time. But I'm curious how that annual review, I guess, will look. Because if we set a, again, we have to be just making up numbers right now for the conversation. But it's really, if you go to a municipality and say, you need to, by 2030, we'll use that number, have 1,000 units built, well, it might take the first 5 years of just changes in planning before we can even get the first one of that suite built. So I'm just curious on how that flexibility will work when it comes to not only putting the targets together, but then it'll be the reporting, the scrutiny on it, and the flexibility on that as well, how that would build out. Before I let the minister up to answer that, if the House will indulge me, since I already have the floor, Mr. Chair, I just want to do a shout out back home. My lovely wife, you know, it was funny, we say that people back home, or people don't necessarily watch this. I know, riveting to put that out there. I know there actually are some people watching right now. I know there's a lot of local government people that have told me they're going to pay attention. But more importantly, I want to give a shout out back home. My lovely wife, Valerie, just sent me a picture of my grandson, who is 1 month away from turning, I hope I get this right, I believe he's 7, he's my oldest grandson. But the picture she just sent me was him sitting on a chair in my living room back home in front of TV, looking up, watching us in debates right now. So maybe a future MLA from my region, but just want to give a shout out to my grandson, Crosley, hey kiddo, who's back home watching right now. Thank you.
Let's hope he knows who is who.
And hello to Crosley. Yeah. Minister.
Hard to answer that question entirely, but I will try. The nature of the targets, I think, means that a longer time period would typically be required. I said 5 years. And I point out to the member that we're still working on the regulations where a lot of this will become clearer, and we're doing that in consultation with UBCM and other partners. But yes, the targets might be longer term for the reasons the member suggested. Sometimes things take longer to do, and we acknowledge that through target setting. But the reporting could be annual, should be annually, so we know what progress has been made and what obstacles have been encountered. That's sort of the scheme that we have in mind. I want to know every year what went well and what didn't go well, and how can we work to get you back on track. That would be sort of the process that I used the word iterative, just back and forth with our municipal partners to see how we all can work together toward the same end.
Member.
Not to wordsmith the minister, but it's not should be, it will be, because it's actually prescriptive in the legislation requirements when this bill passes on how that reporting will go. But I was trying to just understand the nuance of that. So I'm curious, as we're putting these targets together, though, on what, not necessarily assumptions will be put in place, but really the information that will be gathered to help put these targets together. And by that, what I mean is we are hearing from, I'll say, a lot of people in the private sector who want to step up in many communities and build housing projects. Differentiating on need doesn't really matter. What work's going to be done, or has the work already been done by this government to know what's in the queue? And by that I mean, how many projects do we have right now that have already applied in our communities that are waiting approval that could have actually already been started? And, as we've acknowledged, we're in a housing crisis. Maybe I'll let the minister acknowledge and answer that one first, because it is curious. People aren't sitting around and all of a sudden this bill will pass and then people will flock to city halls to start building housing projects. People have been trying for years. Do we have any idea how many are waiting approval right now?
Minister.
Thanks very much. And the first part of the member's question, what information is to be gathered, I would draw the member's attention to Section 3, where it is laid out as clearly as we can. On the second, do we know what's in the queue, as the member puts it, or awaiting approval, etc.? Local government, of course, holds that information. We don't. But as part of that target setting, we will probably be in a better position to understand that and have that information together and understand what their development process is. How long does it take for an approval? What about their building permit process? Those sorts of things. In that process, we'll gain more information so we can collaborate more effectively.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. And I think that's going to be an important part of the discussion, the collaboration, and then information gathering, because I think the Minister could acknowledge is also part of the frustration by many out there who are trying to actually fill the gap by building, which we all acknowledge is much needed housing complexes around the province. And I understand and I do take the Minister and the Premier's word at face value on this, where they're using this bill as a mechanism in some ways to almost bring attention to the issue that we need to do better, whether that's getting rid of red tape and trying to look at internally in local government of what the hindrances might be. There will be undoubtedly a long list, though, of reasons, I don't want to use necessarily the word excuses, but reasons that we may or may not agree upon, which will be interesting when we're putting together the targets. And I'll touch on it maybe a little bit later, but the Minister has acknowledged, and so has the Premier, to his credit, that the province has a responsibility here to fix some of their blockages when it comes, and timelines when it comes to moving things along at a quicker pace. I think it's also important to remember, though, that just because you apply doesn't always mean you get a yes. You know, and as a former mayor, again, there are reasons why there could be a no. And so when we're putting these targets together, we have to, I know, build that into the discussion. But I'll tell you, I met with, and we all have these, I bet you every member in this House could stand up and talk about the frustrations that they've been hearing from developers or from even the not-for-profit groups that are trying to build, who knock on the government's door, whether it's provincial or municipal, and are told to wait. And there's no timelines, and there's uncertainty. Meanwhile, costs escalate. Now all of a sudden the business case isn't there for the project that they put forward, and things change or things get canceled. I met with a company in, if the Minister will indulge me, I think it's important just to explain this, the frustration. This company in Vancouver I met with just a couple of weeks ago that own the property. It is their property already. They're being taxed for best usage because right now it's just a two-story, mostly commercial complex, but they're being taxed as if it's a 25-story high-rise. They want to build this high-rise with about 300 units in it. And so my question to them was, well, why aren't you? When did you apply? And they came back to me through their business department with all the documentation to say, actually, we applied 7 years ago. 7 years ago to build this high-rise that would have brought in a multitude of units. Their plan was bottom few floors, affordable rental, moved up in mixed usage to market purchase on the top floors. It was going to meet and check a lot of boxes of what we're talking that we need. The problem they have now is after waiting 7 years, the business case isn't there. Because now costs have escalated and land values have changed since that time. So now they have to look as a business and say, do we even bother building? The land's worth a lot of money. Do we sell it to somebody else and who knows what we'll get? And this is a family-owned company who has built thousands and thousands of units of housing, who are now telling me that in the present environment, it's hard to do that. So when we talk about setting targets, that all has to be taken into consideration, because without knowing all the details, as the minister said, municipalities will have that. But it's fair to say that there are probably thousands and thousands and thousands of units that are waiting approval right now as we sit here in this chamber and debate that. So as we're looking at formulating targets for municipalities, the minister has acknowledged that he doesn't know how many. Local governments have that. Is that going to be publicly disclosed? Is that going to be part of this legislation? And forgive me if it's in there somewhere else and I missed it in a different section. But as a taxpayer, as a person who's acknowledging we need this housing built, I'm curious as we look at the targets, if that will be publicly disclosed. Community X has or needs to build 10,000 units, and they have sitting in the books already 8,000 that haven't been given permits. I think the minister can acknowledge that that is one of the challenges and problems. And so will we know what's slowing things down at the local level or on books? Will that be publicly disclosed? Because I think that's important information as we're trying to address this issue.
Minister.
Thanks very much, Madam Chair. Welcome back. I want to say a few things about what the member's early comments on, with which I agree entirely. I think he put it very, very well. We all need to do better. He put it. It's one key thing he said. And the second thing is that we need to cut red tape. And I would accept both of those to the extent they apply to the province and not local government. We've accepted responsibility and we've resolved that we need to do better. Obviously, I can confirm that I've had the same conversations that the member has with frustrated developers many places and many times, and I can't comment on his characterization of the specific case in Vancouver, obviously, but I think the example he gives about business case suddenly evaporating because of the passage of time is a very, very real and honest problem that we've got to grapple with. One of the things we've done, as the member will know, is we've tried to help with the development approval process reviews, a so-called DAPR process, which I think has made a difference in some communities, and I know it has in Victoria, where, for example, there's no need for a public hearing on rezoning if you're compliant with the official community plan. That's huge. It can be huge. In terms, that's a year or two that we've suddenly got rid of. The ability to do variance reviews by officials, not requiring the whole council to be involved in what could be a minor variance review, that can be something else that's already agreed upon in elsewhere in amendments to the Local Government Act. But in terms of disclosing the backlog, I would remind the member that if that's useful, I'm not sure how it particularly applies to target setting. It's one of the things we're trying to get our hands around to avoid those backlogs. Obviously, by annual reviews of progress, we'll find out whether things are blocked. Definitely that's what we're trying to do. But of course, the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act applies to every local government in the province, and if people felt that information should be publicly disclosed, they have the ability to achieve it in that way.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I guess the point, though, is although some might want it, it's not that we're looking for the personal information of company X that's applied to build this complex who's been waiting 8 years. But I think it is relevant when we're talking about setting targets that there could have been a lot of houses built over the last 5-6 years, and even longer, to be fair, where, as I mentioned, this one's been waiting 7, almost 8 years. So I guess the point is when we're putting these targets together, we have to acknowledge, and I think that's part of what this bill is trying to do, the fact that there's a backlog of an approval process, and every one is probably a little nuanced or different on why it's taking time. But because of that, what we are hearing from local government again, which is going to be part of, I assume, and I'll throw a softball question in a little while to the minister, I think, on this around consultation, but it's going to be important to really acknowledge that not all local governments have capacity, internal expertise to deal with the pressures that they're under. And we hear that already, but that's going to have to be built into the expectation around meeting targets and what some of the challenges are. I also want to acknowledge one of the ministers. He didn't use the words, and I will, but it was talking about, you know, the Victoria, once it's compliant with an OCP, doesn't go to public hearing. There are pros and cons to that, but I think one of the major pros is it can definitely alleviate the NIMBYism, which we're seeing right now around the province in so many areas. And I know that can be a touchy one, but where people have a chance to be at the table and talk about how they want to see their communities grow is in a couple of different ways. One, and the most obvious, is at election time. When they elect a mayor and a council based on their vision and their communication with communities of what and how they want to see their community grow, change, in some cases stay the same. You know, so that's a big part of how a community has expectations, is at election time. But the other, which the minister has alluded to, is the official community plan, the OCP, that sets targets, outcomes, goals in a different way of how they want to see a certain municipality grow, where it's going to grow, diversification of housing in certain areas, depending on transportation corridors, schools, et cetera, et cetera. Don't have to get into those details. But I'm curious, as we're looking at targets, the expectations of encompassing that OCP within the targets, because that'll be important, especially to the commentary around what the minister just said of compliance with zoning. Will there be an expectation, and I know there already is in some ways, around the communities for updating their official community plan as part of the targets then? Because there are some communities that do that were a little bit more proactive, let's say, on updating and working on their official community plans, and there are some that are a little outdated based on today's growth and needs. So it's going to be hard to set targets when you have an outdated OCP. And so there could be an expectation, and I'm not sure, again, if it's in this bill or a requirement when we're setting targets, that the communities update their official community plans to match the targets that everybody wants to achieve. So is that going to be built into part of this?
Minister.
Thanks very much. And just to a couple of points that the member made in his comments, the lack of capacity and expertise is a key point. And he's rightly saying sometimes smaller municipalities in particular may not have the capacity or the expertise. We obviously would help those municipalities, municipal affairs, our ministry, as if they seek it. Some, of course, have really extraordinary expertise and competence. And I think the member's point about NIMBYism is a really excellent one. The OCP might help address that a little bit. But I want to make clear that this bill preserves municipal government autonomy in determining the what and the where and the touch and the feel of development, of what kind of houses, where you want to, but not the whether to. We've got to work together to ensure that we can in fact address the housing crisis that the member and I agree exists across the province. It would be great if we could get to Section 3, because the very point the member raised is there. It's very explicit in Section 3. Reference is made, I'm not allowed to talk about it, but the OCP, just to give you a sneak peek, is explicitly referenced in that section. And yeah, the member's right, some of them are outdated. And that's the kind of feedback, this process that we're hoping to work together on municipalities would address. We would work to get them up to speed. They may be completely outdated. So there's not going to be a requirement to specifically answer the member's question to update OCPs, but you can be sure that's going to be part and parcel of the dialogue for setting the targets.
Member.
Thanks, Chair. And to my earlier commentary, appreciate the Minister referencing Section 3, and that's where it's always interesting, as I was saying, with these sometimes commentary and answers lead into an area that may or may not be covered in later sections, but it's important to canvass them nevertheless. I want to acknowledge as well the importance, and I know there won't be an argument with this, but the importance of the autonomy of local governments, which the Minister just referenced. Because nobody knows a municipality better than the people who live in that municipality. And we all acknowledge that there are different needs in different places. But the last thing we want to get to, and I know later on in this bill we talk about the sticks, but it's important to remember that our mayors and our councillors are duly elected by the citizens that live in those communities, and in no way, especially under the Charter, and Vancouver Charter and as well, and others, that we interfere or indirectly interfere with the roles and responsibilities, I would say, when it comes to determining how municipalities want that municipality to look. As the Minister rightfully said, the touch, the feel of that municipality. But it will be a partnership, because there is going to be responsibilities at all levels. So I know I touched on it a little bit earlier, but the Minister just referenced Minister of Municipal Affairs and Supports, and he's right. Some communities deal with this all the time, have great expertise and capacity, which still will lend us to the question, I'm sure, as we'll get to, as this is talked about over the months and months to come, then why is it taking so long in some areas when they have the expertise? There's got to be more to it. But for those that don't, interesting to hear the commentary that Municipal Affairs, because I know some of the small rural communities, because this housing crisis isn't just one or two communities. This is the entire province. Different levels, obviously. 100 units in one community can make or break the difference of, are we achieving our goals? It could be tens of thousands in another area. We acknowledge that. But 100 in a small community can sometimes, even in that, be a challenge. So the Minister referenced another ministry. Aside from that, and aside from and I know I'd asked earlier if there was new dollars, but I think it's an opportunity to ask again, maybe at a smaller level. As the Ministry of Housing or any other ministry, then, is there going to be some kind of capacity funding? As the Minister just referenced, Minister of Municipal Affairs, but some kind of capacity funding that municipalities can apply for then to help through the process of achieving targets.
Minister.
Thanks very much, and I appreciate the member giving me an opportunity to agree, again, violent agreement with him on the fact that we have local governments and no one knows those communities better than the people who are elected to serve and to meet the needs of those people that live there. And it's certainly our objective to work with them, but to acknowledge that some are in need of a bit more nudging than others. I've mentioned some that are doing extraordinary work and hardly need any help. In terms of capacity funding, of course, it would be not typical in a statute to indicate that. I've already indicated to the member that the province has supplied a significant amount of funding for municipalities, almost all of which have stepped up to do housing needs reports, and the development approval process review that has made such a difference has been funded as well. We don't know what will be in the future budget to address funding issues. Of course, as this legislation is rolled out, it would be wrong for me to speculate on that. But the target setting process gives us a great deal of opportunity to figure out what's necessary in one community versus another, because there's no one size fits all. I think the member and I would agree on that. But there is a universal problem that has to be addressed in each community in its own way, and we want to be there to partner with them to meet the needs that they identify in their community.
Member.
So I'm curious on what kind of, if any, analysis was done. The minister, give him an opportunity to talk about, I guess, the work or consultation that was already done with local governments, and maybe what he heard, because I'm curious, with this bill coming forward, this bill is putting on another level of bureaucracy, and to be fair, in a way, and we can debate the level of that afterwards. But I'm curious what kind of work was done, or estimates that were done then, to talk about that cost burden. So to a municipality, whether they have the expertise in-house or not, this is added work to a community. So I'll even use like a city of Vancouver that's already trying to deal with the backlog of permits that they have already, and now they're going to be tasked to identify staff members now to work with this minister and ministry to work on putting together targets and relooking at all of this. The intentions and the merits of it, nobody's arguing, are good to try to move things along to achieve a goal that we need to achieve, but there's still going to be implications and pressures that are going to be put on local government by this bill. So has the minister heard from local governments on this? Has he heard that there's going to be cost pressures that are put on local government? Because there will be staff time, which means staff cost, which means taxpayers' cost, in order to do this work that government's now asking them to do.
Minister.
Well, to the first point, again, another sneak peek that Section 3 explicitly talks about the need for consultation, and so I'm hoping that we'll have a chance to engage more on that topic. You know, the whole point is not to create another level of bureaucracy. I've heard some people say that. It's in fact the exact opposite. We're trying to get rid of the bureaucracy that many local governments are as frustrated with as the development community is, as the province is. And I'm sure the member has, through his questions, acknowledged that. We have got to find those processes that are necessary and those that are simply there because maybe they're outdated, they no longer serve a purpose, they're inflexible, and they're so time-consuming, as the member's questions earlier alluded to. So it's not about bureaucracy, it's about breaking down bureaucracy so we can get results for people quicker.
Member.
Minister and I will have to chuckle back and forth on the differences of what we think is bureaucracy, because we're actually putting in a bill that creates bureaucracy to try to eliminate the problems, which is bureaucracy. But I say that not as a slight to the bill, but more of just, I do find it probably a necessary evil in some ways, but we are, when we're asking local government to do something they're not doing, and work with provincial government and do reporting, and then have to have scrutiny around that, and then further reporting, and then further discussion and further debate, it does create a level of red tape and bureaucracy. I'm not asking the minister to challenge that or comment to that, but all I'm saying is that it is creating something that's not there right now. The intent, I will acknowledge, is to try to fix a problem, which is to get more housing. And through this process, I have heard from some municipalities and some mayors who actually, and I would acknowledge the minister said this too, who are welcoming something like this because it'll force them to look at their own internal practices through a different lens maybe, rather than this is what we've done for years and years, so why fix it? It's a way of looking at it and saying, is there a better way to do what we're doing? So I do acknowledge, and that's why I said the reason why we want to get into this discussion and the reason why we wanted to have more discussion at second reading was to really to talk about some of those nuances and those differences and some of the benefits as well. Maybe I'll just end with a commentary and leave it with the minister, whether he wants to answer or not, before we move to the next section, because we are starting to muddy the waters here on some of the sections, and apologize, but as I said, that was going to happen when we're talking about a new bill that's changing things, and so many bills reference so many sections reference the next section, which is why. But I think it's, as I was talking about, when you look at how many approvals are waiting right now in the queue and how things are changing in the province, with the affordability crisis on top of the housing crisis, with the challenges right now with inflationary pressures that we're seeing on everybody, that also comes and hits home for investors and developers. And so I think it's important to just put on the record that one of the challenges through this will be incentivizing and working with and understanding the challenges that the private sector has, because we can have all the right intentions in the world, we can pass any bill we want, and we can set any targets we want, but we can't force people to spend money. We can't force investors to build. We can't force developers to develop. They do that on their own based on need. Developers come in when they see an opportunity to fill a demand that is needed. Now, yes, there is demand in so many areas right now, but it doesn't matter how much we talk about or do here, we can't force a developer to develop. So that's going to be very important when we talk about setting these targets, that it's not just about the targets, it's about setting criteria, setting expectations, and bringing in confidence so these people who want to build will actually do what we want them to do. And right now, many of them are frustrated because they want to and they're unable to. So, up to the minister whether he wants to comment on that, but I'll finish off on the housing target order section of 2 of just saying that, again, part of setting the targets will also be about not just municipalities talking with the provincial government, it'll be about all levels talking to our investment and development community. Because as we've acknowledged in here, government's not going to do this on their own. They're not building it all. The Premier has said that we're going to need the private sector to do this, but they're not going to do it unless they feel confident their investment here in British Columbia is safe and that they will actually be able to apply and move forward with projects and not have to wait 7-8 years for approval like we see so many backlogs around the province right now.
Minister.
Noting that the member is wishing to move to section 2, I would be really foolish to say very much except to say, tend to agree with what he's been saying. You know, I have the same conversations with the developers who are frustrated so often by processes that no longer work. We've had enormous support for this bill from the development community, which will not surprise the member. They want to build houses, they want to make money, they want to be part of the solution. Great. The nonprofit sector that members spoke to their conference today, are thrilled with what we're doing, as the member will know, and they're going to be very important partners. It's up to the municipalities to create the conditions to get the job done. They know the data, they know that they have a relationship with the development community, they know often they have long-standing relationships, what the issues are, which processes need to be updated that are no longer working, and that's what we want to leverage to get the job done for British Columbians.
Shall Clause 2 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall Clause 3 pass? Aye. Member.
Well, I would have agreed to Clause 3 passing if I got a donut this morning from the member, but I didn't because I was already busy working. So on Section 3, thank you, Chair. And interestingly, some of the commentary will probably reference back to Section 2 that we just passed. But I mean, again, they're all part of the same thing. When we're putting the targets together and then the requirements for those housing targets, a lot of the housing needs reports that we have right now are out of date or staggered, or they're not necessarily accurate for today. So I'm curious what work's going to be done to ensure that when we're putting the orders together, that it'll be based on the most current information, how we plan on doing that.
Minister.
Yes. I mean, opportunity to elaborate on the question. The section is explicit, Madam Chair, and there's two key things that need to be said. First of all, it's mandatory. The minister must, in making a housing target order, consider the specified information, and there's a long detailed list there, including one at the end, any other prescribed information, which is code for other things that we can put in a regulation that would elaborate on the list that's already there. But current and previous housing needs reports, the OCP current and previous, regional district, regional growth strategies, information on supply and demand, information about current investments in transportation and investments anticipated in transportation, and other material that might come up later in this progressive stage where an advisor may be involved or the like. So that's the first thing. It's very explicit, and there's other things that might be properly prescribed, and we're going to talk to municipalities and figuring out what might well be useful in target setting. But the other part of it, this section that I think is equally important, is the requirement, another must in clause subsection 3, that the minister must provide a description of the proposed housing target order to the specified municipality, and an opportunity for them to provide comments to the minister, and so forth. So to me, that's transparency, and to me, that's that iterative process shows, I hope, a good faith effort on the part of the province to work with municipalities to do the job.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. And when we're looking in Clause 3 here, in the first section 1, 2, and we're talking about the housing targets, again, the requirements, to put that together, it says that the current and previous housing needs reports. I'm curious, as we're going through this, the expectation around updating the housing needs reports. And the reason why I say that is, if we're going to be reviewing annually and looking at targets on a 1, 3, 5, 10, we won't get into that discussion again, but if a housing needs report is a year or two old, what's the process then? Under this clause, it says, in order to do it, will be current and previous housing reports. So obviously we can look at previous ones. What's the expectation to stay current, though? Because things are fluid, things change, as we've talked about a few times today. So there must be an expectation from local government to, whether it's annually, I'm not sure, stay on top of, through not only assessments, but through community need and fluctuation and changes. So I'm just curious on how that will build into the requirement.
Minister.
Thank you for the really excellent question. Yeah, exactly. There is a requirement elsewhere in BC legislation, I'm advised. There are regulations under the Local Government Act for the housing needs reports that requires them to be set every 5 years.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. When we look at subsection 2, before making a housing target order for a specified municipality, the minister must consult with the specified municipality. I think that's just putting in print the obvious, but I think it's important to put in there. So how does that look? This is a bit of a softball question for the minister because it's important. How does that consultation look? How often will it take place? Is there going to be like a terms of reference that's going to be created now that this government is going to follow when they're working with local governments, or is it just going to be a minister phoning you up and saying, how the heck you doing, how's it going? There's got to be obviously a lot more prescriptive than that, but what's the process look like?
Minister.
Member's absolutely right. The word consult is a coat of many colors. And in the consultation world of Indigenous people, the member will know it's a significant requirement. Courts have poured meaning into it. Of course, this is a different kind of consultation here, but you know, what it must be, to answer the member's question explicitly, is set out in subsection 3. You got to consult, and to do so you must provide a description of the target proposed, provide in accordance with regulations an opportunity to provide comments, and comply with anything else set out in the regulations. So I cannot answer the question in terms of all the components of what consultation would require. The regulations are going to be worked out with local government, UBCM in particular, to make sure that we make it realistic and meaningful. But that's exactly how it will work. They're going to have an opportunity to provide comments for sure. That's required. But how many days of notice must they have? How many meetings? All of that will be elaborated on in the regulations.
Member.
Which I assume is why the minister said it's going to be another 4, 5, 6 months before this actually gets passed. There's detail, collaboration, I assume, that needs to take place as they go through that. You know, I'm reading through some of the stuff that the UBCM put out, and I think it's important to get on the record to alleviate those concerns. You know, because I'm curious for the minister, you know, if there's terms of reference, how, again, like I referenced, how that's going to work through consultation. Consultations can be important. We need to move through this. We need to get through this, but obviously there's going to be some time. There's going to be communities have to be identified. There's a respectful consultation that will take place with municipalities. There'll be the reports that have to be done, the targets that have, I mean, this is not an overnight thing. I get that. But that means we're looking down the road while work needs to be taking place. And my apologies if the minister has already said this, but how long, I know we talked about next year and timelines, he ran us through that in section 1, but how long does he feel that consultations will take? How long do we expect before we'll start getting some kind of targets announced, and how that consultation will look? And I just want to give the minister another opportunity because, you know, I look at one of the bullets, for instance, that the UBCM put out. You know, it says under this bill, because there's things that still remain undefined and will significantly impact how the legislation will be implemented. UBCM is concerned, and they want to ensure that they'll have meaningful discussion between the government and the UBCM to safeguard the effectiveness of this legislation, but also, I'm adding in the last part, but also to ensure the autonomy and the respectfulness of the local governments and the role that they're going to play within this. So again, I'm hoping that just to help them, not so much myself, but again, as a former mayor, I'd love to know this. how does this minister see the consultation process working, the kind of timelines and then the expectations around that? And this isn't by any means, and I got you, I'm not following this up with anything. I just want to make sure that we have it on the record, because it's important that our local governments know where they fit in this, because if they're going to be part of the solution, they need to be respected as part of that.
Minister.
I appreciate the question. I'll just remind what I try to remember what I said earlier today. It feels like a long time ago. So we're going to analyze the housing needs reports and statistics up until March, and then we're going to consult May through June with the specified municipalities. How it's going to work is a commitment we made to UBCM that we would work on those regulations together. As you might expect, preliminary work is already underway, and that's when we'll find out what works for municipalities. How long, what's the most effective way? Do we do it electronically? Do we do it in face-to-face meetings? You know, all of that. Municipalities have obviously a right to know that and want to make it meaningful, but the best way to do that is to sit down with them through their organizations to figure it out. And that's what we'll do during the regulation making process.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. And again, I apologize in advance to the minister if it is in here and somewhere else. You know, we're working on section 3 right now, clause 3, Madam Chair. But I didn't see it in here, and if it is, I apologize. Is there going to be a requirement from local government then, you know, because as we said, it's not just going to, let me just backtrack, it's not going to be just a phone call from the minister saying, hey, let's just do some consultation here. It's going to be a little bit more formalized, and there's going to be a process. You know, I appreciate the minister saying he doesn't necessarily have that right now. There'll be regulation discussion that'll take place at a later date. My assumption would be that there'd be some kind of formal process. This is a piece of legislation that's requiring government, local governments, to enact and do something. So there'd be a formal agenda of consultation, I guess, that'll take place with some checks and balances in that, because that has to be part of it, you would assume. I guess through that, though, I'm just wondering, is will councils then be required to hold formal meetings? Are these going to be behind door discussions with the minister? You know, reading through the clause, I don't see the requirements, but from a public expectation, there's now going to be targets set on a municipality. Yes, mutually agreed upon in some ways between the municipality and the minister. But what's the responsibility now for the local government to then go out and, you know, hold a formal meeting regarding those consultations, reporting back to their constituents? Is there some kind of expectation, or is that going to be left up to the local governments to decide?
Minister.
I think it's fair to say that the regulation-making process is so early days, I wouldn't want to speculate on it. But I do expect that there'd be significant staff engagement first, as you might expect, right? And then maybe thereafter there could be an open council determination. It's hard for me to envisage how this could be an in-camera matter under the local government requirements. I can't think of why that would be the case, but I think that initially the key engagement will be with at the staff level, the planning department, you know, the CAO, that sort of thing, until we get to the local government level. But I can't help the member anymore because, as he's noted, it's the regulations that will put that down in black and white.
Recognizing the member for Delta South.
Madam Chair, point of order. I don't believe we've achieved a quorum at this time.
Quorum is present. We have 2 members online. Yep. Member.
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate that. What we just determined through this is our 2 members that are on Zoom right now. Buckle down, you're there for a while to make sure we have quorum in the House. So we appreciate the Minister's answer that he just gave. Curious then, is this going to be left up to the local governments as well? We talked about the OCP, we're talking about the communication that's going to happen between the ministry, we'll say, and the local government. Where does the community and the public come in on this? Will there be, because if there's only going to be a May or June, I believe the minister said, determination will come next April on the communities, May or June, we'll do all this and start reporting. Where's the obligation or the communication? Because as a community citizen, there's a lot of people that have a vested interest in this that might want to be part of that discussion, whether it's expertise or even as a member of the community to know what the government will or will not be imposing on a municipality. So that will require time. Is there going to be allowability for community input?
Minister.
Thank you. The member's absolutely right. There needs to be a robust involvement of the public, and to that end, again, another sneak peek. The next section contemplates that not only would the housing, well, first of all, I should say that the targets must be online. The housing needs reports are already on municipal websites across the province. People will have seen them. But in addition, Section 4 requires that they be posted on not only that municipality's website, but on a government website as well. So that'll be a way for them to be aware. Of course, a local government has an obligation to be as transparent as it can to the members and residents in that community. And what one would assume they would take that responsibility in this area, the same as they do in other areas.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. Like in Section 4, which we're not on, we're in Section 3, but I do appreciate the reference to what's coming. When we get to Section 4, though, that's talking about, I believe, that once the targets are already set and then the reporting out process and making sure it's publicized within a certain time frame, et cetera, et cetera. And we talk about that when we get to Clause 4. I appreciate, and maybe my question wasn't articulated to the point that the minister understood, because it's not so much after the targets have been set, communicating with the public, it's does the public have any input in setting the targets beforehand? And the reason why I said that is because, again, we only have a 2-month window. There might be a lot of mayors or councillors that will want to go out and say, we feel that this is how many housing, what housing we need, and this is the housing mix we need. And I put this right after a recent municipal election. The last thing that some municipal leaders are going to want to do is come out of the gate as newly elected and feel that they're offside with the wants and needs and desires of their community. And maybe this has already been determined in a lot of areas, but if they feel uncomfortable and it hasn't, and they want the opportunity now to consult, maybe it's a public hearing, maybe they want to go out, and I'm just thinking on my feet here, but maybe they're going to be told, we're working with the provincial government that says we have to have 5,000 housing units built, and this is what kind of housing, and this is where it's probably going to go, but we want to make sure the community supports it. Right now is the decision, right now it's mayor and council through collaboration, consultation with the minister. If the minister appreciates where I'm going with this, there will be some pressure put on local government to ensure they're supported by their constituents before they agree with the targets. So I'm just curious on what thought process or allowability will be for them to do that.
Minister.
Thanks very much, Madam Chair. The public, as I mentioned earlier, would be able to see the housing needs report that are publicly posted. Some municipalities have engaged their communities quite dramatically in that process. I've certainly done so as a local MLA in my community and plugged into that process. Can't say that that's required everywhere, but it's certainly been an opportunity that is made available to me and mine. The member will be well aware that when it comes to the actual development approval processes and any amendments to the OCP, the public are fully engaged in that. There's nothing explicit requiring the public to be engaged in the setting of the targets that's in the statute. Because we're leveraging reports that have already been done through the housing needs reports. We're actually taking that input and plugging it in. So I think that would account for it. But the member's right. Moving into the target setting will be something where a local government doesn't want to get too far ahead of its community. I would take that to be the normal accountability loops that exist in every local government.
Member.
Thank you. So when we're looking at the targets, I mentioned it earlier, the last thing anybody wants to do is be set up for failure. The last thing, I'll put words in the minister's mouth, the last thing this government, I assume, wants to do is go out there and say nobody was able to hit their targets. The last thing any municipality is going to want to do is have to be out there saying we agreed to this process and we were unable to hit our targets. I use those comments because the goal here is to build the housing stock that we need. But what's stopping us to set artificially low targets? I know that's not the intention, but it's pretty easy for governments to set low targets so they can check a box and say they hit them for political benefit rather than community benefit. So what criteria, if any, aside from, let's say, the housing needs reports, I guess, that identify need, if we're going to use that, I guess the point is what through the collaboration process guarantees, can we talk to the general public more now, not ourselves or the local governments, to ensure that they have confidence in the process, that we're actually setting realistic and achievable targets, but not so low that we're not achieving the much needed goals that we want to achieve.
Minister.
The member's absolutely right. No one wants this process to fail, and he gave a great example of municipalities that might be setting targets so low that they don't do the job. And that's why we specifically say in Section 3 that the minister must, in setting the target, examine current and previous housing needs reports. Say a previous report was higher than the one that's current. That would be a pretty good indication that they're not on side for to tackle together the crisis in housing. So that's a pretty good indicator, just as one example of the kind of problems that we could run into if we didn't have past information. We'll have all the other data that's listed there as well, because in some communities the growth has been exponential, as we well know, and more people coming all the time. So we'll have all of that at our fingertips. But the past housing needs report should be a pretty good indication to see whether we're on the right trajectory.
Member.
Thank you. The housing need report obviously sets a discussion process around need. But how do we build in the flexibility of what's doable? Because that's kind of two different discussions. And again, it's to reiterate, again, I understand the point of this bill and the fact that we need to do better and we're moving things forward. But we don't want to set anybody up for failure. But there will be, maybe, times where a municipality talks about what they think is needed, and as the minister just identified, the minister has to review that and approve it and may set other targets. Kind of like I said earlier, nobody knows the communities better than the communities themselves. So I know it's in here, but it'll get a little bit, but it'll give the minister an opportunity to talk about it. What if there's not agreement? Municipality says we think we need X. The minister, looking at the needs reports and others, information he has, says we need Y. Is there an appeal process? Is there an appeal process if there's a significant disagreement between the housing targets that municipalities suggest that they need and the minister now thinks that they should achieve? I know there's some stuff laid out here. It gives the minister an opportunity to talk about that appeal process.
Minister.
Thanks very much. When we get to Section 4, we'll be discussing the progress reports that must be prepared for each reporting period specified in the order, and in there will be the kind of information about actions that have to be taken, etc., to achieve it. So that we can hold until we get there. We are relying on collaboration. We are not providing in the bill any appeal mechanism or the sort, because we know that local governments are under enormous pressure, as the province is and as the federal government is, to get our hands around this problem. And we are expecting collaboration. Ultimately, the minister gets to set the target, and one hopes, as has been said so often, that the compliance mechanisms built into this bill never get used. We don't want to use them. But there may be a time, as the member rightly says, where we simply disagree. Community says, local government says we need X, and we say you need, as a province, 2X. We're going to take responsibility for making that order, and we'll be held to account in the usual political fashion.
Member.
I appreciate what the minister is saying. The challenge with the way it's been explained to me, and the concern from some local governments, is that the minister just said if the province wants 2X, that now the province is held accountable for the criteria and the targets that are being set. But at the end of the day, the fear is that the provincial government will be blaming and pointing at the municipality for not achieving those targets. That's the concern that I'm hearing from some of the mayors, and that's why I mentioned, like, is there an appeal process if there's a disagreement? I know in a perfect world, the minister and the municipality, the mayor and council will agree wholeheartedly on the targets, no dispute, and let's everybody roll up our sleeves and try to achieve it. I'm asking on the maybes or ifs that doesn't take place, because that's what I'm concerned about is we don't want to go to like a judicial review. The minister referenced the next section, and that's talking about when the targets are already set on whether they achieved them or not. I'm talking about when we get to the consultation process for setting the targets to begin with, before we even start talking about reporting out on achievements. What if a municipality doesn't agree? I'm reading a lot of this as the minister has full autonomy to come in and say, I don't agree and this is your number. It sounds like what the minister's saying, if I heard him, that there's not an appeal process. We're hoping that we just roll up our sleeves and all agree with the minister. I'm just curious on if there's a different process. I see the minister shaking his head, so maybe I'm not quite getting it right, but I hope he understands where I'm talking about. It's when we're the initial stages of setting the targets. If there's disagreement, what's the process?
Minister.
I think the member, thank you, Madam Chair. I think the member's right in contemplating that there may well be disagreement along the line. We may agree to disagree, but we really are trying to build in through the regulations and through that work that's already been underway with so many municipalities and UBCM to create the conditions for success, to consult and to try to achieve that. We may, in certain circumstances, disagree. That's to be expected, but we're hoping we can do all we can to avoid that through a robust consultative process. The Act makes clear the minister gets to set the target after that consultation process, taking into account all of those things, and the minister will be held through the government to account. But again, while I completely accept the member's recognition that conflict may occur and disagreement may occur, that's what we're trying through this robust process of consultation that's mandated, not a nice to have, a must have, that we can get to common ground. We have a crisis. Member said that. We've got to take some responsibility. But I'm comforted by the fact that local governments feel the same pressure we do and are going to be trying to get to the same place in most cases, although I accept agreement isn't always possible.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. I asked this question as I was just reading again on the UBCM paper that they put out, talking about unintended consequences that we need to be alive to, and I know the minister is, and I am going to assume that those unintended consequences are unintended, but will hopefully never happen, which will probably be possibly worked through that consultation process that we talked about earlier, because not requiring an answer because it's not specifically a question, but reading one of the bullets here of a concern that the UBCM has put forward is, incenting the overriding of due diligence to avoid the appointment of an advisor or other corrective actions if targets aren't met could thereby infuse improper motivation on local government on their land use decisions and increasing pressure on local governments to cut corners. First of all, I'll say I'm interested by that comment that that UBCM would actually put that in there, because I know they're not trying to say in any way that they're promoting local government to cut corners. But they wanted to flag that, I assume, by them putting that out there to the minister as an unintended consequence that if there's so much pressure to meet these demands to avoid the stick, will they cut corners, which doesn't help anybody at the end of the day. And so that's why I brought up is there that appeal process, because no local government wants to fail. They want to achieve the goals. I know they do, because they're feeling, as we've both said in this House, the pressures from their constituents to meet the demands and the pressures that they're feeling. But the last thing we want to see is unintended consequences where local governments feel pressured into rushing, although we're putting a bill in place to try to tell them it's time to rush. But we need to do them to do it appropriately as well. So maybe the minister might want to comment to that.
Minister.
I think there are unintended consequences on every process ever devised by human beings, and so we're not going to get it all right, and that's why we can amend and we can move and adjust and adapt as we always do. So I can't speculate about unintended consequences, but I can say that local governments aren't to cut corners. They're to do the job more. They're to address those processes that are slowing everybody down, frustrating the development community, frustrating young families who can't find a place to live. And those processes need to be addressed head on. And we expect that the local governments are feeling the exact same pressure we are to do it. But as the member earlier said, nobody knows the community better than the local government who represents that community. So we expect them to work with us to say, that development approval process is taking way too long. It's not necessary. Those steps might have been important in 1960s, but they're no longer, when they were set, but they're no longer relevant now. And we expect people of good faith to come together and sort that out. We're confident that this process, which is far from heavy-handed, that has at the end of the day, as a member will, I'm no doubt, come to, the possibility of an order that we hope, as the Premier has said very eloquently, never have to go there. But yes, member's correct, there may be disagreements, but we're all in this together. We all know we have to do this for our communities, and I'm confident that we can get there.
Member.
Thank you, Chair, and welcome. I guess it's time to say the more things change, the more they stay the same.
Clause 3, though, it's exciting.
And I'll let the House know that when we're done Clause 3, I believe we're going to move on to Clause 4. So we will eventually get there. And to the, I digress a little bit. I think, when the minister talked about from 1960 or things change and all that, it reminds me when I first became mayor in the city of Dawson Creek and I was reviewing the official community plan and some of our bylaws, that it actually still stated where in the downtown core the horses were allowed to be hitched and how many horses were allowed to be hitched to each post. So we kind of quickly updated that, although the Minister of Agriculture might think that that's an important clause. It should stay in there so we can have our horses hitched in downtown. When we talk about the approval processes, though, and setting the targets, and we talked about the frustrations, and then so the reporting, I'm kind of wrapping up a few different sections that we've already talked about and into this one. But nowhere in here did I see it, for good reason. I'll let the minister explain. But the minister identified, though, that government, provincial government, needs to do a better job as well. One of the, I wrote it down so I could try to remember some of them, some of the provincial jurisdiction that can create backlog or extended timelines, Water Sustainability Act permits, infrastructure, Ministry of Transportation, Ministry of Forests and Lands with archaeological work that needs to be done. There is a huge amount of provincial authority and jurisdiction when it comes to assisting in moving this along. I'm not criticizing the minister because the minister has acknowledged that the government needs to identify where their blockages are in some ways and how they need to do better. I don't see anything, though, in this act that commits this government to the same criteria that they're asking on local government around setting targets and timelines. Rightfully so, I would argue, and if it isn't there, I didn't see it. As you know, again, I've only had this for a day or two to start reviewing it and do the best I can, not using it as a defense mechanism, just stating the obvious. But I'm curious if the minister can maybe give this House an idea of what we can expect, which will help local government and the development community, on what they plan on doing to hold themselves accountable for setting timelines. So are there going to be timelines and targets and expectations that the Ministry of Housing, I'm assuming from the Premier's office, is now going to give to those ministries that they will now be subject to scrutiny themselves, since right now they are, collectively, we've acknowledged part of the problem?
Minister.
Yeah, this opportunity the member gives me, Mr. Chair, to reiterate that we acknowledge that we have to do better, just as we're asking our local governments to do. We got a backlog of provincial permitting issues, and we need to address it. We've said that we're going to, and in fact, we've established a cross-sector solutions team focused on natural resource and other permitting and statutory decision-making to work with ministries, including Ministry of Environment and Climate Change Strategy, Forests, and Transportation, to lead the necessary improvements to provincial permitting, authorizations, and statutory decision-making so we can get quicker decisions. I note that the examples that the member gave were exactly about those age. He mentioned the Water Authorization Act, I think. He mentioned transportation. These are exactly right. Crown land disposition and Land Act permits. These are all things that are often taking a great deal of time. There are more streamlined processes that can be achieved. We get that. You know, it doesn't just require hiring more people to address a backlog. It often requires different processes, better use of computer technology. There's many things that can be done. That wouldn't be in a bill called the Housing Supply Act, but it's I'm here to acknowledge and agree with the member that we have work to do, and we're taking that on.
Member.
Thank you. And, you know, I do acknowledge, as I did in my monologue and question into it, that it's not necessarily the place for the bill, but I do appreciate that the minister is acknowledging that that government needs to do better on this, right? And because there's nothing more frustrating than asking developers to develop and then telling them that now they have to wait. And we see that time and time again. It's been going on for a multitude of years. This is not something new. But it's something now that we're in this crisis situation that we collectively say that we need to address. I didn't hear in the minister's answer, not a criticism to the answer, but didn't hear in the answer, though, the commitment around timelines. Now, is there going to be, even though it's not part of this bill, it is in this essence of target setting and accountability, is there going to be further discussion or directive from the new Premier, let's say, around setting timelines, or is that something to be discussed at a later date? Again, that's going to be important as we work through these target setting and the goals that we hope for people to achieve. It's just an opportunity for the minister to not just say there's a problem, but hopefully say that this is what we've decided we're going to do to fix it.
Minister.
So I mentioned that we have established this cross-sector solutions team to deal with this, and I want to acknowledge a sense of urgency that exists, but in some cases the shifts are going to take time. Others, they can be handled much more quickly. We've created a new ministry, as the member will know, called Land, Water and Resource Stewardship, and they've been tasked with they're leading the task force that I described, the cross-sector solutions team, and they're seized with this as leading the charge, as it were, to try to address this. I cannot say, because of the wide diversity of permits, the member will acknowledge that there's one sort of timeline that we would achieve. Our goal is to have it within 60 days or 90 days. There's just too many permits out there and too many different statutes that come to play, and the member gave some great examples of them a moment ago, that it would be impossible to do that. But I want to communicate a sense of urgency. I want to communicate that we understand that we need to do better. And from the Premier on down, we're doing that. And the officials that are leading this are very much committed to finding modern solutions to these problems that sometimes are endemic and have been with us for decades.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. When we talk about the frustration on the backlog permits, that's part of it. One of the things when we talk about from the development community that municipalities are probably going to be challenged with, because we're hearing it from the developers, is the lack of trained, skilled labor. So I throw that one out there quickly just to say and to acknowledge the new Premier, who said that December 7th or whatever date he said, that he'll be announcing a new Ministry of Housing to put focus on the crisis. Not that I'm going to say or agree or disagree with that decision, but I will say that I think I'm going to win the pool on the new ministry being created because of the crisis that we're in, because I thought that that was something that might happen as well. So it's going to be interesting, but it's going to be, what's interesting is going to be the dynamics of how the collaboration of cross ministries. Because government has a tendency of working in silos. And to achieve this, as we're talking about all the other ministries that are part of fixing the criteria and the backlog, it's going to take a multitude of ministries, a lot of collaboration on behalf of government to achieve this. Now we're going to, it sounds like, to take the new Premier's word for it, we're going to have a new ministry announced in the coming weeks. But one of the ministries, to my first comment, will be around skilled labor. And I assume that I don't know how that really blends into the discussion around targets, but that is going to be a piece that municipalities are already hearing. There are a lot of developers who want to develop who are telling me, and which I assume that means they're also telling the minister, that there's huge backlogs because they also can't build because they can't find enough people, which is creating cost pressures, which is creating time pressures. I mean, I don't want to say it's a perfect storm, but in a lot of ways, there's a lot of things that are happening right now, inflationary pressures that are creating this problem that needs to be addressed. So I'm just curious, before we move on, if the minister wants to acknowledge and maybe comment on what government's intentions are to help the sector when it comes to skilled labor to fill that gap.
Minister.
Thanks very much, and I will do that and appreciate the opportunity to talk about the standalone ministry, since the member pointed out that was something that would be happening as of December the 7th, and I can only tell you how many people have reached out to say what a terrific idea, long overdue. Jill Atke of the BC Nonprofit Housing Association, the CEO of an organization that the member spoke to earlier, is quoted as saying that this standalone ministry will make an absolute difference to have a dedicated ministry. The housing expert at the Sauder Business School, Sir Somerville, said, "It just feels to me like it allows for clarity of mission and statement and operation that has the potential to be valuable." Finally, Sylvia Cicero, the Greater Victoria Coalition to End Homelessness, said, quote, "It was exhilarating to be in that room when the Premier made that announcement, because having a ministry dedicated to housing means the government is taking the issue very, very seriously," close quote. So I agree with the member that having this clarity of purpose, having a single ministry, is a concrete recognition of the need for one agency to take this on as primary leadership. And in that end, it goes to the second point made by the member, which is the need to address shortages in the construction sector. I don't disagree with the characterization, by the way, that the member just made of a perfect storm. I think the inflationary pressures, the lack of labor, the skilled labor that's needed. I mentioned to a northern colleague, the member for Nechako Lakes, earlier today, that it's particularly acute in remote communities, finding skilled labor to do the work. It's hard enough in Vancouver and Victoria. But they are having a huge impact across the whole country. And our government is trying to deal with this in a number of ways. We're bringing back the skilled trade certification. You know, there's a stigma around trades jobs that has to be broken to the extent it still exists. I know when I was in Germany, being a skilled tradesperson is a sign of garners enormous respect in the community, and we have to ensure people feel the same way in our community and get more people to join the trades. We are building a new trades and technology complex at BCIT where over 12,000 students a year will benefit. The construction's beginning in a few months, as the member knows. In my community, I can't be prouder of Camosun's trade program, which is taking women and minorities into non-traditional trades at just an enormous rate, and people are getting red seals, and the apprenticeship program is kicking on all cylinders because people are needed in these areas. I could go on and talk about the new BC Access grant of up to $4,000 a year. I can talk about tuition-free unionized trade training for people who were previously youth in care. We have an enormous amount to do in this area, and the member is totally right. We need to take this on as a component. It makes no sense, I'll go so far to say, as to set a target which can't be met because there's no people to do the work. And so we acknowledge that, and it's that process of consultation that I talked about, where we're going to be reasonable about the realities that British Columbia faces in what the member and I agree is a perfect storm.
On Clause 3, member.
Still Clause 3 for another second or two. Thank you, Chair. As a tradesman myself, obviously understand the importance of the trades and good family supporting jobs, and I think the Minister and I both encourage anybody who wants a good family supporting job to consider going into the trades, because of course for too many years, for whatever different reasons, there was a bit of a stigma around that, and now it's gotten to the point where hopefully we're past that and people understand the benefits of that. Just want to throw that plug in there while I had the floor and that opportunity, but I also want to acknowledge that just because there's a new Ministry of Ministry of Housing, it doesn't mean the problem's fixed. And there's going to be huge expectations that this government's going to be accountable and held accountable to. And I'll somewhat digress by saying, you know, this government in another crisis put forward a Minister of Mental Health and Addictions because they recognized the crisis we were in, and that's done pretty well nothing to solve the problem. In fact, our opioid deaths are higher than ever, our homelessness is worse than ever, our people suffering from mental health challenges is worse than ever. So just because we create a ministry doesn't fix the problem. It's on how you work within that ministry will hopefully create solutions and outcomes that will be something that will benefit. Because, and I say this in all honesty, as I said, we're in this housing crisis. I'm not hoping that this minister and the new minister, whoever it may be, for housing fails. Politically, I guess that would be advantageous, but that's at the detriment of the people in British Columbia that are suffering right now and need the housing built. So however that plays out, you know, I wish success because we need it, because it hasn't worked to date. One of the things that's brought forward here is the housing target orders, interestingly with the minister who's right now Minister of Housing, Attorney General, and his previous role, I guess, as, or still with Indigenous relations. This bill and target orders do not apply to Indigenous lands. I understand the difference between federal jurisdiction on reserved lands and provincial authority where there is that, but I'm curious, though, what is that discussion? Because the minister, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, that he talked about consultation that took place on this bill with Indigenous communities, but the bill doesn't apply to Indigenous lands. So I'm just curious if the minister we can start there and he can just give maybe a bit of an understanding of if he did that consultation, understanding obviously what this government's intents were to consult on all legislation, I understand, with Indigenous partners, but can he explain though, if it doesn't apply to Indigenous lands, maybe how that consultation took place?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The member will know that there's a legal requirement now to consult under the Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act when new legislation is brought forward, and we take that responsibility seriously. For that reason and that reason alone, we would normally do that kind of consultation, and we did. I would draw the member's attention to the definition of Indigenous land in Section 1. He rightly says it talks about reserves under the Indian Act, but it also, I will spare him from reading it, a number of other areas are connoted by that expression as well.
Member.
Can the minister, not the minister, but through these consultation processes with First Nations, right now we're saying it doesn't apply to First Nations land, but through consultations we might have future land that's now going to become possibly within First Nations jurisdiction. Does that mean that that future property that may or may not happen will now be excluded from any target setting as well?
Member.
Sorry, I see maybe I'm not phrasing this properly for the minister. There's an ability to prescribe, I'm trying to figure out how to word this, there's an ability to prescribe Indigenous land. So if that's the case and this bill doesn't apply to Indigenous land, I'm just talking, where my thought process was going is, we might prescribe Indigenous land and then they're not subject to this bill. So what happens later down the road? If a community is setting targets, but then all of a sudden something changes, now Indigenous land has been prescribed and that changes the targets. I'm just trying to figure out that balance and that nuance in that, if the minister can help me with that.
Minister.
Thanks. I'm tempted to say one crosses the bridge when we come to it, but that's not a good enough answer for the member. That category of prescribed land is one of the sections, clauses that describe what Indigenous land is to deal with things that might come along later in negotiations of different arrangements. The member will know we have modern treaties, we have old treaties, we have reconciliation agreements that might have a land component. And one doesn't want to tie one's hands in a statute like this as the world of land relations with Indigenous peoples evolves over time. That's why we have left it somewhat loose, admittedly. But when I say we cross that bridge when we come to it, I mean that how that will affect a community that already, let's say a municipality that has a housing target in place, and yet some of that land is withdrawn and no longer applicable, I think we'd have to just say that's something we will address when we get there. It's hard to anticipate what it looks like until we see exactly what that would be in a particular case.
Member.
Thank you. Fair comments from the minister. I'm just trying to make sure I put that, just something thinking about when we talk about Indigenous partners when it comes to this process. But so, and I beg forgiveness because the minister is way more in touch with this in his present and past roles when it comes to this discussion than I am. But what if, let's go back to the target setting, because we have some very progressive, very sophisticated and First Nations, I'll use the Musqueam as an example, who have some very ambitious but probably doable partnerships they're working on for housing. Is that being a little bit naive in this, because it's not in my riding, and I'm just thinking of this off the cuff, but when we talk about target setting, so City of Vancouver is going to have targets. Are they going to be able to now count the housing developments, even though it's on First Nations land? And so that's why I'm just thinking about that one now, I think. So, or is it going to be separate? It's still, before the minister answers, I think it's important to say that it still is helping meet the objective of bringing housing online that we all need. I'm just trying to wrap that into the target objectives, though, of the municipality, of what they'll be able to use and not use.
Minister.
Thank you very much, and that question's a very fair question. We will be consulting with First Nations in the target setting. Categorical commitment to do that. And your example, you mentioned the Musqueam as one example. Of course, the member will also be aware of the Sanok development under the Burrard Bridge with the Squamish Nation, and that's an enormous potential anyway of housing development. And so I think it's a great illustration of the member's point. If we're setting a target with the City of Vancouver, for example, the implication of that development has to be taken into account. Absolutely. And so that is what we would do in partnership with the City of Vancouver and, of course, with the Squamish Nation.
Shall Clause 3 pass? Aye. So ordered. Clause 4. Shall Clause 4... we've got the member for Peace River South on Clause 4.
Actually, with the indulgence of the House, could we have a 5-minute or so recess? Can I ask that?
We will have that 5-minute recess and return to Clause 4. This committee is in recess. All right, members, I'd like to call this committee back into session. We are here, of course, with Bill 43, the Housing Supply Act. We were just starting, I believe, on Clause 4, and I understand that in a little while there's been a request for a bit of a longer break so people can actually get some nutrition and not get hangry and all the like, and I think that's a good suggestion. So probably around 7:30, I believe. Minister of Housing.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That would be much appreciated by our team.
If that's okay with all, yeah, okay, good. Good, we're in division. No, thank you. All right, so on Clause 4, member for Peace River South.
Thank you, Chair. And maybe with what the Chair just said, I'll echo again what I said earlier and thank the staff. I know it's long days. We sign up for this. But appreciate the work that the Minister's staff is doing to help us through this bill. So we have finally made it to Section 4, and we do have 21 sections. But I will let the Minister know that a lot of these sections will move along a little bit faster. But obviously I will have some questions in those certain sections anyway. It sounds like some of the members of the NDP actually want to get up and ask questions. I'm not sure what that applause was for. But if we're as we're in Section 4 here, again, we alluded to it a little bit earlier when we had questions in Section 3, but it's now around the target progress reporting. And again, I do appreciate the indulgence that we've had when we look at this new bill. Section 2 was target orders. Section 3 was making target orders. Section 4 is now target progress reporting. So I know some of this stuff is identified a little bit in the bill, but I think it warrants to get it on the record and answered as well, and an opportunity for the Minister to talk about. How often will the reports be required? When do we expect to see the first report? We've talked about how they have to be publicly disclosed. The Minister might want to talk about that again because he did reference it a little earlier. But I think it's important, again, when we start talking about this. The proof is in the pudding, as they say. I shouldn't be saying that while I'm hearing some people are hungry. But I think it's important just, again, so how often are the reports going to be required? And, I'll leave that for the Minister to discuss.
Minister.
Thanks very much, and thank you to the member for letting me put on the record again some of those timelines. The first cohort would be reporting, we think, sometime in December of 2023, all things being equal. That's the timeline we envisage. And the requirement in Section 4, as the member alluded to earlier, is that these progress reports are prepared for each reporting period, and the section specifies the information that must be included in those reports. And again, as in the past, is accountability and transparency on the specified municipalities' progress to meeting the housing targets by requiring them to receive the report at a public meeting and to publish the report on their website. It also requires the specified municipality to submit housing target reports to the Minister, and the Minister must publish those reports on a government website. And this finally allows the government and the public to monitor progress to see how we're doing to achieve those housing targets. I think the theme is progress reports and accountability and transparency.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. In the clause, it's referencing the reporting and back to the Minister, and I've seen it. I know it's a terminology used in a lot of bills. And this one's no exception when we talk about as soon as practicable. Can the Minister be a little bit more specific? What does he envision as what does that mean? So, because that could mean something different to him, to me, to the public. So I know the intention would be to do it as soon as possible. What does he see as a realistic timeline to get that and then publicly disclose it?
Minister.
I'm not sure why the drafters have used the expression. I've seen it, like the member said, many times, as soon as practicable. I would say, from my way of thinking, as soon as possible. As soon as we have it and can put it up, that sort of thing.
Member.
So we're pulling out a thesaurus and just changing practicable to possible as soon as possible. So, but I think it's important through the dialogue, I guess, from what I'm getting from the minister is the expectation and the internal discussion will be to get it out right away. Because the whole point is public disclosure, as the minister has talked about, which is going to be important. But if it's public disclosure, what is going to be the criteria in this reporting? When we talk about the municipality, we'll put this report together, the minister will be reviewing it, and it's going to be out publicly. A couple of different areas it'll be out publicly, it sounds like. Will there be, not knowing how this report's going to look yet, because I don't know if the minister knows how the report's going to look, and if he does, he can share that with the House. And by that I mean the detail, the script of how it's going to look. I assume will come some kind of template maybe that'll help all municipalities. We have something similar. I don't know if that will be the intention. But where I'm going with this is obviously we have to ensure there's no personal or private information on this reporting. We're talking about targets, target setting, target achievement. But does the minister plan on putting some kind of template together to avoid, and I say this seeing how things work within government, but to avoid redactions? Because that doesn't help the public if they go online and see a bunch of pages with black lines through certain sections of it. That will give more questions than answers. So do we plan on putting something forward that will allow that not to happen?
Minister.
Thanks very much. I think that's an excellent point to make, and that is indeed what we intend to do, to create a template in partnership with our colleagues at UBCM to make sure that we can have as much best practices reflected and consistency, so it's easier for everyone to get their hands around it. I also agree with the member's point about trying to avoid redactions. That's something we should strive to do, and again, we can do that. It's hard for me to believe that there would be much personal information in here, but there may be business information and other things that would normally must be redacted under the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy rules.
Member.
I guess the only advice I can give, for what it's worth, since I'm not on that side of the House, though, is that government actually looks at putting some kind of template together that'll assist municipalities so we don't get into that situation, because as we've discussed earlier, this will be a little bit of work for somebody, and the easier we can make it for them. And I think it's also important to have a set criteria and template for not only when we set these targets are going to be different everywhere, but the reporting out expectations should be the same, I would think, on face value for everybody. Obviously different numbers, different levels and all that. There's no requirement to know a company's name when we're reporting out. What we're talking about is our targets set and our targets met, which takes me to then what happens if they're not met. And I know, again, and I think it's in the program, Section 5, it kind of gets a little muddied again, because Section 4 is about the housing target progress, and then Section 5 is the review of the progress report. But if a city misses their targets and then they're required to detail actions for, let's say, the next 2-year reporting period, what level of detail is going to be asked for by the minister? I think in a perfect world, again, in a perfect world, we set achievable targets. Municipalities will be reporting out and say, yes, we're on track to hit our targets. But obviously there's going to have to be some mechanism built in that if they're not hitting the targets again, the government's going to want to know why. And what kind of level of detail is this minister and government looking for then that they will have to report? But where I'm going with that is because we're also talking about how that's going to be reported publicly. And that could create different criteria or mechanisms around how the communities will want to disclose information if they failed, and then they'll want to talk about why.
Minister.
Once again, I think I'll repeat that we are hoping we can work this out with UVCM. The members' notion of a template, I think, is exactly what we would like to achieve. And how much detail? Well, enough to find out what's making progress enabled and what may be impeding progress. That's what we need to get from each municipality. We don't want to make it overly prescriptive. We don't want to make it overly onerous. We want to get to the meat of the problem and do so we can solve the problem together, or figure out what's working well so we can leverage that.
Shall Clause 4 pass? So ordered. Clause 5, member for Peace River South.
Look how fast we're moving along now, Minister. On Section 5, again, this is around the reviewing of the Housing Target Progress Report. It's a small section, just a couple of lines really. It talks about whether the housing target has been met, and if the housing target has not been met, whether the specified municipality has made satisfactory progress toward meeting the target. Reading that, it says the minister will be allowed to, we'll use the word pass or fail, I guess, maybe if that's fair or not, but pass a municipality based on the information on the grounds that sufficient progress has been made. How do we determine, what's the minister's thought process on what does it mean by significant process? Because I say this because to me, when I talked about setting some kind of template, and every municipality is different, again, I understand that, but if it's sufficient progress without actually listing specific criteria, without that specific criteria, it can be very subjective. And I'm not talking about maybe just this minister, because this minister in his present role might have an idea of what sufficient progress is, but now we have a new minister, a new government, new interpretations. I'm just curious, because it's not really prescribed here in this section, or really in the definitions for that matter, definitive determination of what sufficient would mean. It sounds like it's subjective and up to a different interpretation. So I'm curious on what the government minister's thought process is on how they will be fair between municipalities on determining sufficient progress.
Minister.
I think that's a very fair question the member asks. I would have the first to agree that it is the duty of the minister to review these reports and decide, as the member said, whether satisfactory progress has been made. And so therefore that is a judgment call that the Act contemplates that the member will have to make. But it'll be informed by a number of things. Have they done all they can? What have they made continuous improvement? Is progress actually happening, or has nothing happened? Over time you can compare things quite readily, and if there are processes, if there are reasons why the progress hasn't been made because of forces beyond the control of the municipality, that's one thing. If, however, they haven't amended that particular process that would have made progress happen, that's something the minister will take into account, and in that latter case, probably conclude that satisfactory progress has not been achieved.
Member.
So, in all fairness, I think for the minister, myself, and everybody, we're in new territory in a way. So I know we're, trying to figure this out in some ways as we go, and there's a lot of things that will be ironed out through consultation process, et cetera, and I acknowledge and appreciate that. When we're talking about setting the targets then and then reporting back on it and then looking at the what communities have achieved or not achieved, is the level of sufficient progress going to be looked at on just past progress, or will it also be considered on planned progress? Because to our commentary we had earlier, with all the great intentions, sometimes things take time. And just because we have the intentions to build doesn't mean it will get built. So again, to the minister then, how will they judge significant progress? Hopefully I'm thinking some municipalities will say, we've determined this is what we plan to do over the next 5 years, so don't penalize us because we're not going to get there right away.
Minister.
I think it's correct to say that both past progress and planned progress would be taken into account. Back in Section 4, the member will note that the municipality, under 4 subsection 2, a housing target progress report must include a number of things, including, I'm just trying to, if that, Clause C, if the housing target has not been met, information about any actions that the specified municipality intends to take toward meeting the target within the 2-year period following the report. So I think it's both forward and backward.
Member.
Thank you. We're kind of venturing a little bit into the part of the bill in some ways where it talks about sticks. We've talked about, didn't talk about a lot of carrots per se. We did a little bit, but we talked about the process of getting to where we need to get to. Earlier tonight, I brought to the floor some of the comments have been made about good and bad municipalities that some members of government have put forward. Some communities are doing a great job already, and to government's own commentary, some are not. We'll leave the names of municipalities out of it, but it's also fair to say that I agree that we need to be doing better in some areas. But this might not be something that we will see, but I think it's fair to acknowledge, though, because if somebody has already been acknowledged by this government as a bad player, will there be more scrutiny on that group than there would be on one that this government thinks that's already doing a good job? And the reason why I say that is because the political interference that could take place with the absence of specific criteria that's agreed upon. And with that, maybe I'll ask the minister, is what's the process, and I know it's talked about in here a little bit, but for challenging the minister? Because there could be the situations, and I almost guarantee there will be the time that government, not necessarily this minister, but somebody might say, I don't feel that you've made sufficient progress and this is why. Municipality thinks they have. And the last thing we want this to be is now a media war between the provincial government and the municipality of who's right and who's wrong. So I'm trying to figure out and understand the process that the minister wants to establish and the availability for respectful, hopeful, challenges and how the government sees that taking place if the government and the municipality do not agree that they've reached sufficient targets.
Minister.
I think, Mr. Chair, one of the things that the bill does that I think distinguished it this kind of legislation from many others, which are sort of what we call skeletal legislation with all the details to follow, is it provides a lot of criteria in the sections. We've talked about them, things that must be done. So the discretion of the minister is curbed to some great degree. And I think that's the first thing I'd say. Second practical thing is the program here is not intended to be political. It's a program that we would expect the public service would be engaged in more than ministers of the day. They come and go, but the public service is here forever. But the other practical problem perspective is if there's a disagreement, there must be a consultation before actions under Section 6 are taken. I know we're coming to that, and the member calls it the sticks part, but not only are all of the criteria carefully articulated in a statute, which is not always the case in modern legislation, and the regulations that'll follow will provide a lot more detail. But in addition, it's going to be the case that consultation must occur by statute before any actions under Section 6 are taken.
Shall Clause 5 pass? Aye. So ordered. On Clause 6? Sure, happy to. So we will take I believe, a 15-minute recess was the agreement. Does that work for the minister? Okay. So we'll be back approximately around 7:45. Thank you, everyone. This committee is in recess.
I'll call the committee back to order. We're on Bill 43, the Housing Supply Act, and apparently we're on Clause 6. Member.
Apparently we are on Clause 6 is correct, I believe. And thank you. I know we just had a little bit of a recess, so please indulge me while I just move some papers around and get the bill back in front of me here. On Bill 6, we're talking about, it's entitled Application. This section here is, I guess I'm calling my history in the building. It used to always be sections, now it's clauses, I guess. But in Clause 6, we're talking about the appointment, I guess, of advisors and how that's going to play out. How discretionary is this, I guess? Because we talked about in Section 5 about reviews and maybe how some stuff is subjective on determining whether sufficient progress is made, but now we're getting into a little bit of, as some of us, as well as the new Premier has talked about, the sticks and carrots. A bit of a stick approach is actually bringing in an advisor, which is, I'm not sure how this is going to look. So maybe the minister we can start before I maybe ask a few questions around this section is really what's his thought process around an actual advisor? Because when you look at the definitions, advisor is an advisor appointed under Section 8. It really doesn't have any criteria of what an advisor is. So what kind of person would the minister envision I'm going to put words in his mouth again, in the worst case scenario that we need somebody in there to help a municipality to advise them, as we're talking about, how does he determine who that advisor is, what criteria to appoint an advisor, what kind of expertise would they have that he'd be looking for?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you to the member for the question. This application section, Section 6, does specify the circumstances where the minister can take compliance action against a specified municipality and indicates the kind of actions that can occur. The member is right. It's a discretionary decision. So the minister would be subject to judicial review. It's a statutory power that's specified and therefore a decision, a determination. So accountability is possible through the Judicial Review Procedure Act. But I stress again that we hope never to do these things. We hope that that's not necessary. The discretion is constrained by two things. The minister has to decide whether there has a target, housing target has not been met. That involves fact and law. But you can't just make a decision without that particular criteria being met and hasn't made satisfactory progress toward meeting the housing target. And the member and I we've had a conversation about what satisfactory means and the last thing, and the same wording is used here, of course. So it's a discretionary decision. Like any statutory power, it can be judicially reviewed, the minister held to account for it. The criteria are listed as to when that decision can be made. And finally, the powers that the member referred to when the minister makes that determination are that he can either do or both do the following: appoint one or more advisors or issue a directive to the specified municipality. The member asks who that advisor would be. Well, a section that's coming up, Section 11. The section that articulates what an advisor, who an advisor is Section 8. Right. We anticipate that person to be either a senior public servant, perhaps someone who's worked in local government a lot. There's people in the Ministry of Municipal Affairs that come to mind who would be eligible or worthy appointments in that regard. Or it could be somebody from outside the government who might, for example, have been a local government official, a CAO of a municipality, someone of that sort, who has stature and who has credibility and can help the minister decide what next steps to be taken. The other power that can be used is the power of a directive, which I'm sure we'll refer to later.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. And I think we're going to be in a similar situation like we were earlier in other parts, because in Part 4 under compliance, we're in the same situation under a new piece of legislation. We got the application, we have in Section 7 that we'll get to, Clause 7, of requirements for appointing advisors, directives, and Clause 8 is advisor. You know, so some of these will cross over a little bit as we talk about them. Not ad nauseum, but we will canvass it a little bit. So I guess to the Minister, to the commentary that we just heard, the Minister did acknowledge he could do one or the other, but is the intention to do one and then the other? Or is it, you know, and the reason why I say that is, what is the first step? If there's non-compliance, somebody hasn't met the sufficient progress, is the first action of the Minister, after everything else has been determined, the Minister decides that Part 4 is now going to come into play. If Part 4 is coming into play, is the first step to put an advisor, or is it now being left up to the Minister to decide? I'm trying to understand what will be the first or the second.
Minister.
I think the answer to the member's question is that it depends. I think if it's a very clear problem that there would be no benefit in appointing somebody to try to work on, then it would just be a directive. If it were a complex situation where we need further examination would be required, I think in that circumstance you'd expect an advisor to be appointed.
Member.
Thank you. Can the Minister, I think we can cover it off in this section. What is a directive? I know what bringing an advisor is. Is a directive, I'll use my terminology, an order of, not necessarily an order in council, but an order from the Minister or Ministry that thou shalt do something. It's not really very prescriptive in here what a directive really would mean for a municipality when they're talking about this. So can the Minister maybe just give an example of what a directive might be for a municipality?
Minister.
Thanks very much, Madam Chair. The directive is not defined specifically in the Act, so it's very fair to ask the question, just what is it? And I would say it's a halfway house between the kind of order that can be made where the Governor and Council can issue an order that's binding, the bylaw be changed or thus and so. This is I don't want to mislead and say it's a voluntary compliance, because it's not quite that, because it's a power that's conferred under a statute for the Minister to do it. But it's not, it's for another order of government. If you think about it, it's a local government and the provincial government, and it's a direction. I say a direction because the word directive is followed by the word requiring. So I can see the ambiguity there, but it's not the subject that would normally be a subject of judicial review like an order could be. I'm thinking that it's more internal to government, there's a fair number of cases that deal with directives where it's normally financial administration, those sorts of things, where it's one government agency against another. At the federal level, I'm thinking, but I confess it's a little murky, the nature of a directive at the current time, but I would say it's more akin to a voluntary compliance measure than the kind of thing we'll talk about later, which is the order. The minister would be saying to the local government, you've got to do thus and so, and that we hope will achieve compliance without taking any additional steps.
Member.
I appreciate that, and I'll reiterate the comments we had earlier and agree with the minister that obviously the intention is that we never get to this point. I guess that in a perfect world, that's what that would be. But I guess similar to some of the further questions questions I had earlier, was it sounds subjective in some ways, and by that I mean because the criteria is not specifically laid out in the legislation, it sounds like it, and the minister will correct me, but it sounds like it's now up to the minister of the day to decide whether he or she is going to do an order or is going to do a directive. So it sounds like it's discretionary. And the minister might stand up and say, well, it depends on the circumstances. I get that. But from a ministry perspective, is there going to be some kind of criteria that municipalities will see, possibly through the consultation process when we get into picking targets and all that, then when we talk about this compliance piece, I think it's fair, even raising some of the concerns that we've heard from UBCM and others of when does an advisor come in comparison to just a directive, and is that going to be up to the minister to decide, or is there strict criteria that will trigger one over the other?
Minister.
Thanks very much, Madam Chair. The situation will be very different if the minister is clear that there has been failure to comply. In some circumstances, that won't require an advisor to go and explain why. It'll be transparently obvious that the progress report has not been made, or they haven't done what one would have expected after all of the steps we've taken to this point in time, the consultation and so on. Others, there may be good reason why the municipality disagrees with the government. It's not obvious why that happened. And so having I want to say a trusted third party, or somebody who is knowledgeable about local government, who would be able to go in and take a good look and then provide advice to the minister, that will be warranted in different circumstances than one when a situation where the failure to achieve the target is self-evident. In which case, a directive saying, please, let's take the steps needed to rectify this would occur. I don't think I can do any better than that. There is nothing in here that would specify those circumstances, except I think common sense would apply.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. Common sense aside, obviously a lot of times prescriptive situations can help the situation. But if I'm hearing the minister correctly, obviously there's a huge difference between the minister issuing a directive rather than appointing an advisor. And if I hear the minister correctly, the directives aren't subject to judicial review. It sounds more like I hope you will do something. Is it fair to say, based on that, then, that directives could be considered voluntary And then if they don't comply, then there will be further action? I'm just trying to understand that.
Minister.
This is happening so often in our debate because, once again, the answer to some of the question might be in the next section, which has happened perhaps a dozen times already, I don't know, several times. The Section 7 articulates the requirements for appointing an advisor or issuing a directive that I think will shed some light on the question that the member has asked. In some circumstances, you would start with a directive. Try to understand where the differences are. Start with an advisor. Get the understanding of help the minister better understand what the problems are. And the minister might conclude, well, it's out of the control of the municipality. In other cases, it would be clear after the advisor that we really got to step it up here and direct them to take the steps necessary to achieve that. But the requirements are better articulated in the next section, and I think we should probably talk about those when we get to Section 7.
Shall Clause 6 pass? Aye. Shall Clause 7, so ordered? Shall Clause 7 pass? Member.
Thank you, Chair, and welcome to some of the new people who have joined in the House. I know I'm not allowed to mention who's here and who's not. When we're into Section 7 here, we're talking about the requirements again, as we've talked about with the advisors and issuing directives. I'm curious, let me start on a timeline here, timeline path that we talked about earlier today. If we don't start till next year, and then we start doing the reporting out after, which will be basically the year after that, we could be looking into 2024, 2025 before we get to the point where we're actually reviewing the outcomes and looking at the issuance and requirement for an advisor or directive. Is that true? I'm just trying to make sure I have the timeline correct. Because now that we're in this section of an advisor, I guess the earliest the municipality might see an advisor if they're non-compliant with the goals would be probably into 2024 or 2025.
Minister.
As I indicated earlier, the first cohort reporting would start in December 2023. So if there were a need to take these steps, which we all hope won't be required, yes, indeed, we'd be in 2024. But I stress that the advisor could do his or her job in a week. I mean, it's not given the sense of urgency that we at least at that point as a ministry would feel is warranted, because compliance has not been achieved and we all agree it's critically important to get housing underway, then we would take steps commensurate with that and do so in a very timely way. So I don't want the member to take the view that somehow this could be very, very late. Once that decision has been made to appoint an advisor, that report could be on the minister's desk in very short order, and a directive could be issued immediately.
Member.
Not to deflate the minister's aspirations on timeliness. In a previous life, I know what it's like to have to bring in an advisor. And unfortunately, it doesn't usually work on a weekly basis because there's a lot of work. It's even laid out in here in the Act of what the advisor can or cannot do. And that doesn't happen quickly, unfortunately, all good intentions aside. In fact, I've seen in numerous times in government when advisors have to be brought in, it can take 6 months to a year sometimes for an advisor. That's not to take away from the issue at hand that we hope that never happens. I understand the intention of government to have this in there as a fallback. I too hope that it never happens. But I also want to make sure we set it up with the expectations that people understand what will happen if it does. In Section 7 too, when we're talking about the appointing of the advisors and issuing directives to, there's going to be consultation, right? That is obviously going to take place. So what kind of consultation does the minister, how does he envision this? How does he figure it's going to look when we're talking about the consultation process? I know there's things laid out here within the bill, but I think it's important so municipalities understand how that all rolls out in place.
Minister.
I think in this case, it's fairly clear what the consultation would require because the subsection 3 articulates the 3 things that are needed to be done.
Member.
Thank you. I'm just trying to, for the record, just get some of this put out there because when we go through this and we look at the requirements through the consultation, through the collaboration that'll be required, I guess, well, if I can use that word. What's the intention? I know we have in other areas on reporting, public disclosure, when we talk about the actual data that's collected and basically in previous sections, when we talked about reporting out on progress reports, what's the requirement for reporting out if an advisor has been brought in or a directive has needed to be brought in? And again, I say this because the last thing we want to do is get into a media war of who's right and who's wrong. We're trying to fix a problem here. So what kind of public disclosure around the consultation is required to take place?
Minister.
I think that Section 16 may answer the member's question. That is that there's a requirement every year for the minister to publish a report with a description of all the actions that the minister takes under Part 4 and any orders that might have been made. I'm not sure if that answers the member's question. That's the objective anyway of transparency.
Member.
Yeah, and I do remember in the short time I've had this bill reading that section, but I guess I'm trying to understand if though through this part, if that quantifies and answers for Section 16, because Section 16 is about an annual report requirement from the ministry. And what I'm curious about is that when, and we'll jump to that clause later, I guess, unless we can answer it now. It's more of is that when the public, the first opportunity that the public will see that there was a non-compliance order issued or an advisor brought in to a municipality, because that could be 6 months, 12 months later before the public knows about it. And so that's why I'm just curious, from a timely perspective, there's no requirement then for a municipality or the ministry to let anybody know that an advisor's in-house. That'll be publicly disclosed possibly a year later in the annual report. Just curious on how that process works.
Minister.
It's difficult, as the member has acknowledged, to jump back and forth, but Section 15 requires the publication of such an order or directive, or in this case, or order in council if it ever got to that stage. And the requirements are set forth there to publish the order or directive on a website and other circumstances the member can read in this section. So I think that's the other transparency mechanism contemplated.
Shall Clause 7 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall Clause 8 pass? Member.
Thank you, Chair. And of course, in Clause 8, we're still talking about advisors. I do find it interesting from a legal perspective when we're drafting up legislation how it would be so much nicer if we just had one clause, put everything in it, but we do have to break things down, even though they all sometimes reference each other, as the Minister acknowledged when we went to 15 and 16 there, which I appreciate the latitude there as we do that, as we just try to get this information talked about. The Minister talked about it a little bit earlier, but again, when we're talking about advisors, is the Minister thinking that they will have a known person that's probably the best person, and that person will be the advisor earmarked, identified within the ministry as a just in case, and that advisor would do all municipalities in case of an issue, or will it be a case by case dependent on what the issues are, that you might look at a different skill set requirement for an advisor dependent on the issue in that municipality? I'm just curious on the thought process on how the minister will determine the best advisor for the situation that they're trying to rectify.
Minister.
I think the member is absolutely right. I mean, you could think about creating a roster of these advisors, but we don't want to use them. So why would we create a roster of people who we hope are like the Maytag repair person, right, who never gets called? That would be not worthwhile. So I think it would be a case-by-case exercise as the member contemplates. I think that's more likely to be the case. But there may be somebody who really knows the circumstances of a particular size of government or the particular issue at play. And so we would choose on the basis of that subject matter expertise.
Member.
Appreciate the analogy, because I'm just sitting there thinking, there's a lot of people on the Abbotsford Canucks farm team that the Canucks would hope if they were playing better, they'd never have to go to their roster of people that are on the list, but the way they're playing, unfortunately, they have to. So sometimes having that backup or that roster to call on actually is important in some cases. That aside, how will we determine compensation? Because I think that's an important discussion to have. So if an advisor is chosen, how are they compensated? Has a dollar mark been determined? If that's in-house, will be their regular pay? If it's out-of-house, how do they determine? And then at the end of the day, who pays for that? Is the local government going to be billed for the advisor having to come in, or will it be the provincial government?
Minister.
Thanks very much. First of all, if the person is an in-house public servant, there'd be no additional compensation. If it was someone from the private sector, Section 23 sub D allows for a regulation to set compensation. 20 sub 3 sub D.
Member.
And my apologies if I'm jumping ahead here too, because I don't remember seeing it there, but who pays for that person? Will the municipality who is asked, or who an advisor has been brought in for, will they be billed?
Minister.
Province would pay.
Member.
Can a neutral third party be selected as well, or could we use someone like Ernst & Young? I'm just trying to, and I'm putting this out there because obviously every situation again is different. So just trying to understand the selection process. Could it be a competitive process? Could people apply for the job? How's that going to work?
Minister.
A ministerial appointment, so the minister would have to have confidence in that person. Could he or she be from an accounting firm or the like? Of course.
Member.
It talks about in Clause 8 of the advisor, what they're allowed to do, I guess, right? When we talk about going in and getting records and other things that they will have the authority to do. What type of documents would the advisor be looking for, I guess, in order to do their job?
Minister.
I think to answer the member's question, it would be the sort of documents that weren't already available. Like most bylaws would no doubt be publicly available, wouldn't need to go in and ask for them. They would be easily accessible, orders, OCPs, that sort of thing. But there may be some specific policies that are not in the public domain, which would be would constitute the kind of obstacles that an advisor could look at and identify as things we need to, that maybe the municipality hasn't taken account of, that might well be the blockage that's occurring. So the ability to see policies that pertain to a particular decision-making process, that is what I think that's directed at.
Member.
So with that answer, it sounds like they're not really an advisor, they're an investigator in some ways. I guess we can use different terminology. So it sounds like they have a lot of authority and power, but to the minister's point, sometimes this won't happen very quickly. I know the Act is basically telling a municipality what they can and cannot do. So what kind of sticks, and maybe it's in here, and my apologies again if it is, but what kind of sticks are there for the municipality if they refuse to comply? So an advisor is appointed. If we've gotten to the point, let's say, where there's an advisor, we might have bigger problems. But what if they don't comply or they're not very flexible for allowing the advisor to do their job to get the information that they need?
Minister.
Once again, the answer may lie in this next section, because there's a statutory duty on municipal employees to assist without delay, to allow the advisor to get the information requested and provide access to records that may be in a computer format or the like.
Shall Clause 8 pass? So ordered. Shall Clause 9 pass? Member.
So then just quickly, since we kind of referenced on Clause 9, so what kind of punishments are there for municipal employees then who refuse to comply with the clause? Are they committing some form of offense, and then what would the punishment be?
Minister.
So there's a statutory duty on the part of municipal employees to assist. If it gets to that level where they're not complying, I think we got a real problem, and it may well be that would lead to the subsequent successive step of an order-making power if we're that far apart. There would be disciplinary provisions available to the municipality if their employee just simply didn't do what the municipality asked for. But if it was a municipal employee was directed to not follow a statutory requirement, then one would assume that would lead to other measures available later in the Act. But I hope we're in the world of conjecture here. I can't imagine this would be needed.
Member for Nechako Lakes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I've been listening intently to much of this debate. And just on this section, we're under B, where it says, give the advisor every reasonable assistance for the purpose of the review. Obviously, if the municipal employee were to be working to fulfill the requirements for the advisor, he wouldn't be, or that individual may not be doing their own job that they've been paid to do, would the municipality be compensated for the hours associated with the person doing work for the advisor?
Minister.
Thank you, and welcome to the member back to the debate. I think the answer is that the municipal employee would be the person who has best access to those records we're talking about, either on a computer or in a drawer, and one would expect them to be able to quite readily to identify them. It's hard for me to envisage a situation where hours would be required. This would be presumably within the normal work of that employee at that municipality. I can't imagine it would be time-consuming in the way the member may be contemplating.
Member.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, and through to the Minister. I suspect that would be the case, but sometimes when you get to the place where you're having to produce reports, it might be a week or 2 weeks or a month, right, as you're powering through data, as you're doing this, getting this information compiled together, and they may have other duties outside of that. Obviously, the duties to help the advisor would be along the lines of what we're hoping the municipality would want to do, but there is potential for a gap there, which is why I'm asking that question.
Minister.
I think this may be a situation where we will cross that bridge when we come to it. Should it be necessary, we'll have to address that on a case-specific basis.
Shall Clause 9 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall Clause 10 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall Clause 11 pass? Member from Peace River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know it's late. This is, imagine the advantage if we had 4 extra sitting days last week and we didn't have to be sitting till 10 o'clock at night. We wouldn't have to be doing it like this, but I appreciate the fact that we're here and we have a job to do. In Section 11, enables directives to be issued requiring bylaws to be changed or to require the approval of or rejection of a permit. Directives are limited to being a last resort, as we talked about. And it talks about being in the public interest. I will acknowledge, I know the minister doesn't have to say it, but he can again if he wants. Obviously, we're always talking about this as a last resort, and we hope we never have to do this. I appreciate that and understand that. In this section, though, on a directive about possibly requiring bylaws to be changed, can the minister give an example? I'm assuming by putting this clause in, they've thought about this, of where a municipality might not comply and the stick comes in and there could be a directive to require them to change a bylaw. Can the minister give an example of what that might be?
Minister.
Thanks very much. First of all, I want to just give the member comfort. Clause 11, sub 2, kind of indicates, I think, an intent to how to circumscribe the discretion the member's concerned about in issuing these directives. It says that the minister may issue it only if satisfied on the specifics that are there. So that is obviously a legislative intent to ensure that it isn't used very frequently. It's very circumscribed to the criteria that are there. On the specific question of an example of a bylaw that might be changed, it might be a zoning bylaw. A zoning bylaw that might deal with transit corridors is an example. A bylaw that might deal with density, those sorts of things.
Member.
Thank you. I appreciate that question, because what we're talking about now then is it sounds like if we talked about earlier tonight about the OCP and the autonomy of local governments on setting what is right for them. Still, I know we still acknowledge trying to meet targets and stuff, but with the minister's answer there that if they're not happy with, they're not achieving the goals, an advisor comes in, then a compliance order is written up that a zoning order might change. It sounds like by that answer it could be that the government, the minister, is not, because the local government, I guess, is not achieving the outcomes, minister could impose, it sounds like, as a last resort, it says may, not must, but may impose zoning changes. So if that's the case with that answer, is it fair to say then that the minister could come in and say, we don't think you've upzoned your communities enough, and we think now that, I don't know, triplexes are going to be allowed on every property in the municipality to try to achieve the densification, even though the community maybe didn't have it in their OCP. So I'm just kind of curious if the minister's saying they could override zoning that's been approved through an OCP. I'm trying to just understand if that's what he said and how that would work.
Minister.
Thanks very much. The final subsection of Clause 11 makes clear that nothing in the directive-making power affects any procedural or other requirement, including a requirement for public hearing, et cetera, before any of those things can be done. So I think the protection is in that clause. How granular the directive would be, how granular the bylaw requirement would be, it's hard to say. I mean, the premise of all of this, as the member and I agree, is to try to get more housing for British Columbians, and that's what the housing needs reports that the municipality itself came up with would suggest. So it's only when there are obstacles that maybe the municipality is simply unaware of that are stopping that our common goal to be achieved, would we be taking these steps. Again, member and I agree that this is at the last resort, but there has to be some consequences if a municipality cannot see what often is what others, third party, an advisor would see, right? Clearly that there were problems that they haven't really acknowledged, and so that's when this would occur.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just trying to, again, compute that answer to the one I just heard, though. Prior to that, where the minister said that he may have the authority to go in and override a zoning bylaw and give a directive to the municipality, a directive to change zoning bylaw. So, for instance, to give an example, City of Vancouver has zoning bylaw 0122 that says that in this part of the community, nothing is allowed in this area other than single-family dwellings. The minister might not agree and figures that we have to increase densification. Does the minister, I think I heard earlier, the minister could order a directive that mandates them to change zoning. Now, when we look at the wordings that are in here, I know there's specifics that say that municipality must report back to the minister within a timely period that they've actually done the directive that was ordered upon them. And so I'm just trying to make sure that I understand, and so municipalities understand, the authority that the minister will actually have in this section, especially under directives, especially when it comes to bylaws. Is there going to be a could there be, not is there going to be, because again, we hope it doesn't happen, but could there be a very specific directive from this minister based on advice from an advisor after an inspection that a specific bylaw around zoning, as the minister referenced zoning as an option for them to change. So if the minister doesn't agree with the municipality's interpretation of what they want for zoning, can he override that through a directive and force them to change their zoning?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. First of all, I want to be clear. There is the possibility for the order in council to come from the cabinet, if it's a real order from the cabinet. But just try to be as clear as we can, the directive would require the municipality to do any of these things. It's not the minister requiring them to do that. And yes, it could in Clause 1A of 11 sub 1 Clause A, enact or amend a bylaw or issue or refuse to issue a permit. But But that would only occur under the constraints set out in the next clause, namely that you can do that only if satisfied that the benefit of issuing a directive is greater than the benefit of not doing so, and that no less onerous alternative would result in the specified municipality making progress or hitting its target, and that the directive would be considered in the public interest. So it's constrained considerably. And I just want to say that it's not the order that the minister would not be ordering that something be done by a bylaw change. It would be ordering the municipality to do it. Now, that may be seen to the member as a distinction without a difference, but how that's achieved, of course, is up to local government.
Member.
This section, though, the way I'm reading it, gives authority to the minister to issue the directives. The minister is trying to say he can tell them what they have to do, but then it's up to them to do it and then report back that they've done it. It sounds like it's a little bit tomatoes in some respects, though. I tell my kid to make his bed. I've given him a directive, and then he has to tell me where he's made his bed. I guess I didn't really go in there and make his bed for him, but I still told him he had to do it, and he didn't have a choice. So in this case here, the way I read this section, though, there is still a lot of authority and power that goes to government and minister. Again, acknowledging we hope we never have to do it. I always say that to match up with the minister's commentary. But the municipality is still being told they have to do it by the minister. So to my original question on this, though, is if the government is not happy with the zoning requirements, since the minister used the zoning as an example, if the minister is not happy with the zoning that's taking place to meet the upzoning that's required, he gives the directive to the city, the mayor and council, you must change your zoning, you must allow higher densification. What if they say no? Because now in this section, it's a directive with consequences saying that they have to do it and they have to report back that they've done it. I know we're saying that it's still up to them to do it. Of course, the minister, through the advisor, is not going in and holding a public hearing and changing the zoning bylaw, but they are giving specific directive to the municipality that they must do it and then tell the government that they have. Am I interpreting that correctly? And if so, that's still the government telling a municipality what to do.
Minister.
I think the member would agree that there ultimately has to be some compliance measures when all of the steps that we've talked about for so many hours have not succeeded in making the change that both the municipality and the government believe required to get more housing of the right type at the right place. At some point there needs to be some action that would be taken, and so this, I think, significantly gentler approach is better. It's going to be for the municipality to decide to amend its bylaw after the directive is given to do so, but only after the criteria that are set out in sub 2 are satisfied, that there's going to make a difference. It's going to be better. There's no less onerous alternative that could help achieve the result. And yes, it's got to be in the public interest. And no, we're not overriding the requirement for public hearings and the like. At some point, I think the member would agree, if we're in agreement with the objective of creating more housing supply, there must be some time where this can be done, and that direction given. I just assume we're on the same wavelength on that, given the housing crisis that the member and I agree exists.
Member.
No, I appreciate that. I mean, we're not disagreeing on the fact that we're in a crisis and that we need to do. I'm just trying to establish role responsibilities, because we don't want to end up in a situation, again, hopefully it's never used, but from a jurisdictional standpoint where the assumption is now that this government is overriding the Vancouver Charter, the Community Charter, and is now coming in with a stick and basically taking away that autonomy of decision-making of local government around zoning and how they want to see their community, which we touched on earlier on tonight. The minister, I hope, will acknowledge that changing zoning is not an easy process. Can be, but usually through the process, as we talked about earlier, if you have an OCP and the process has been approved by a community. So I'm just going to throw examples out here, an idea. I'm a mayor of a municipality. The minister comes to me, doesn't appreciate that we haven't hit our targets, has put in a directive. We think this is how you'll hit your targets. The advisor has advised us, I guess will be maybe a process that we go to, that if you did A, B, and C, you would be better off, easier to hit your targets. This zoning should change, this policy should change, whatever it might be. You know, there is still a obligation, requirement, and expectation that the public is now involved because now there's a change. So we're not overriding, if I just heard the minister, on the ability for communities to have maybe public consultation, and I'm only flagging that because now it brings the NIMBYism comment back in. And how does that play into all this? Because you have an area of town that everybody might agree needs to be up densified to meet target goals. It wasn't in the original zoning. The municipality, because of, let's say, NIMBYism, never changed it in their OCP. The advisor gave advice through a directive that it should be done. There's still going to be the requirement or maybe the obligation to go back to that part of the community and say, this is what we've been told to do by the government. We need to do it and report back we've done it. What say you? Could it play out that way? And if it could play out that way, I just see some issues.
Minister.
I just acknowledge that a municipality may be directed to amend its zoning bylaw in certain circumstances. I reiterate that the protections the public has through the public hearing processes have not been changed and would still have to be consistent with the OCP. And that's sometimes problematic, as the member himself has acknowledged, where OCPs are hugely out of date. But nevertheless, that's the tools that have been provided.
Member.
Can directives be legally challenged? Just curious on that. I know there's sections in here where we talk about challenges, court challenge, but can directives be legally challenged if a municipality doesn't agree?
Minister.
Thanks very much. As the member knows, British Columbia has a very unique statute called the Administrative Tribunals Act. It sets out certain standards of review, and we could be here all night talking about it, but I can say Section 17 talks about the ability to, yes, judicially review a directive, but on the standard of patently unreasonable. So only if that directive is, to a court's thinking, patently unreasonable, a standard, by the way, that doesn't exist in any other part of the planet anymore, but we entrenched it in the Administrative Tribunals Act when my friend Jeff Plant was the Attorney General. But in any event, that is the fact. It can be judicially reviewed, but at a very strict threshold.
Recognizing the member from Nechako Lakes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I've just got sort of one question. Listening to the debate as we go through, and I'm looking at the directives, I recall back in, I think it was 2017, maybe it was a year or two earlier than that, but it was around that range. The tally I remember hearing at that time was there was about 120,000 potential residents on the books in municipalities to be built. And they weren't getting approved. There was a huge frustration in terms of the process and that backlog. Be curious if you have a number for today, but that's obviously not in that bill, so it might have to be in estimates next spring, which will be fine. And I remember talking about there was the development on the other side of the precinct here, where it's a 4-story building. They originally were going to have a 5-story building, but because of NIMBYism, they had to take a floor off. And so they lost all that housing and all the social housing that was supposed to go in as part of it. And it strikes me as we talk about this that, you know, there's a process that we're putting in place here. It's going to be a year to get a report, and then it's going to be, you know, more time. And the length of time, I mean, you know, I think everybody agrees that we have a significant shortage of housing and something needs to be done. So I guess the first question I got around the directive, is there any way to actually look at this and accelerate this process? And I get, you know, there's the sensitivities, there's the engagement with the public, there's all these things that need to be done. But at the bottom line is, municipalities have been dragging through this process for years and not getting the job done. And so I look at this bill as being a bill that's really meant to kind of encourage municipalities to go faster, and if they're not going as fast as need to be in terms of being able to provide that housing, you know, there's some sticks that can be brought in, but it's still a very lengthy process. I mean, you're talking about in the time it takes once to get an approval of a process, you're still looking at 3 or 4 years to build the project and to get the thing done. So we're talking about a bill here that potentially could not, you know, hopefully it'll have an impact right away in terms of the engagement and the willingness, but has potential in some cases to be 5, 6 years out before it's really going to have an impact. That's one election, if not more, away in terms of us as politicians here, and certainly for people that need it, and the growing, you know, amount of immigration that's coming in, and the growing demand. So, is there a way to look at this and actually accelerate this process through the engagement, whether it's through incentives or other types of process, you know, or in terms of directives, so that we're in a situation where we're not going to be losing these opportunities that are in front of us, you know, and as market conditions change, you know, people may walk away from projects, whatever the case may be. But I just, you know, I have this sense of urgency. I understand why this bill was brought in quickly as it was, why it's being pushed through the legislature as quickly as we can. But I just seem to see the time frame associated with getting this done doesn't seem to match, you know, the intent of what we're talking about. So I'm just curious about that.
Minister.
Oh, well, I just want to say to the member how much I appreciate his shared sense of frustration and our desire to get the job done sooner than later. I think municipalities that have been paying attention for the last several months or year know where we're going, and they are governing themselves accordingly. And one hopes that they can read the writing on the wall. The stick, as the minister, as the member for Peace River South refers to it, the ultimate power of an order has to be there if anything is ever going to be done. We need compliance measures. But I think they understand the intent. They are hearing the same pressure, feeling the same pressure that everyone else is in the system to get the job done. There are no timelines specified to get to, but I think the fact that the possibility of a directive or indeed an order is there in the statute should make them really think hard before they intentionally delay. But I want to say that, and I think everyone's acknowledged, the local government really want this to work as well. They've been extraordinary partners. They know we just think sometimes there's things that are on their books that are constraints that they don't even acknowledge or recognize, and somebody can come from outside and point that out. And maybe we can break a few log jams along the way. But I really appreciate the member's sense of frustration. I feel it as well. I think British Columbians feel it as well. And that's why we have to pass a Housing Supply Act.
Member.
Thank you, and thanks the Minister for that answer. I remember, Gordon, I think it was Gordon Campbell that said, this was around the Woodward site in Vancouver, that it took more time to do that than it did to fight and win the Second World War. And unfortunately, the reality is for many projects that are on the books in municipalities, larger municipalities in particular, but really municipalities in many areas, the delay, they've been on the books for years. And the engagement process, the need to make sure there's water and sewer and the development charges, like all of this component leads to this process that has been built up over decades, many decades of engagement. And there needs to be a way. I know municipalities want to see this happen because they feel the pressure as well within the communities. They know they've got challenges and issues, just like we recognize it. But I also know that bureaucracy over time, and no offense to the staff here because I really appreciate the work that the bureaucracy does, but these things add up over time. These regulations and rules and process add up over time that create these delays in a process. And it gets kind of locked in because it's nature, and people get to the place where we can't do it different because this is the way we've done it. And so, like I say, and I support the Act in terms of the intent of what we're trying to do here because it is needed. But I'm just concerned that there's still a little, it's not, I guess I could say in some cases I would think it might even need to be a little heavier handed. And maybe that's a no to say because it is the jurisdiction of municipalities, but we've been talking with municipalities for years about doing this. I say the premier is encouraging me to get more, but like I say, it is a shared frustration. It is a shared frustration in terms of it, and I'm just wondering if there isn't some process they can go through to kind of do like a 3-month review of that process and be able to come forward with some recommendations as opposed to setting targets and having this thing kind of stumble along and take years to be able to do, and whether or not something like that be contemplated, or whether something like that could be set out, as a directive, earlier in the process if it comes to that, to be able to accelerate what we're trying to achieve here.
Minister.
I truly appreciate the members' sense of urgency because we share that on this side of the House entirely. And he's absolutely right. Sometimes a few months here, and then it becomes another few months for the next step, and finally we're into years. And we've seen that all over the province. And it's that which we're trying to break down. Why do we need to have three timelines that are taking place one after the other? Maybe they could be made concurrent. Oh, I never thought of that, a municipality might say. But the best practices in some other municipality, maybe they're already doing that and we can learn from that. That's just an example. Some statutes have, or regulations under statutes have specified timelines. You must do certain things by certain times. A member will be familiar with the Environmental Assessment Act and the regulations under that, where there are stringent timelines that must be met. Our goal is to create balance here. We want to respect the autonomy of local government. We want to make sure that they still have the ability to control what happens, where it happens, the touch and feel and the how, all for the municipalities, and we're reluctant to disagree or intervene in that, given the fact that they're closer to the people and they know their communities best. So it's really a question of striking a balance. I think over time we'll know how this works better. We're creating a brand new statute, and we'll be able to review our progress and make changes and adjust and adapt accordingly, all with the goal of speeding things up.
Member from Peace River South.
Thank you, Chair. Also in this clause, it talks about one subsection B here, issue or refuse to issue a permit. I want to talk about that one a little bit with the minister, because the minister can both issue and refuse permits under this act. So we talked about earlier tonight, one of the struggles that we're seeing right now is the backlog. I mentioned an example of a organization that's been waiting almost 8 years to get approval Or as they told me, they would have far rather had somebody say no to them 8 years ago so they could have moved on if that was what it was going to be, and maybe saved a lot of money and put their capital somewhere else and built a housing project that people wanted, rather than sitting there and sitting there. And we talked about collectively the frustration in this House about the backlog of permits. We were unable to say how many there are, and maybe through the determination, through the process of data collection, we will determine a little bit better how much of a backlog there is. I think a lot of people would like to know that. As the Minister said, not that it necessarily fixes the problem, but it also will help shed light on the fact that there are problems. But in this specific section, when the Minister can, if I'm reading it correctly, because again, I'm not the lawyer, but if I'm reading it correctly, the Minister may force the municipality, I guess, to issue a permit, if I'm reading that correctly. Can the Minister give an example of when he might do that? Because that's not as easy as just saying, hey, these guys applied for a permit, let's give it to them. There's a lot of work that would have to go in before that directive would be issued. So just looking at it as an example of when that might happen.
Minister.
Yeah, thanks very much. Good question from the member. There may be examples that I've been given, for example, where a municipality might be consistently refusing to issue permits for high density and only issue very low density permits, and that's stopping the kind of projects that we talked about. The member from the Chaco Lakes gave a great example of a building that would have been 5 stories, but had to be only 4, for example. That could have been a function of a permit process that got in the way. So these are examples where the only kind of permits they're issuing are for low density, and there seems to be a recognition that higher density would be needed to achieve our collective goal.
Member.
Once again, we'll sound a little repetitive here, and I just want to say, on behalf of the Minister, I assume this is, again, a last resort, because it would be taking the autonomy away of the decision makers locally, which we hope we never see. But in that same, maybe the Minister can help me understand this a little further, because in this same section here, it talks about, that's the issuing, but it also says the Minister can refuse to issue a permit. What would that look like? Because I'm trying to understand the difference between giving a directive to issue a permit, but can the Minister actually issue a directive to tell a municipality now not to issue a permit? And why would he do that?
Minister.
My apologies, Madam Chair. It's getting late. I think the example would be where, converse of what I just said, you may refuse to issue, order them to, or ask them to refuse to issue a low-density permit, but rather issue a high-density permit. So that would be a refusal of that permit in order to issue a higher-density permit.
Member.
Just walk me through the process if the Minister could, though, because knowing a little bit about how this works, if a municipality, I'm thinking where my head's going is on a timeline, because if a company's come in and the municipality has done what they think is their due diligence, and now they're getting ready to issue a permit that's lower densification than what, to the Minister's example, they're issuing a permit now for a 3-story when the government feels it should be a 4-story, so they will want to refuse the permits for the 3 and tell them to upzone it to a 4. But if the permit's already been issued, how does that happen? Because again, I'm trying to, I hope the Minister can follow my late train of thought here, because really, if the permit's already out the door, is it too late? Can he pull back the permit, the Minister, and actually tell them, no, I'm canceling that permit you've already put out, and I want it to be something different? Because if it's at that point, I'm curious how that would work. If it's before, that's a totally different situation. But if it's before, how would the minister know what's happening on the permits?
Minister.
The member is right. If it's already issued, it's issued. There'd be there'd be legal problems with pulling of a permit that's already, to use his expression, out the door. What we're contemplating, however, is a situation where it's not out the door, and we would suggest that in this circumstance that you not issue the low-density permit, but issue the higher-density permit instead. And we would know that. We would do that because the advisor, for example, would have been able to find out what was in the queue, what other things might be in the queue. So they'd know the circumstance of particular buildings requested in different parts of the city.
Member.
So to be fair on this section then, going with what the minister just said, the only time that the minister would be able to invoke a directive, as we're talking here in clause 11, is if the community themselves have, after they've already done all the data collection of requirements, submitted that, we've already debated or talked about all that, and we could be a year or two down the road, we'll say, now they're not meeting the requirements based on the targets that they were asked to hit. Now there's an advisor in there, which could be whatever time down the road, and that's when we'd be looking at permits that are still sitting there because that haven't been sent out. And the reason why I'm saying that is the advisor doesn't come in until the very, very end, and hopefully they never will. So really, the odds of us ever issuing a permit or refusing a permit is way down the road, if I understand this correctly, after an advisor's been in there because of non-compliance for meeting the targets. So the reason why I'm saying that is you could actually have a situation where we have numerous permits being issued for lower densification than what the government is wanting to meet local objectives, but by then it's too late, it could be up to legal challenges, can't do anything about it. And I'm just trying to walk myself through this because these are last resorts, but by the time these last resorts come in, it might be too late, and the minister would only be able to look at things that are still on the book, if I understand what he's saying correctly. Am I understanding that?
Minister.
Mr. Chair. To the member, the first reports, as I said, for the first cohort of the 8 to 10 specified municipalities will be available in December, we anticipate. And if there are things in the queue at that point, permits that have not been issued, that are for low density, in the example we've been using, then they would not be issued. We would suggest through a directive that they not be issued, and that a higher density permit in the queue be issued. I'm trying to work with the example that we've been using. Yeah, I don't think I can say any more than that. Anything further?
Shall clause 11 pass? So ordered. Shall clause 12, Chaco Lakes?
Thank you, Honourable Chair. just remember what this must have been like in the 80s when people were bringing scotch in and doing this. The good old days. As I mentioned, I support this, but I do have some concerns, and here's where I have some of the concerns. I just want to sort of ask the minister a little bit about this. And so there's a process, from my understanding or reading of this from an order in council, if there's, a complete breakdown upon recommendation from the minister, the cabinet could make a decision and an order could come down. The challenge I see here is potential for oversight. How is there any checks and balances and reporting done on this? In particular, because cabinet and advice to cabinet is not FOIable. It's not information that's going to necessarily be out in the public in terms of that background and stuff. And so I'm just curious, and I'm, I'm not worried certainly about the intent of the bill, but this government or future government could potentially utilize a section like this for other purposes, and you claim it in the public interest. It's very easy to be able to make up a spin that says, this is why it's in the public interest. So I'm just curious in terms of how that oversight would be handled and how you can reassure the public that there will be oversight about the decisions that are made when they have to come to a point that they're into cabinet.
Minister.
Thanks through you to the member, Chair. There are two things that I would point out in terms of oversight, transparency. The first is Section 15, which requires all of these orders in council under the Section 12 to be published. And as soon as practicable, they must be published on a municipal website. So the public and the community will know whether they've been done. So it can't be done in the still of the night. It would be very transparent. And then lastly, Section 16 requires an annual report as well to describe the orders that were made under that section, any orders in council. So the public would know, is the government of the day abusing this in some fashion? Well, no, there were only 3 orders that were issued that year, for example, in all of the province, or there were many more. That report would let the public know, and political accountability would occur as a result.
Member.
Honourable Chair, and through you to the Minister, thanks for that answer. And I realize, in terms of reports are often just summaries of actions taken. And it's the advice, it's the information that leads to those actions, why that's being done, sort of the rationale behind it. That is a critical piece for the public to be able to understand why a particular order may be brought in for a municipality. And I recognize, as soon as an order in council is made, it's posted provincially, it will be posted in municipality, and that's fine. But really, it's the why and it's the rationale that led to it that's important. And I realize some of that is advice to cabinet, but because this is a special circumstance in the fact that this is overriding a municipality's jurisdiction in terms of these orders, I think there needs to be a higher level of scrutiny, a higher level of accountability in terms of that information coming forward. So I'm wondering if there's any way to be able to have that kind of provision or that kind of assurance that through the implementation of this Act, there will be that level of reporting.
Minister.
Thanks, and I take the member's point. It being an executive council order, the usual access to information provisions would be severely constrained, as would be expected. I want to say that Section 16 requires not just the fact of the order in council, but it goes on to say a description of the order in council, so the context would be made available. That's the first point. Secondly, this is the culmination, as the member knows, of a number of steps along the way. By the time it got to this stage, I dare say there'd be a certain amount of public notoriety about it, and I think that would be also something that would that any cabinet would have to take into account. Finally, the member will notice it's not just a minister's order. We've talked about a directive to this point, but an order in council requires the entire cabinet to pass on the merits of such a thing. And that's a very bold step.
Member.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. And having been at the cabinet table and done orders in council myself, I understand the process associated with doing that and the approval. You know, Section 16, like I say, it's good to have, you know, that description as part of it, and I agree there is the process that leads up to it. But you know, a government, there is potential in this section for a government to utilize it for whatever purposes they may decide to use, and so I'm just trying to understand what kind of safeguards might be able to be put in place so that you know, a government, current or future government, isn't in a situation where they decide they want to get something done and are going to sort of push it through, regardless of where the process sort of goes. So that's the reason for asking about that. And the second piece, though, as well around this is obviously when there's a permit issued, when there's you know, an order that's put in place. If something goes wrong, there's a potential liability associated with it. And right now, if the municipality does something, they issue a permit and something happens, you know, they could be potentially liable for any sort of damages or issues. And so if an order comes from council to force municipality to go in that direction or to override, you know, does that liability now lie with government if there happens to be something that goes terribly wrong? And God forbid, hopefully nothing does, but I'm just curious about how that would happen.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the member for the question. The normal liability that a government would have for transgressions of responsibility, I'm talking gross negligence, bad faith, those sorts of things, would come into play if an order in council were issued for improper purposes or the like. That general remedy from administrative law would be available in the circumstances, but it would I would agree with the member that it would be in pretty circumscribed cases. It would have to you'd have to show something for liability to occur. If the Crown was simply governing in the public interest, there'd have to be some indication of malfeasance for that to happen. Again, the liability, the constraints that have been built in through the sections I've referenced, I think are what is intended. If those are not robust enough, perhaps later we can review it if it's not seen to work. But I reiterate what the member said. This will be in the last resort and hopefully used very sparingly.
Member.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, and through the Minister. Thank you for that. And I thought that would be the case. This is so more one of those, you know, on the odd chance that something were to go wrong in terms of where that is. I wouldn't want to see a municipality on the hook for an order that they wouldn't make. And so that's the only reason for asking that type of question. The last question I've got associated with this, and I'll turn it back over to my colleague from Peace River South. Obviously, in any kind of development in a municipality, there are services, there are, you know, other expenses associated with it. with providing to that site. And if an order comes down from the province, and where does that responsibility lie, that expense lie for a municipality to be able to service the building in terms of it, and how will that be handled? Because you could be in a situation where municipality can't move forward or refuse to move forward or gets into financial hot water, and an order comes down and they can't effectively service the building without jeopardizing the services that they're providing for other members of their community. So I'm just curious how that works in terms of an expense.
Minister.
Thanks very much for the excellent question. The scheme of the Section 12, the member will note subsection 3, with the basic intent of that is to say, for purposes of liability, that the action of the Lieutenant Governor and Council in enacting the order in Council is essentially deemed the action of the municipality, so that the government of the day, provincial government, would not assume that liability. It would be deemed to be that of the municipality. But I reiterate what I said earlier. I'm not sure the member was here, but he'll be well aware of the province's commitment to work with municipalities on infrastructure to do some of the things that will be needed. We recognize it's on us to build the schools, the transit corridors, the roads, and the sewage expansion as new development occurs. We accept that responsibility, and that's part of where our contribution would occur.
Member.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, and I have no other questions. I just want to thank the Minister for those answers on that, and I hope it will be able to work better than what the Minister has laid out here to help meet some of these challenges that we have in communities. So thank you for that.
Member for Peace River South.
Thank you, and to appreciate the colleagues' questions on this, and covered off a little bit of where I wanted to go, but I also want to just reiterate, and I apologize when I got distracted if I missed an answer to a question that was already asked, but knowing how orders and councils work, and we've heard the Minister talk about the disclosure requirements, how orders and councils work, how they report it on, how municipalities will report on too. Is there any mechanism, I don't see it in the bill, but is there any mechanism at all for the legislature to be involved? And by that I mean, right now it appears that if there's a directive issued or something's happening where an order of council has been established, there's no reporting mechanism or debate or disclosure to the House. It'll be, you may or may not see it if you pay attention on a website at a later date. Is there anything that the Minister is contemplating or thinking about that will actually report back to this House of what's taking place within a municipality?
Minister.
That is in the bill to that effect, but I would point out that the existence of the order in council, the circumstances of the order in council would be public record, as the annual report would be in the public domain, and that would of course give rise, where warranted, to questions in the House and accountability through the ordinary processes of this place.
Member.
Thank you. I mean, a lot of what we're talking about too is around transparency and ensuring that the public, the municipality, government, the House, that we have that level of transparency. We've seen situations where that's not necessarily taking place. And in this bill here, like many that we've seen recently, orders and councils are one thing, and that makes me think about regulation. The Minister's acknowledged that there's quite a few pieces of regulation that may come in afterwards. This section here, when we're talking about OICs, might afford me that opportunity to ask that question of what kind of regulations that the government may or may not be considering, considering the fact that they have publicly said that this is going to be 3, 4, 5 months down the road before this bill comes into effect, because government wants to consider regulation to add to this legislation because it's not actually descriptive or prescriptive within the legislation. So can the Minister give an example of some of the things that they need to have the timeline to consider for regulation change that's not actually listed within the legislation?
Minister.
I may ask the member to clarify his question, but I would urge him to review Section 20 of the bill, Clause 20, which talks about the regulation banking power in quite some detail, including regulations with respect to the orders in council that we've been discussing. There's a number of criteria there that the member can review. I'm not sure that hits on the answer that the member, if that answers the question that the member says. The regulations are as established here. That will put meat on the bones, if you will, as those regulations are brought into force.
Member.
I guess my only commentary on that would be we established earlier today that this piece of legislation, I guess, was not rushed, that they've been working on it for quite a few months. And so through that, I just have to put on the record the commentary that I've said in many situations through this session and the last, that when government's contemplating legislation and putting forward, the more information that's obviously in the legislation that is subject to scrutiny of this House is obviously far better than the established practice that we seem to have in the government of leaving everything to regulation to be decided by cabinet behind closed doors at a later date, which then just doesn't have the fair opportunity for scrutiny and public disclosure and questions of this House, which is why, and yes, we referenced Section 20, but it's more of just in general the issue on something that we're saying is signature piece of legislation and something that is a crisis situation that we want to collectively work on to fix, that there could have been an opportunity here to be a little bit more descriptive on certain aspects, to have this pass through the House in an easier way, because I hope the minister can appreciate and acknowledge that every time a piece of legislation comes to this House that says regulation will be done at a later date, what the minister and government is actually in essence saying is trust us. We all know it's an important issue, but trust us behind closed doors to make the right decisions as we formulate the rest of the descriptive measures that are going to come into place in order to achieve the outcomes that we want to achieve through this legislation. So I think that's just, on a point that I just needs to be made on behalf of the opposition, but then on the public as well, that it's a practice that we would rather not see being used all the time as we see happening right now. Again, as the obvious reasons that I stated, it doesn't afford us that accountability scrutiny aspect, but what it really also does is it puts everybody, not just the official opposition, but it puts the public and everybody in a position where they have to be questioning and looking at things after decisions are already made, rather than being able to ask the questions up front to ensure the piece of legislation we have is the best piece of legislation that we could have.
Minister.
I'm generally in great violent agreement once again with my colleague on the principle of open-ended legislation where everything is left to the regulations and very little is in the statute. Where I would disagree is about this bill. I think the regulations are I think the bill contains many constraints on the discretion of the minister. We've given several examples, all set out. And the regulations here, I think, would be seen as a fair effort to fill in the blanks. But a great number of those blanks are in the statute, are already articulated in the statute. I can think of many statutes where essentially the government may regulate, and there's a regulation-making section, and that's it. And that's where the member and I agree entirely. That's not appropriate. It's the public buys a pig in the poke, to use that expression. But this is not that kind of bill. I would say the regulations here are completely consistent with good government. There's a certain number of specifications to tailor it that are contemplated in the regulation, but it is a question of degree, and I for one, believe that the government, that we have created the right balance between specificity and generality in this enactment. But we can agree to disagree on that. It is not the kind of statute, in my judgment, of the kind the member has suggested.
Shall Clause 12 pass? Aye. So ordered. Clause 13, member for Peace River South.
Look how quickly we're moving through this bill. I appreciate everybody's time here. We're now moving into part 6, actually, which is around information requirements. And clause 13 here in part 6 that we're at now is requiring cities to collect, looking at the legislation here, requiring cities to collect and provide information to the province on population, on income, on economic sectors, housing units, other info is required. I'm curious, though, is there, I'm trying to remember in my local government days, because there's a lot of information, I think, that's being asked of here that might not be information that the local governments readily have. In fact, some of it might actually be provincial or federal jurisdiction. I look at household incomes, for instance. I don't ever remember, and maybe they do that in municipalities, but I don't ever remember doing statistical data collection of the constituents that live in my riding of their family income. I thought that was Stats Canada and others that gathered that information. But in this section, if I'm reading it, the province is asking municipalities to disclose that information. So how does that work?
Minister.
Thanks very much. A couple preliminary comments on Section 13. It says the municipality must, on the request of the minister, collect and provide. So there has to be a request that this be done. It may not be, as a member says, that they always would have this information, but this is a requirement that they might, for example, in a particular region of the province, get regional data, statistics on population growth, what's going on in the nearby region, regional district, if it's a municipality, and so on. It could also be about the performance of the municipality itself. How many building permits are being issued per year, for example? Things of that sort, which the municipality would have, or could readily provide by collecting.
Member.
So with the answer that the minister just gave, why would they need this information, and what situation would we be in then? This is not having to be given all the time. It said that subject to regulation the municipality must on the request of the minister. So why would the minister request it? Under what circumstances would he need that information? And then I'll get back to the challenges with some of that information maybe in a minute.
Minister.
So I think it's fair to say that a lot of this information would already be in hand because they would have collected it for their housing needs reports. So most of it, a lot of it would be there. But obviously the minister will need to have access to current and timely information for supply and demand of housing. That's what we're working on together as we try to develop housing targets and see whether progress has been made to achieve those targets. So this is the kind of information that you would expect local government to have if they're going to set targets in a credible and coherent way.
Member.
Fair comments. It's just I'm just trying to figure out the time that this would actually be used. Like we're talking about the housing needs assessments, a lot of that stuff's being done, and there is, to the minister's point, some of this information that would be required. You know, obviously you want to look at the population age categories, give you a possible determination of housing needs and outcomes within a municipality. Obviously, even though again, and minister in his federal time might know better than I on this, but as a municipality gets their information from other levels of government on what the incomes and demographics might be regarding the people that live, the ethnicity, age. You know, a lot of that stuff is collected by other levels of government. So I guess, you know, when I'm asking it, the minister has said that this isn't always needed, but it will be asked for by the minister if needed. Now, I'll go back to my commentary. Yes, when we're looking at housing needs assessment, some of this information is used. I'm curious, though, the purpose of why it needs to be in the legislation then. If the minister is saying that the communities already have this for their housing needs assessment. Why do we have this clause in the legislation that says that the minister may require that information to be given to the provincial government upon his request?
Minister.
I think some of this information may well be available elsewhere, but if it's in the municipal hands, it would obviously be valuable. I'm looking at 13 sub D, information about currently available housing units and housing units that are anticipated to be available, including information about types of housing units. That information would have been used, I suspect, for creating housing needs reports in the past. If we were to go to the next section when we get there, there'll be other requirements where we actually make for the first time require these housing needs reports that have been prepared voluntarily by municipalities to be given to the minister for purposes of this Housing Supply Act. So,
Member.
Is it fair to say then that not only the placement of where it is in the bill, because I know how legislation is written, but it's conveniently placed shortly after the section where advisors and directives may come in. Is it fair to say that the information, when we talk about data collection, we talk about putting the targets together, that's separate and the information is there. I'm just curious again when it's in when the minister could request it. Is it fair to say that that might be when we're determining, when we're doing, whether it's an advisor and that having to come in, that the minister might want that information? Again, I'm just trying to wrap my head around why it needs, if it's already out there, and if municipalities already have it, if they're already using it for their housing needs, why do we need section clause 13 that says the minister can ask for it?
Minister.
There's a very valid point about the placement of these provisions. I had the same question. Why is it here and not earlier on? It's in the sequencing of this, and the answer is it's a simple drafting convention. I think our team would have agreed with you.
Member.
Almost. Appreciate that, and I know it's, again, smarter minds than me draft up the legislation after politicians have crazy ideas of things we want to see come to fruition. But and I know there will be some challenges with some of this. If the minister's asking for whatever reason, okay, at whatever time it's required, is that public? And by that, I mean, we've already talked about all these other things that need to be reported on, targets, directives, if there's advisors, all these different reporting mechanisms. If the minister's asking for all of this information, is there an avenue where this will also be public? Or is it already public somewhere? And if it is, then again, I'm not sure why it's in the legislation, but if it's asked for, is there a requirement for reporting it out?
Minister.
Some of the information may well be public, and this would be a collating exercise of information that's already in the public domain. Others might not. The example I gave under Clause D might be an example where it's not readily available to the public. If that question was about the request that the minister makes, would that be public, the request itself? That could be available under Freedom of Information legislation, subject to whatever exemptions might apply. But there's an accountability loop, as the member knows, for access to information at the municipal level as well.
Member.
Thank you. I'll have to start finding my $10 bills to apply for more FOIs then if there's information I want from the government. The issue, though, is when we're looking at just trying to get information, trying to gather information from the municipality for whatever reason or mechanism that the government determines when they're trying to put forward determinations again on housing needs. But the minister referenced D, currently information about currently available housing units and housing units that are anticipated to be available, including information about types of housing units. When you read that one out, it sparked a thought from discussion we had earlier. Does that specific clause give the minister the opportunity to go to a municipality then and say, I want to see all of your permits that are backlogged. I want to see the type of permits you haven't approved and how many you have on record. Because we talked about the backlog that we have right now. Does that clause allow the minister to ask for that information?
Minister.
In general, I think the answer is yes.
Shall Clause 13 pass? Aye. So ordered. Clause 14. Shall Clause 14 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall Clause 15 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall Clause member for Peace River North on Peace River South, apologies, on Clause 16.
16, yes. Thank you, sir. Chair, I wanted to make sure I didn't stand up too quickly. We were actually past 15 first. Some of those I let go through because they seem pretty self-explanatory. I don't want to waste the minister of the House's time on some of those. When we are on section 16, though, the minister referenced it earlier in the debates, the discussion we had earlier today when we were canvassing in other sections, but referenced the annual reporting. Where did it come from for the time delay? I guess I look at that. So where did September come from? I know we always have to pick something, but I'm just curious when the minister was talking about his different timelines of reporting out data collection. Why is it only required by September of the following year for reporting out on the annual reports? What's the reason for that delay?
Minister.
I think it's admittedly to the member a fairly arbitrary time. The fiscal year end is March 31st, and the officials will take the time needed to pull it together, but not any time after September 30. It must be done. An arbitrary deadline had to be set.
Member.
Can the minister walk me through then how I could see this playing out? Because it says the minister must do this and publish a report. The report must be published on an authorized internet site. Does that mean, not that I want to bog it down, but does that mean that's the only place that this will be found? Or will it be actually presented in the House like other reports? I know it's independent bodies, sometimes or statutory groups that have reports in the House or standing committees. Does the minister's report, annual report, get disclosed in the legislature or just on a website?
Minister.
This is not a report to the legislature, such as when a minister stands and tables a report on a Crown corporation for which he or she is responsible or the like. But it is a report all the same. And in the 21st century, the most efficient and speedy way to get the report out is to put it on a website. And that's what we think will be the most efficient way to see the information.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. Can the minister walk me through then what I would expect to see in a report like this? Because of course we talked about, the 8 or 10 municipalities. We talked about different data collection that will be done. We'll talk about the targets that everybody is asked to meet. Obviously, I don't assume this will be a one-page report. Is it going to be a report on each municipality? Will it be quite extensive? How much substance, I guess, will be in these reports that'll be tabled or disclosed?
Minister.
Chair. Well, as it says, the actions taken by the minister on Part 4 must be indicated, and so that would involve, for example, how many times an advisor was appointed, how many directives were issued, and finally, how many orders in council were issued under Section 12. It's all, in other words, it's limited to the compliance measures.
Member.
Okay,
and just to be clear, member, sorry, we've got about 10 minutes, just so you know, so you can plan.
Thank you, Chair. So I'll let the chair know that we won't be finishing tonight then, so Minister can plan accordingly as well with his answers. We only have 10 minutes left, so I got enough time for a few more answers or questions, because the Minister has again want to acknowledge and thank him. He has been very not only receptive to the questions, but has been very forthcoming with his answers, and has. I'll applaud too if you want. Well, it's good if you have a fan. At least it's nice to at least know that somebody has one once in a while. No, but and I said it earlier to the Minister of Energy and Mines. If only every minister could stand up as quick as this minister does and respond so eloquently and quickly when questions are asked. But well, you can go home very soon, but we'll still be here. But again, thank the staff, and I apologize that we didn't quite get through it today. But I'll ask a few more questions while we have a few moments. When we're talking, I just want to make sure I understand, and I know the minister referenced it a little earlier and just did now on the annual report. And it could be the way I interpreted it and I read it, and I just want to make sure for the record that others understand as well, because people are going to be flocking to that internet site to read the annual reports when they're put out. But did I hear the minister correctly? Because that the annual report only talks about some of the directors or advisors, or when those positions, maybe OICs, that's part of the annual report. And it's been a very long day, and maybe I missed it earlier. But when do we find out about the other stuff? I thought that would also be encompassed into the annual report, and by that I mean the reporting out, and I know the minister has other areas where he reports out, the municipalities have to disclose. Why would that not all be wrapped up in a nice tidy little bow wrapped around it with an annual report, specifically and especially since now that the Premier has said that we're going to have a new Minister of Housing, whoever he or she may be, you would think it would be a great opportunity to really highlight the work that was done in every calendar year around progress that we're seeing in the housing sector. And if it's not there, where will it be? Because you would think that if we're all trying to achieve the goal of more housing and we all want to celebrate the success of more housing, that it needs to be in a place where we can actually pull out an annual report and do that. And in a very self-serving way, I can say it saves me time in estimates to also come back and ask the Minister of Housing to disclose all the information if it will be already publicly disclosed in an annual report. So maybe the Minister can explain to me why that was, if I'm reading it wrong, why that's the only things disclosed in an annual report. I can tell the minister's really eager, wants to answer some questions here, and not just put it all in one place rather than maybe in a whole bunch of different areas that people would have to search for that information.
Minister responsible for housing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The member's right. This section is to deal with the compliance provisions in the annual report. But during our conversation earlier today, we've discussed other things that must be put in annual reports. So the objective is to ensure that there is a one-stop shopping for the entire bill and all of the actions taken under it. For example, the targets, the orders, the progress reports in each. there's requirements that we've canvassed already that talk about the need to put those matters on an annual report. So altogether, there should be a high level of transparency available.
Shall Clause 16 pass? Aye. So ordered. Clause 17, member for Peace River South.
I can tell people are eager to get out of here and appreciate that. I could call on the vote, but I'm not the chair, so I'll leave that one up to the chair. On section 17, though, I think this requires at least a little bit of attention and some explanation. When we're talking about target orders, directives, we're getting into judicial review commentary now. This is obviously outside the expertise of many people, and I would argue even from a local government perspective, because I've had commentary come back to me from some local government people who don't quite understand the conceptual idea of what a judicial review proceeding, when that would be needed, the standards, requirements around that, what triggers it, who asks for it. I mean, the minister, I think, knows where I'm going with this. So I would love it if the minister could spend a bit of time and just walk us through the purpose of this section, the reason for and the opportunities for when judicial reviews are required, and why they would be called for.
Minister.
Well, it's a very good question, and it's one that's hard to answer in a few minutes at the end of the night. But the member's right. This is about the judicial review, a way in which a government can be held to account. And in recent years, the process of holding government to account in a court, there's either ability to appeal if a statute contains an appeal right, or there's no appeal statute section, but nevertheless accountability is required. And so in recent years, the courts have indicated two essential standards of review. You got to get it right, correctness, or we'll interfere or intervene if it's patently unreasonable, which means it has to be a very high standard. So the idea is not to have every discretionary decision in this bill held to the same standards. So what this does, and it's very consistent, Chair, with the Administrative Tribunals Act passed by the former government that sort of entrenched in some of these standards. In the rest of Canada, patently unreasonable is not a standard of review anymore. Just for curiosity, it is in British Columbia. So it says in section 17.1, what is that standard of review? Well, for those matters relating to a housing target order or a directive or an order in council, a finding of fact or law, or the exercise of the discretion, or the cabinet in the context of the order in council, can only be interfered with if it is patently unreasonable. So not very often. Questions about fairness must be decided having regard to whether the minister or the cabinet acted fairly. And for all other matters, the standard will be correctness. The court can interfere, to use the language of the Act, whenever it wishes if it says they got it wrong. So there's a need to do this in modern statutes because the courts have taken us to this place where standards of review, the very first thing a lawyer does in a judicial review, the very first thing in every judicial review case is talk about the standard of review. It's a very Canadian thing. And again, the standard of patently unreasonable only exists any longer in British Columbia. That's as best I can do.
Member.
Thank you. So I'm just trying to understand, appreciate the minister trying to explain that in best he could layman's terms. Is it fair to say then the judicial review already has to be filed, or whatever the terminology would be, that we get through that process before somebody actually determines whether it's patently reasonable? Because, at what point, who makes that determination, and when is that determination made?
Minister.
The question is that the court makes the determination, but the council will argue what the standard would be. Here it's very helpful because the legislation makes clear what the standard is for each of the decisions at issue. But the court will have to decide, whether the standard, the threshold is met. Is it really patently unreasonable, or just, doesn't reach that standard? Is it incorrect, where the courts have a much greater ability to substitute their decision for what had been done below? And just to complete this story, I should have said that a discretionary decision is patently unreasonable if it's bad faith, improper purpose, taking into account mainly irrelevant factors, or fails to take into account the statutory requirements that we've gone through tonight. That's a discretionary decision of the minister in many cases, but the courts will interfere with that decision if it's patently unreasonable.
And of course, Minister, noting the hour.
I would ask the House to rise and report progress. And ask leave to sit again.
Members have heard the question. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Oh, it's carried. Carried, members. This committee is adjourned.
Committee Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Committee on Bill 43 reports progress and seeks leave to sit again.
When shall the committee sit again, Government House Leader?
Next sitting, Speaker.
So ordered. Committee Chair.
Mr. Speaker, Section A reports progress on Bill number 38 and asks leave to sit again.
When shall the committee sit again, Government House Leader?
Next sitting, Speaker.
So ordered. Committee Chair.
Mr. Speaker, Section C reports progress on Bill 38.6 and asks leave to sit again.
When shall the committee sit again, Government House Leader?
Next sitting, Speaker.
So ordered. Government House Leader.
I move the House to now adjourn.
Members, you heard the motion. All those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. This House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.
you.